Dreamscape presents Dangerous Duke, League of Dukes, Book 3, by Scarlett Scott. Narrated by Rosalind Landor. Chapter 1. 1882. Violet had not intended to trip the Duke of Strathmore, nor had she meant for him to land in her lap. But as his large body pitched forward into her silken skirts, hands finding purchase on her bosom, she could not deny it was the most interesting thing to have happened to her since, well, ever. Far more exciting than listening to Charles drone on about horticulture. Unless she could eat it, she had no desire to know the name of a plant. And even then, the name truly did not signify, unless she was required to ask her brother's chef to prepare it for dinner. Yes, indeed. Strathmore tumbling into her lap was infinitely better than spending the afternoon reading a book, while Great-aunt Hortense snored into her needlework. Or a bleary morning, with only herself for company, because Lucien was far too busy with whatever nonsense recently interested him at the Home Office. Bemused, she stared down at the giant she had inadvertently felled with her crocheting. His left hand had landed upon her right breast, and his right was buried in her skirts. Was it her imagination, or did his fingers deliberately tighten upon her, as if he were testing the size and weight of the bosom he had unintentionally discovered? She ought to be horrified, shocked. His shoulders were shaking, she realized, vibrating beneath his coat. Oh dear, was he injured? Weeping? Violet laid a hand gingerly upon his biceps, startled to feel its flexed strength beneath her touch. "Duke, are you hurt?" His head raised. Her heart did something odd. It stumbled, then galloped. Her breath caught. Here was her first sighting of their infamous house-guest in proximity. His dark hair was too long, his eyes astoundingly blue, his lips far too full for a man's mouth, his jaw covered in a neatly trimmed beard. When he had first entered the salon, she had been struck by how handsome he was. But he was not just handsome. His face had character. It was intriguing, from the bump on the bridge of his nose to the lines bracketing his vivid eyes. The air of tarnished elegance he exuded somehow magnified his masculine beauty. She had never seen a duke, or any gentleman for that matter, like him. "I am relatively unscathed," he said at last, removing his hand from her breast. That was when she realized, belatedly, he had not been weeping or in pain at all. Rather, he had been laughing. And a smile on that mouth was something to behold. She blinked, tried to summon up thoughts of Charles. Her betrothed, too, was undeniably handsome, well-titled. The Earl of Armsley, Viscount Nattingworth, Baron Erstwhile, or was it Viscount Nattingwhile and Baron Erstworth? She could not seem to recall. Mayhap it was the overly large Duke who was still all but in her lap, addling her wits. Perchance it was the unseasonably warm weather. Late spring, and hotter than July. Where was a fan when she needed it? Why would the Duke not stop trapping her in that brilliant gaze? What would the bristle of his whiskers feel like beneath her fingertips? No. That is wicked, Violet. You must not think such thoughts. What would those lips feel like pressed to hers? She was willing to wager they would not be arid and cool like Charles's. Instead, they would be warm and supple, coaxing, and perhaps even demanding. "Drat it, Violet. Cease this at once." "I am sorry about the crocheting," she said, needing to say something so her whirling thoughts would quiet. "I did not mean to catch you with it." She did not even like crocheting, but Aunt Hortense deemed it a suitable activity for a lady because the Queen herself enjoyed the practice. Admittedly, Violet's appreciation for the skill was hindered by being dreadful at it. "I should have watched where I was walking," A rueful grin flirted at the corners of his lips now. "I did not expect anyone to be within, and I am afraid I was rather preoccupied with my own thoughts. I did not notice your string until it had felled me." His hand was still in her skirts, and he remained on his knees before her. She resisted the urge to reach for his left hand and place it back upon her breast. Why had the weight of him, that forbidden touch, felt so irresistible? She wetted her suddenly dry lips. "It is a bad habit, leaving the ball of wool halfway across the chamber, in the midst of the floor. If I had not pulled it toward me, with the intention of sparing you from falling over it, you likely would not have tripped in the first place. The fault is all mine."
"Nonsense, Lady Violet."
He rose at last, towering over her with his broad, strong frame.
"I am the interloper here."
"Yes," she agreed, before thinking better of it. Her cheeks went hot. "That is to say, you are a guest, Your Grace." Should she stand? Craning her neck at him was dratted uncomfortable, but he remained near enough to her that if she stood, she would brush against him. And if she touched this man, she felt certain she may swoon. Where was a fan when she needed one? His smile faded, his jaw going rigid, expression hardening.
"A forced guest is hardly a guest, Lady Violet. It would be more apt, perhaps, to say I am a prisoner."
"But Lark House is not a jail," she felt compelled to protest. In truth, it had been hers for 24 years, and it would remain so until she left it for the next one. The thought of having to share a home with Charles's mother was enough to make her eyes twitch.
"We shall agree to disagree, my lady."
His gaze travelled down to her lap, leaving a path of fire in its wake.
"What are you making?"
Her flush increased, and she swore she felt it to the roots of her hair. "It is meant to be a seed pouch for my fiancé. He is a horticulturalist." Strathmore frowned.
"That sounds deadly dull."
Her sentiments exactly, but that didn't mean his dismissive tone did not nettle her, for it did. "On the contrary, sir. It is horribly interesting." His lips quirked.
"You have the horrible of it right, I would reckon."
"To think I was feeling guilty for tripping you," she snapped. Charles was as interesting as a pile of sawdust, but having this breathtakingly handsome, arrogant duke point out the shortcomings, which already grieved her, was irksome indeed. "There is no need to be cruel."
"Honesty and cruelty are two distinct beasts."
His stare worked its leisurely way back to hers. So intense, a shock of giddiness rippled straight through her. Ruthlessly, she banished it and stood, tired of him looming over her, the judgmental beast. But she miscalculated her haste and his nearness, which meant once she rose, she had nowhere to go but into his chest. So she did. Her palms flattened over the muscled heat of him. Even through the layers of civility, he was hot, smouldering like a flame, and she was drawn to him. Why could she not stop staring at his lips? Why did she insist upon wondering what they would feel like upon hers?
"Lady Violet."
His tone was darkly amused. Blinking, she raised her gaze back to his. "Yes?"
"I would like to beg your fiancé's pardon,"
he surprised her by saying. There. That was better, was it not? The man had simply needed a reminder of how to conduct himself in a gentlemanly fashion. Suspected of treason though he may be, he was still a peer of the realm, a duke. "For insulting his love of horticulture?" she asked, telling herself she ought to remove her hands from Strathmore's person. It was unseemly, the way she was touching him.
"No."
He traced her jaw with a lone, long finger, stopping at her chin, tipping it gently up.
"For kissing his fiancée."
Before she could say a word of protest, his sinful mouth was upon hers. Oh, her imaginings could not compare. Nothing could have prepared her for the rush of sensation. Warm, full lips, not just coaxing, but taking control, dominating, hot and soft and full, welcoming, inviting, delicious. She wanted more, so much more, and he gave it, opening, claiming. His tongue slid between her lips, his hands finding her waist. How wondrous a realization his tongue in her mouth was. She had not known such a pleasure was possible, had not realized men and women could kiss in openly carnal fashion, had been entirely ignorant. Kissing could make her feel hot and dizzy, and achy and desperate, make her do things she shouldn't. Things like sliding her hands up Strathmore's chest to clutch his shoulders. Things like stepping into him, her body begging to be closer. So close they aligned from hip to breast. Things like running her tongue against his, tasting him as he did her. Whiskey was a bitter revelation on her palate. It was afternoon, and he had been tippling. Not so much she had smelt it upon his person, and not so much he seemed inebriated, but enough. Why? Could it be his troubles filled him with worry? Did he seek to escape, take his mind off the allegations facing him? In the next breath, she lost the ability to wonder, lost the ability to even think, as those sinful, beautiful lips explored the sensitive skin of her throat. He kissed her there, in a place she had never imagined would wish to be kissed, and she was helpless to do anything but allow her head to fall back and give him free rein. Desire blossomed from her centre, radiating outward until even the tips of her fingers and toes tingled with it. Her lips burned from his kiss. The small sound of shocked pleasure, half gasp, half mewl, that echoed in the chamber was hers, but she scarcely recognized it. He kissed his way to her ear, and a fresh, molten wave of need washed over her. His teeth grazed the lobe, and Lord help her, but when he caught her flesh and gave a gentle nip, she moved nearer still. And that was when she felt it, that which she had only felt once before, on a day when Charles had been feeling particularly amorous after returning from a trip to Asia in search of some rare orchid or other, and he had kissed her silly, though never with such open-mouthed, erotic abandon, and a rigid protrusion had prodded her. Charles had instantly stepped away, flushing and apologizing profusely for overstepping his bounds. This particular protrusion, however, was larger, more aggressive. Unlike before, this time she was tempted to touch it, to take him in her hand and... Charles. The cooling waters of guilt doused the heat swirling inside her. She pushed at Strathmore's shoulders and stepped away, disengaging just as the door opened and great Aunt Hortense shuffled through in her arthritic gait. She was dressed in her customary morning attire, though Uncle Arnold had died when Violet was but a girl. Her skirts were full and belled, her hair parted severely beneath the cap she wore on her steel grey head, two outmoded loops of hair covering her ears and framing her lined face like a pair of wings. Her white collar was the only source of brightness on her otherwise dour form, trimmed by a midnight black ribbon and her customary mourning brooch that contained a braid of Uncle Arnold's hair. She looked, as always, as if she had napped through the last 40 years, and was consequently unaware life had changed whilst she stood still. "Aunt Hortense," she greeted nervously, rushing forward, rushing away from the intense stare of the Duke, whose kisses had left her transformed. There would now forever be the Violet before Strathmore's lips touched hers, and the Violet after. "I was just about to fetch you." Aunt Hortense, no fool, even if she did choose to dress as though she were firmly entrenched in 1842, pinned Violet with an assessing stare. "Lady Violet, what can you have been thinking? Entertaining a gentleman alone in the midst of the afternoon? I cannot think Lord Almsley would be impressed to learn his betrothed is making herself far too familiar with duplicitous dukes."
"I beg your pardon, madam," said the Duke in question, offering an elegant bow. He embodied calm and charm. To look upon him now, one would never guess he had just been wooing her with such unbridled passion. "I believe you may be confused. I am the Duke of Strathmore, not the Duke of Duplicity." Violet pressed 2 fingers to her lips to suppress a startled bark of laughter threatening to erupt from her. Aunt Hortense, on the other hand, was not so easily amused. She drew herself up, a veritable dragon when in full dudgeon.
"I am precisely aware of who and what you are, your Grace. I cannot fathom why Arden would allow you to darken these halls, but to our great misfortune he has. The least you can do is relegate yourself to your chamber and cease importuning Lady Violet. Her reputation does not need to take on the stink of yours."
And for some reason, though she knew she should not, and that the last thing she owed the handsome devil before her was loyalty, Violet felt compelled to defend him.
"I must insist you apologize to his Grace, Aunt. He was not importuning me in the least. Rather, it was I who importuned him. You see, I begged him to see if he felt, as a gentleman, that the seed pouch I am crocheting for Lord Almsley would suffice."
She deliberately avoided Strathmore's gaze as she took Aunt Hortense to task, partially because she feared what she would see there in his expression, partially because she knew her face would flame if she looked directly upon him. He was her Gorgon, but instead of turning her to stone, he would transform her into a mottled shade of undeniable guilt.
"And what would a scandalous, treasonous blackguard know of seed pouches?"
Aunt Hortense demanded. "I cannot answer for the fellow you describe, madam," the Duke said with calm and ease, taking up Violet's sad attempt at fashioning a seed pouch. She had yet to snip the string, which meant the item in question had a lone tail protruding from it to the ball of yarn. Ironically, the same line which had tripped him not long ago. "As for myself, I can only say I must try out the seed pouch to judge its efficacy." Violet bit her lip to stifle a laugh as she attempted to envision Strathmore testing the seed pouch. She already knew herself the misshapen little oddity would not function. It was merely an attempt on her behalf to appease great Aunt Hortense and show Charles she cared for him. For she did care for him, she reminded herself. Of course she did. He was an exemplary fiancé and would make her a good husband. He was calm, predictable, intelligent, kind, safe. He adored her, doted over her. He was everything a lady could want in a husband. Except he had never set Violet aflame with his kisses. And after today, she was not convinced he could. She swallowed heavily, uncertain of what to do with that particular misgiving, and moved into action, tying off the yarn and using her small scissors to snip it free. In truth, the seed pouch was not finished, but she did not much care for crocheting, and she would be relieved to be free of the thing.
"There you are, Your Grace,"
she said, keeping her attention carefully trained upon the seed pouch. "Thank you, Lady Violet." His voice, so deep and delicious and decadent it sent a frisson of desire through her once more, forced her gaze to his. His light blue eyes burned into hers. "I shall test its metal and report my findings." Why? Oh, why did such innocuous words make her feel as if she were aflame? And why was she staring at his lips once more, this time recalling what they had felt like moving over hers? Such sinful bliss.
"Indeed, Your Grace,"
Great Aunt Hortense intervened.
"Thank you for your efforts. Perhaps, however, you may be better served to remain in a different portion of the house, where your presence will not cause undue stress to the household."
"Forgive me," Strathmore said gallantly. "I had not realized my presence would be a hindrance. I rather thought I was doing Lady Violet a favour." Her brows raised, her alarmed gaze shooting back to his. But she need not have feared, for he preferred subtlety. He liked to tease, and drop innuendos like crumbs. In truth, he had done her no favours today. All he had done was to show her how thin her connection to the man she intended to marry was. All he had done was force her to realize she could be on the precipice of making the biggest mistake of her life. The moment the thought hit her, she banished it. How unworthy! How awful! Charles loved her. Charles would do anything for her. Charles... Oh, blast! Charles could not hold a candle to the Duke of Strathmore, and it was plainer than the nose upon her face. Her wanton embrace with the Duke had proven as much, and there was no going back from where she had already been. "It is most kind of his Grace," Violet forced herself to say to her very disapproving great-aunt Hortense. "Please, Aunt. His Grace was merely offering to test my design, so I can be certain the gift for Lord Almsley will be worthy of him." She noted the manner in which Strathmore clutched the seed purse, his fingers clenched in a tight grip. His jaw was rigid, his blue gaze unyielding. He was strong, tall, formidable. "I shall take my leave," he said, surprising Violet with his sudden intent to defect. She frowned, for the chamber already seemed to have lost its lustre at the prospect of his imminent departure. His presence owned the room, reaching her where she stood, making her hot, making her weak. He bowed exquisitely. Violet watched him stride from the chamber, and she could not deny her gaze was riveted upon his long legs, his broad shoulders, and his firm bottom. It seemed almost a dream he had pressed his mouth to hers, that his tongue had been inside her mouth, that she had tasted him, and he had tasted her. She swallowed against a rush of unfamiliar sensations. Great-aunt Hortense was watching as well, her lips compressed into a fine line of disapproval, even after the door had closed upon the Duke and Violet's seed purse both. "Horrid man, though he may be a duke," her aunt said dismissively. "You can be thankful you have a betrothed as wonderful as the Earl of Almsley, my dear. Mark my words, you will be best served to keep your distance from Strathmore. No good can come of any association with him, however distant." "Yes, of course, Aunt," she agreed by rote. But the truth of it was, everything in her was drawn to one man far more than the other, to the wrong man. Chapter 2. He was unutterably pathetic. Scrubbing his hand over his face and heaving a massive sigh of disgust, Griffin stalked back to the chamber he had been assigned, like the chastened lad he was, holding, of all goddamn things, a crocheted seed pouch fashioned for another man. To be precise, it had been fashioned for the horridly boring, woefully inadequate Earl of Flowerpot, who had dared to snare Lady Violet's hand. Yes, she had crocheted the Earl a seed pouch, as if it were an item a man would ordinarily require. Jesus! Griffin did not even know what to do with such a thing, for it resembled a reticule more than anything else, and he had no knowledge of any gentleman who bothered himself with seeds. Christ knew he was too damned busy to concern himself with such trifling matters as plants, particularly now he found himself mired in his current predicament, namely, being a prisoner, a glorified prisoner, or as the Duke of Arden had so glibly phrased it, an honoured guest. "Honoured my arse," he muttered. "Guessed my arse as well." He reached his chamber and slipped inside. It was well appointed and large, but it was not home. He missed his billiards room, and his servants,
who knew how to anticipate his eccentricities and whims. He missed his coffee, brewed specifically to his preferences. Even his bloody butler, who always seemed to be frowning at him with repressed condemnation. He missed freedom, and that was that. He had been invited in force, and should he choose to leave, he would instead be ushered to the nearest prison cell. No one had said it yet, for he was a peer of the realm, and though his service to the crown was currently mired in shadow, accusation, and erroneous assumptions of guilt, he had indeed served faithfully for the last 15 years. In essence, his history as a savage murderer and the accidental circumstance of his birth were the only two things keeping him from jail. Rich, that. Today, of all days, his self-loathing had reached an extraordinary crescendo. He had been a devoted servant to the Special League, a secret formation of the Home Office, since he had been sworn into its ranks as a green lad. A fortnight had passed since the League's leader, the Duke of Carlisle, had stepped down from his post, and in that fortnight all hell had been unleashed in a torrent of fury and mayhem. Undone had supplanted Carlisle, but he had also launched a new campaign based on Carlisle's last, a campaign intended to weed traitors from amongst the ranks of the League. Carlisle's investigations had proven the League contained members who had fed information to their bitterest enemies, namely to the Fenians, the rabid villains so obsessed with gaining Irish Home Rule they were willing to commit any crime to obtain it. One of those informants was known by the Fenians as the Griffin. Griffin and the Griffin. True, he could not fault Undone for making the obvious connection, but he could fault him for refusing to dismiss it, and then for pursuing it instead. As for the bastard who had planted incriminating documents in his home without him being the wiser, Griffin had a slow and steady torture in mind for him, beginning with fingernail removal. A knock at his door startled him from his roiling thoughts. Likely the timid manservant, Edwards, who had been assigned him, for even Griffin's own domestics were suspect. Undone was nothing if not a thorough arsehole, and a relentless one. "Enter," he called. The door opened a scant few inches. Likely the hesitant sod was cowering on the other side of the portal. Ever since making the fellow's acquaintance, Griffin had been garnering immense joy from toying with him. A man had to have something to keep himself occupied with whilst he was imprisoned, something other than kissing the Duke of Arden's luscious sister. Griffin frowned. "Excellent timing, Edwards. I need to hone my knife-throwing skills. Come and stand against this wall, won't you? I promise I have good aim." A dark head popped around the door, the hauntingly lovely face of Lady Violet appearing. "Knife-throwing?" "A joke." He passed a hand over his face. "A bloody poor one, much like you appearing at my bedchamber door. Flee while you still can, my lady." Instead of heeding his advice, she stepped inside with so much haste her skirts swayed about her, and nearly got caught in the door as she snapped it quietly shut. She spun back to him, eyes wide. "Do you truly throw knives?" Christ! Did all the world think him a disreputable savage? "No. Now be gone from here. Return to Aunt Horrible, won't you? Leave a man to his misery." Her lips pursed, making him want to kiss them again. How soft and full and warm they had been beneath his. How responsive. He could not remove the memory from his mouth now, and it settled there, sparking, tingling. His lips wanted more of hers beneath them. He was perverse, and he knew it. The last woman in the world he ought to lust after was Arden's sister. He could not afford to ruin any woman, let alone the sister of his nemesis. Not to mention she had a betrothed who played about in the dirt. A betrothed for whom she fashioned seed pouches. Aunt Hortense is not always as given to tact as one would hope. Lady Violet moved closer, an elegant swish over the carpet, stealing his attention. Please do forgive her. He snorted, feeling as far from elegant as one could possibly get. How did you escape Aunt Horrible's clutches with such ease? If that dragon comes bursting in behind you, I cannot promise I won't practice my knife-throwing skills after all. Lady Violet stopped just within reach. I told her I needed to conduct my daily Bible reading in my chamber. Griffin studied her, wondering at the hidden facets beneath her prim exterior. And then you came to mine instead? Yes. To collect the seed pouch, I presume. He dangled the offending bit of yarn from his fingers, extending it toward her. Here you are, then. I do apologize for absconding with the thing. She frowned at the seed pouch, making no move to accept it. That is not why I am here. His cock twitched. Foolish enough to hope her presence in his chamber, and her pronouncement, meant she had a far less innocent motive. But his head knew that was too much for which to hope. She was an innocent lady, not an experienced widow, as was ordinarily his consort of choice. He ground his jaw. No, I would think you would have more of an affinity for a gewgaw you knitted for your future husband, Lord Horticulture. The seed pouch is crocheted, not knitted, she corrected him in an arch tone. And my future husband is Lord Almsley. I will thank you to refrain from further maligning him in my presence. Furthermore, I know I am wretched at crocheting. The seed pouch looks more like a reticule than anything, and though he loves me, I cannot fathom Charles making use of it. Damn him, if her referring to Lord Boring as Charles didn't set his teeth on edge and send a fresh spike of something unwanted into his gut. Not jealousy. He had no reason for such a plebeian emotion, or any emotion for that matter. He had been numb for as long as he could recall, and he would not have it any other way. He stepped closer to her, because he could not resist, still holding the seed pouch in question aloft. First, I don't care about the difference between crocheting and knitting. Second, I do not give a good goddamn what Lord Flowerpot's name is. And third, the bloody thing looks exactly like a reticule, but I rather think a man like your betrothed would love such an accessory. Her eyes narrowed. You need not be such a surly beast. I rather liked you better before. He could not stay his grin. When I was kissing you. Never fear, my lady. You are not the first, and nor shall you be the last to succumb to my charms. A flush stole over her cheeks, giving her away. You are horrible, Your Grace. Always. It was probably what had landed him here, in purgatory. He could never still his tongue, and he had made no secret of his dislike for the Duke of Arden. To Griffin, the true leader of the Special League would always be the incomparable Duke of Carlisle. The man was a genius and an enigma, a trusted friend and true brother. The Duke of Arden was an arse and a fool and a traitorous mutton-headed prig. I came here with the notion of helping you, Lady Violet said then, shocking him. What could this bright-eyed, lovely innocent possibly offer him? Helping me how? He could think of a few ways in which he might offer assistance. Naked in his bed, legs open wide, or on her knees, that pretty mouth open for his cock. Damn. If Arden ever allowed Griffin to leave, he needed to visit the always accommodating Lady Wilden. This inconvenient attraction to Lady Violet could easily be rectified by Henrietta's lush body and wicked sense of adventure. Are you certain it could? Whispered an insidious voice inside him. He tried to think of Henrietta's face, but all he could see was the dark-haired beauty before him. "I can help you to investigate," she said then, smiling as if she had just crocheted him a bloody seed pouch.
"Investigate?" he repeated.
Was the woman mad? He studied her. She did not appear insane, though she was the sister of the Duke of Arden, so her blood was irrefutably tainted. "Yes, investigate. I do believe I can elucidate as well as the next lady." Her smile was a thing of beauty all its own, stealing his breath, holding him rapt. "Were you colluding with the Fenians?" she asked. He ground his teeth. This, too, was another thing that would require time for him to grow accustomed to it. All the world knowing who and what he was. Under the auspices of the Duke of Carlisle, the Special League had been a shadowy branch of the Home Office, non-existent to the general public. But the magnitude of the Fenian arrests made following Carlisle's killing of John Marney one of the most dangerous conspirators they had unearthed to date, had left the League exposed. The Times had caught wind of their involvement, and extensive articles had been published. The League was no longer a secret, and overnight Griffin had become a traitor. And now he was here, in a chamber that was not his, in the home of the Duke of Arden, facing that man's sister of all people. And he had kissed her, for Christ's sakes. She watched him expectantly, awaiting his response.
"Of course I wasn't colluding with the Fenians," he snapped. "I told your brother the same."
She considered him for far longer than necessary, her gaze thorough, sweeping, contemplative. "I believe you," she announced at last.
"I am relieved."
He could not keep the sarcasm from his tone. Lady Violet West was a temptation he did not need, an irritant he had no use for. She somehow managed to burrow her way beneath his skin, precisely where he did not want her, and had managed to bluster her way into his chamber, also where he did not want her. "You needn't be rude, you know." What was it about her? She quite set his teeth on edge. She also stirred his prick. A most inconvenient combination, and more so for his peculiar predicament. He frowned.
"This dialogue is at an end, Lady Violet. Go now, before you do your reputation more harm than you have already done."
If anything, his words seemed to render the minx even more determined, for she did not bat a lash or move an inch. Her expression became mulish. "I am not leaving until you accept my assistance." But she would find she was not the only one with tenacity.
"Do not take umbrage, madam, but I would sooner swallow arsenic than accept the dubious aid of the sister of the man who is hell-bent upon ruining my life and my reputation."
The hoyden actually dared to laugh at him then. "Do cease being so melodramatic, Strathmore. No one is trying to ruin you, and there is no need to drink poison." Irritation seared him.
"Is this because I kissed you? A boring noddy like Lord Flowerpot is probably too busy mucking about in the dirt to kiss you properly, and now that you've realized what you're missing, you cannot live without the promise of my lips upon yours."
To his extreme vexation, she only laughed harder. Laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. Laughed until she doubled over, burying the hilarity in her purple silken skirts. He wondered if she dressed to compliment her name each day, or if this afternoon was an aberration. And then he wondered why the devil he cared. Griffin waited for her to collect herself, but his patience was growing thin. Christ, it was already gone, and he could admit as much to himself. This business with Arden had worn him down to the bone. "I said I wished to help," she said at last, dabbing gingerly at her eyes with a scrap of lace that had materialized from some hidden place on her person. "You may keep your kisses, Duke. I have no need of them." He would argue otherwise. She had been quite responsive to his kisses earlier, and not in the fashion of a woman who was regularly and thoroughly kissed, but in the manner of a lady who had just realized kissing could be a wondrous, deliciously wicked act. "Are you certain?" he could not keep himself from asking, stalking closer in spite of his best intentions. "It seems to me perhaps that is the real reason you have trespassed in my chamber, Lady Violet. Surely you know how wrong it is for you to be here alone with me."
"Yes."
All laughter fled her, her green eyes going wide.
"My only intent is to offer my aid, nothing more."
He stopped before her, testing her by daring to run his fingertips over her jaw and then down her throat. He slid his hand all the way to her nape, where her skin was hot and silken, cupped the base of her skull. "Have you ever shot a pistol?"
"No."
She was breathless as she answered. "Wielded a knife?"
"No."
He lowered his head, bringing their lips painfully near. "Have you ever defused a bomb?"
"No."
Her pupils had gone round and full, the colour of inky midnight amidst verdant opulence. "Could you kill a man?"
"For the right reasons," she said.
Her response, offered without pause, shocked him. Indeed, it gave him so much pause he could not readily pose his next question. He simply stared at her, trying to understand the enigma before him. A woman who knitted, crocheted, seed pouches for her boring betrothed, and yet said she would kill a man without the slightest hesitation. "How would you do it?" he asked.
"A pistol, if I knew how to shoot one."
Her response was quick.
"But if he was horrible and truly deserved it, poison instead. I concede the usefulness of your illusion."
Jesus, she was vengeful. He liked the way she thought. "What are the right reasons for killing?" he asked next.
"If someone were to hurt a person I love," she answered,
once more without pause.
"Or if I needed to protect someone I love. Also if someone were to hurt children or animals. I cannot abide by cruelty to the helpless."
Damn it. He was not meant to like this woman so bloody much, but like her he did, in spite of her being the sister of his nemesis. Perhaps more so because she was. A wicked, altogether wrong thought occurred to him just then. What if he ruined her to spite Arden? No, he could not. "Yes," whispered the devil's own voice inside himself. "You can." More than that, he ought to. When had anyone ever been presented with a more perfect opportunity? How rich would it be to serve the mighty Arden his comeuppance? Lady Violet could indeed aid him in his quest, he decided, just not in the capacity she proposed. "Very well," he capitulated, before he could think better of it. "You may assist me. But for the love of all that is holy, remove yourself from my chamber at once. I have no wish to be forced into a marriage with the sister of the Duke of Arden, and I am equally certain you have no wish to marry me instead of your Lord Flowerpot." There. He needed time to consider his plan of attack, if indeed he found himself in such dearth of conscience that he could ruin her without guilt or shame. Since he had existed on rage and lust alone for the last decade, he was certain he would.
"Lord Armsley,"
she corrected with a small smile, before dipping into a hasty, unnecessary curtsy and turning to flee.
"And of course I wish to marry Charles. He is everything a gentleman should be."
Her glowing praises still hovering in the air, she swept from his chamber. He watched the last flash of purple silk disappearing over the threshold before crumpling the bloody seed pouch in his fist. Of course the Earl of Cocklessness was everything a gentleman should be, but Griffin would take great pleasure in showing Lady Violet a scoundrel was infinitely more pleasurable than a gentleman, and in so doing, maybe, just maybe, he could bring the Duke of Arden to his arrogant knees. Chapter 3. After dinner the next evening, Aunt Hortense settled herself in her favourite chair in the drawing-room and promptly began to snore. Violet frowned into her lap at her latest crocheting venture, a scarf for her brother Lucian, which seemed to mock her. The chain was all wrong, and she had miscounted, leaving the end larger than the middle. "Drat!" she muttered, as Aunt Hortense emitted a particularly dreadful sound. She would have to take the wretched thing apart and begin again. Aunt Hortense whistled through her teeth, then snorted and jerked and snored some more. How irksome to be relegated to the tedium of this empty chamber with nothing but her aunt's company, and her hook and string, and her abysmal lack of proficiency. Lucian was always far too busy with the Home Office for her these days, and Aunt Hortense alternately slept and groused her way through the day. Their ignominious guest was not invited to join them at dinner or afterward, leaving Violet alone as ever. And curious. What was Strathmore doing now, at this very moment? She had been in his bedchamber, a room that smelled of the spice of his cologne and the crisp earthiness of his soap, and something else that was indefinably male. And he had kissed her with that wicked mouth of his, kissed her as no one had ever done before him, and as she instinctively knew no one would again. Charles certainly did not kiss with such passion. His lips were not full and sensuous. He did not possess a devil-may-care aura that suggested he did not give a fig for what anyone else thought of him. Nor did he steal her breath, or make her heart thump wildly. He did not make her want to commit sins with him. Her stitch slipped, and she lost her place altogether. How hopeless it all was! Her betrothal to a man who did not move her, her very presence at Lark House, being presided over by the doddering Aunt Hortense, her brother she scarcely saw, the man she should not want to kiss again. "Damnation!" she cursed, flicking her wrist and sending the scarf flying from her lap to land on the carpet with a soft thud. The door to the drawing-room opened, and her brother entered. Lucian was tall, his medium brown hair longer than fashionable, his neatly kept beard hiding the angles and planes of his commanding face. He looked very much like their father, or what she remembered of him, menacing and forbidding all at once. "Violet," he said, his tone brusque, rife with disapproval. What had she done to warrant his displeasure this time? "Brother," she greeted, hoping he had not seen her tossing his scarf to the floor. "Would you care to explain why you are flinging notions about?" He stopped and glowered down at her misshapen handiwork. "Is that the scarf you promised me?" She flushed. "No." "Good," he grunted. "It looks like something Aunt Hortense would wear." Violet cast a glance in the direction of the woman in question. Aunt Hortense merely issued another long, teeth-rattling snore, her slumber blissfully uninterrupted. She frowned at her brother. "You need not be unkind. Besides, Aunt Hortense would never wear such a thing. It is not black, and it does not bear a vexing amount of lace trim." He flashed a rare grin her way, bending to pick up the crocheting she had flung, before examining it himself. "The old girl does love her lace, does she not?" Violet pursed her lips. "You are beastly, Lucian." He ignored her admonishment, returning the discarded scarf to her, dropping it into her lap. "You are the one who mentioned lace, sister. This is my scarf, isn't it?" She stared dejectedly at the sad, misshapen object she had created. Crocheting was the devil's own work. "Perhaps it is, but you are a good brother, and you would wear it with pride."
I would wear it when I was assured no one else would see it, he drawled. Long walks in the park before dawn, perchance tucked beneath a coat.
Violet scowled up at him. Why must you hover over me? Haven't you any manners? Sit.
I cannot stay.
A weariness she had come to recognize settled over his countenance.
I have matters that require my attention.
She sighed. Matters at the Home Office again? He was grim.
Indeed. Do not ask me to elaborate, for I cannot. Suffice it to say, my presence is necessary.
His presence was always necessary. Ever since he had taken command of the Special League, a formerly secret branch of the government devoted to protecting England's interests at home and abroad, she had scarcely seen him. He had always been the sort of man who took duty seriously, and he made no exceptions now. But she had to admit, his onerous burdens left him little time for her, and as they had neither mother nor father, and only each other for solace, she rather resented his perpetual absences. "Why have you come here, if you are going to immediately flee?" she asked, nettled. "Did you wish to hear Aunt Hortense's snores?"
"You too are beastly," he accused her, without sting. "I do need to speak with you, however, Violet. Aunt has brought a concerning matter to my attention." Her stomach knotted. Just how much had the old dragon witnessed of her interaction with Strathmore? Violet raised a brow, careful to keep her expression relaxed and unconcerned.
"Oh?"
His expression darkened, his jaw clenching. "Indeed. Aunt Hortense tells me she came upon you yesterday in a most distressing state. It seems you were alone, with Strathmore." The word kiss was noticeably absent from his chastisement. Relief swirled within her. "She added that you were in close proximity," he pressed, ruining her relief. Hellfire! Aunt Hortense and her disappointingly excellent vision. What stuff and nonsense!
"She was mistaken," Violet said smoothly, training her gaze upon the scarf in her lap once more. Sad scarf, oblong and pathetically fashioned. Lucian was wrong. Not even Aunt Hortense would wear such blasphemy.
"Mistaken?"
her brother repeated, his tone growing ominous. His temper was legendary, and she had no wish to be the recipient of its brutal lash. Violet bit her lip, struggling to find a reasonable explanation for what Aunt Hortense had witnessed. "Yes," she said, with a bravado she little felt. "Mistaken. His Grace was assisting me in the construction of my seed pouch for Charles."
"Charles?" Lucian gritted.
Never mind her betrothed was as dangerous to her virtue as a butterfly to a bear. Her brother was horribly protective. She realized her error at once. "Lord Almsley," she corrected herself. "His Grace was helping me to see if the model of the seed pouch for the Earl would be functional."
"How generous of him,"
her brother commented, with a feral bite that could not be ignored.
"You must not allow yourself to be tainted by his presence, Violet."
His castigation was not much different from Aunt Hortense's. Violet lost her patience. "You need not act as if he is a contagion."
"He is a contagion. The Duke of Strathmore is an amoral cur, and possibly also a traitor."
Lucian frowned.
"You are to stay away from him."
"No harm was done." For some reason, though she ordinarily avoided conflict, she could not seem to stop herself from defending Strathmore, even though she knew she would only incite her brother's ire. Lucian in high dudgeon was a sight and sound she generally attempted to avoid, at all costs.
"I forbid you from being alone with him,"
Lucian snapped with such ferocity Aunt Hortense delivered another snort, half a mumble, and then another long snore.
"You are on the cusp of an excellent match with Lord Almsley. The Earl is a good man, considerate, kind, and virtuous, and everything I would wish for you in a husband. Do not risk your future as his Countess, Violet."
For a moment, she wondered who wanted her to marry Charles more. Charles or her brother. And then she pinned Lucian with a frown of her own. If he is such a vile criminal, why have you imprisoned him in your own home? It occurred to her she had used much the same phrasing as Strathmore had when he had spoken bitterly of his stay at Lark House. One touch of his lips to hers, and he had cast a spell upon her. It was that wicked mouth of his, that beautiful face, his beard. She tamped down a sigh. The man made her want to swoon, and it was foolish and dangerous, and she knew it. I have not imprisoned him. Lucian had inherited their father's dark green eyes, the same as she had, and his passionate temperament. They sparkled now with indignant fire. He is my guest. A forced guest is hardly a guest. This time she repeated Strathmore verbatim. Drat. Her cheeks went hot, and she averted her gaze. Lucian would never know. Would he? Her brother had a disturbing tendency of uncovering all her secrets. She was fairly certain her expression screamed, I kissed the Duke of Strathmore, just now, because it was all she could think about. If she were to earn £1 for each time she had recalled the delicious, sinful movement of the Duke's lips upon hers, his tongue in her mouth, she would have already been a wealthy woman indeed. Her brother's expression became hardened and grim. Do I need to send you to Albemarle, Lady Violet? She suppressed a shudder at the threat. Albemarle was a cold, barren 15th-century castle in Northumberland. For reasons that would forever elude Violet, it had been a favourite of their mother's. She had visited many times as a child, before Mamma had waded into the North Sea, allowing the water to drench her skirts and carry her away, never to be seen alive again. For all those reasons and more, Lucian's warning filled her with dread. Violet met his gaze just the same, unflinching, which was not her ordinary way. I dare say we both know what happens when a woman from our family is at Albemarle. Is that what you wish, Lucian? A shadow of contrition passed over his features, softening him, making him appear less harsh, less a complex symmetry of hard angles and unforgiving perfection. Of course I do not wish it. He passed a hand through his hair, heaving a sigh. Nor do I have any desire to send you away from me. I would only do so for the sake of your reputation and future, much as their father had done to their mother. She did not say it aloud, but her silence did not change her thoughts. Their father had grown to fear their mother's wildly vacillating moods. Mamma would be happy and gay and laughing one moment, and despondent in her bed hours later. Sometimes she relegated herself to her chamber for days at a time. Their father, uncertain of how to treat a wife who was not calm and staid as he was, had sent her away often to the place she loved best, the place she had eventually made her grave. I am not like her, Lucian, Violet said lowly, emotion making her stomach twist and clench, old pains surging forth to sting her eyes with tears she refused to shed. She had lived her entire life thus far in fear she was fashioned in Mamma's mould, doing everything in her power to make certain she did not meet the same end. Though he had never voiced his concerns aloud, she knew Lucian possessed the same concern for the both of them. His stern stoicism was born of their insurmountable loss. His expression hardened once more. I would never suggest so. You are calm, pragmatic, and reasonable, Violet. She was wild and unhinged. She was melancholy, Violet argued, though she did not know why she bothered. This quarrel between them was an old and tired one. She defended Mamma. Lucian villainized her. She was weak and selfish. Lucian paused, seeming to collect himself. You are nothing like her. But nevertheless, it is my responsibility to look after you, Violet. Lord Almsley will be a good husband to you.
and it will put my mind at ease to see you settled with a kind man who loves you. I merely wish to protect you and your future." Of course he wished to protect her. It was what he had always done. Perhaps too much. For the first time, the prospect of rebellion loomed. She thought of Strathmore's kiss, and she ached with the temptations of the unknown and the forbidden. "Mamma was not weak or selfish," she felt compelled to defend. "And furthermore, I cannot help but think you wish me to wed Lord Almsley to assuage your own worries, rather than to see me well settled." His nostrils flared, his posture going rigid. "I will not argue with you on this matter, Violet. Conduct yourself with proper care for your future. That is all I ask. The Duke of Strathmore, even if he is not guilty of the charges being laid against him, is not for you. Keep your distance. Maintain propriety. Think of yourself and the life you will lead with Almsley, one of happiness and content." Happiness and content? With Charles? It somehow seemed more of an impossibility in this moment than it ever had before. True, she had experienced misgivings where he was concerned. She had always known his feelings for her ran deeper than the emotions she possessed toward him. But Lucian had convinced her the Earl was the best husband for her, and she had accepted Charles's proposal based on her brother's recommendation. She wondered, not for the first time, whether Lucian could truly know what was best for her better than she did. Aunt Hortense chose that moment to awake, snorting and shuddering herself to a lucid state at last. Her eyes blinked open, settling upon Violet with their characteristic assessing glint. "What is the hour?" their aunt asked, stifling a yawn. "I fear the clock has gotten away from me, and it is far beyond the time I must retire." Violet bit her lip to refrain from informing Aunt Hortense she had already been retired, snoring her head off upon the gilded Louis XV settee. Instead, she smiled. "The hour is indeed late, Aunt Hortense. Perhaps you ought to seek your chamber." Her brother skewered her with yet another frown. "I wonder if you might remind Violet of the wisdom of making a good match." "I thought you said you needed to run off to the Home Office imminently," Violet grumbled at him. "I do. Thank you for the aide-memoire." He offered an elegant bow. "Aunt, sister." And then he turned and fled the chamber, leaving her alone with a now roused Aunt Hortense. An Aunt Hortense who was about to tell the story of her sister Felicity, who had made a horrid match, following her heart rather than her head, and had forever paid the price of her folly with a miserable existence thereafter. "I have a horrid headache," Violet lied, shooting to her feet. In truth, she could not bear to hear the story one more time. "If you will excuse me, Aunt Hortense, I do believe it is time for me to retire as well." "I shall accompany you to your chamber," Aunt Hortense volunteered. "On our way, I can tell you all about my poor sister Felicity." Violet suppressed a groan. There was no escape for her. No escape, save one that was. And he had sinful lips, beautiful eyes, and the devil's own wickedness. She walked alongside Aunt Hortense to her chamber, all the while thinking of Strathmore, even though she knew she ought to be thinking of Charles instead. Griffin stared at the list of names he had penned. 24 or so in all. Some were friends, others distant acquaintances. A few were men he did not even know. As the Special League had grown in recent months to combat the ever-growing menace of Fenians, who became more bold and dangerous by the moment, they had taken in a bevy of fresh recruits. The days of the League being peopled by England's oldest and most elite families were at an end. Change had come, bringing with it a restructuring of the organisation. Carlisle was gone, replaced by the officious Arden. Others had gone before,
and new men stood in their positions, some of whom Griffin did not trust. One painful fact was undeniable, brought to light from Carlyle's investigations into Fenian leader John Marney. There was a traitor amongst their ranks. Someone was selling their secrets to the enemy. But that someone bloody well wasn't him, which meant, to escape his current predicament, and the four walls entrapping him, he needed to find out who the bastard was. At least 5 of the names seemed likely suspects, but if he had learned anything from his years on this earth, it was that the most innocent in appearance was often the most evil. The wolf garbed as a sheep, etc. Sighing and scrubbing a hand over his face, he stood, stretching his back. The chair was too damned small for his large frame, as was the escritoire. Leave it to Arden to place him in a female's chamber. Even the bloody curtains were pale pink and trimmed in lace. The bed was too small as well, and he suspected these oversights were intentional. Arden's way of keeping him in his place and reminding him of the true reason for his stay. He had to admit, it was a deuced sight better than being clapped into jail. He supposed he could thank his fearless leader for that much, but he wouldn't. The man was a cold-hearted prig, and attempting to converse with him was as useful as holding a dialogue with a boulder. Both proved equally immovable. A quiet knock sounded at his door. Griffin sighed once more, certain his illustrious host-turned-jailer was at his door this time. Either way, he was fully dressed in shirt-sleeves and trousers and bare feet. "You may enter." But when the door opened, he was once more shocked to see the lovely, dark-haired temptation of Arden's sister trespassing upon his territory, quite as if it were where she belonged. It had been a mere day since he had seen her last, and that within this very chamber, where she most decidedly did not belong. Arden would have his head on a pike. Griffin grinned. So much the better. His plan was unfolding miraculously well, for he had not even formed it yet, and already she was once more in dangerous proximity to both himself and a bed. He waved for her to make haste. "Come in, then, if you insist upon invading my chamber once more, and be quick about it. Do not linger in the hall, lest you are seen, Lady Violet." Her vibrant gaze tangled with his as she stepped over the threshold and snapped the door closed at her back. "I do apologize for the intrusion." His lips twitched, but he suppressed his mirth. "An odd apology indeed, my lady, for someone who has just chosen to do that for which she offers her regret." She clutched her skirts, eyeing him defiantly. "Very well, then. I retract my apology. I intended to intrude, and so I did. But you also allowed it, so you need not be such a vexatious curmudgeon about it." He stood belatedly, offering her an elegant, mocking bow. "The Duke of Duplicity, Earl of Vexatious, Viscount Curmudgeon at your service, Lady Violet." A laugh she appeared determined to stifle slipped from her lips before she could deaden it, and her cheeks flushed an endearing shade of pink. "You need not poke fun, Your Grace. I have come to offer you my aid after all, just as we discussed." He raised a brow, a grim sense of finality invading his chest. This woman was intriguing and unique, somehow innocent and bold, seemingly proper and yet daring, all at once. Nothing about her resembled her stiff-arsed brother in the slightest. How could he use her as a pawn in this battle against Arden, even if she continued to fall into his lap? Into his chamber, for Christ's sakes! How could he not? "Forgive me." He could not keep the mocking tone from his voice, for there was something about Lady Violet West that made him want to ruffle her feathers. "I did not realize you intended to continually invade my bedchamber as part of your quest to offer me assistance." Her flush deepened, and she hesitated, hands gripping her skirt so tightly he could see the strain on her knuckles. If you had deigned to emerge from it, I would not need to invade it.
There remains the small matter of my choice between Lark House and jail, he reminded her dryly. Your brother wishes for me to make as little a mark upon this house as possible, which involves remaining here and keeping you from my distressing, ruinous presence.
Lucian demanded you remain in your chamber?
Surprise underscored her voice. Ominous portent curdled in his gut, as he thought of Arden's stern warning yesterday evening. Though he suspected it had emerged partially from Aunt Horrible's interruption of his heated embrace with Lady Violet, the further humiliation piled atop the ignominy of being forcibly imprisoned within Lark House stung.
Yes.
He paused. An idea, wicked and wrong, and so very tempting, hatching. Perhaps if she suspected her brother disapproved of her association with Griffin, she would be all the more drawn to him. I suspect he wishes me to keep my distance from you especially, my lady. As he fancied it would, his revelation had her drawing up her shoulders, those jade eyes sizzling with fire.
I shall associate with whomever I wish.
He knew a moment of guilt at the ease with which he had manipulated her. You do realize your sainted Lord Flowerpot would be horrified to learn his betrothed was visiting the bedchamber of another man, yes? Though he had every intention of using her to destroy her brother's vendetta against him by whatever means possible, the gentleman within him insisted he remind her of the damage she did her reputation by remaining alone with him, in his bedchamber. Yes, bloody hell. There was a bed. On the opposite wall, some 15 paces away, and Lady Violet stood only 6 if he were to estimate. Perhaps 4, if he wanted to reach her badly enough, and the insistent twitch of his cock against the placket of his trousers suggested that, indeed, he did. Lady Violet met his gaze without flinching.
My betrothed's name is Lord Almsley, and Charles need not know of my visits here. I would never dare enter a gentleman's chamber ordinarily, but you are a special case, Strathmore.
He believed her. Though she had been responsive to his kiss, everything about her screamed untried virgin, precisely as she ought to be, and precisely as he would leave her, he reminded himself. He could toy with Arden, bring him low, without actually taking Lady Violet's virtue. The devil of it was, he wanted her virtue. There was something about Lady Violet that made him long to claim her, to mark her. The notion of her wedding herself to some boring, staid suitor who preferred to dabble in soil and plants rather than worship the beautiful woman he was betrothed to filled him with indignation. But still, she had referred to him as a special case, and he could not like it. He would be no woman's charity, not even a woman as luscious, lovely, and convenient to his plans as Lady Violet was. Explain, if you please, my lady.
Explain what? She frowned at him. That I wish to help you. I do believe I have already made myself clear on the matter. You need help, Strathmore, and I do not see any other aid forthcoming.
Her observation rankled. Of course it did. He had friends, but his most trusted friend, Sebastian, was expecting a babe. Griffin would rather muddle through his predicament on his own than involve a man about to become a father. Then there was the Duke of Carlisle, who was newly retired from the League and hopelessly in love with his wife. Griffin had no wish to interrupt their idyls on his own account. He had managed to find himself in this wretched mess because he insisted upon antagonizing Arden, and he knew it. If he had been able to hold his tongue, the Duke would have no reason to suspect him. But, as usual, he had been reckless and had said too much. Far, far too much. Now he must pay the price. Still, his pride insisted he argue with the Duke's beautiful sister. I do not require anyone's aid. He raised a brow, pinning her with a stare of his own. This one meant to discomfit. "You must not forget, I have allowed you to assist me." She made a dramatic show of looking over her shoulder before turning back to him. "And once again, I do not see any other aid forthcoming, Strathmore. But if you do not want my help, you need only say the words." He gritted his teeth. Of course he wanted her help, just not in the manner she thought. "I have already accepted your help, my lady. What I have not accepted is your continued presence in my chamber. It is not only unseemly, but it is dangerous to your virtue." "Dangerous to my virtue?" Her gaze lingered for a moment on his throat, reminding him he had removed his neckcloth. "Would you like me to go, then?" For a brief, wicked beat, he wondered what her lips would feel like pressed to his skin there. And then he banished the question and the thought at once, for he still needed his battle plan in place before he could take action. He could not compromise her today, here, now, no matter how much he yearned to. He needed to be certain of an audience, of Arden specifically. He had no wish for any other witnesses, just that of his jailer. "Stay," he grumbled. She pursed her lips. "You are the least grateful person I have ever had the misfortune to meet, Duke." He would not argue the point, for he was not certain he could. The only thing he had to be thankful for was his life, which had proved a dubious gift indeed. His imprisonment in Paris, many years ago during the brutal siege there, had altered him forever. He spent most hours of the day awake, husk of a man, fit for duty only, which was why he could not afford to lose his position in the Special League. Everything about him was dark and bitter and empty and jaded and wicked. Everything but his loyalty to crown and country, that was. "Nevertheless," he drawled, forcing himself from his tangled thoughts, "you have returned to offer me your aid. One cannot help but to wonder why." A becoming shade of pink once more crept over Lady Violet's high cheekbones. "A cure for boredom, nothing more." Griffin grinned, sensing he had hit upon a sensitive subject. "My kiss moved you so deeply, you cannot help but to crave another. You were reluctant to admit it yesterday, but today you are willing to acknowledge reason. Admit it." "I have a betrothed," she reminded him sharply. So sharply he could not help but wonder if the reminder was as much for herself as it was for him. She was attracted to him. Dead though he may be inside, he was still a man, and he knew when a woman wanted him. Lady Violet West wanted him. He would wager his freedom upon it. "Where is Lord Flowerpot?" he asked, unable to resist the jibe. He was a devil, and he knew it. Part of him longed to settle upon some initially innocuous seduction. Part of him was fiendishly jealous of Lord Armsley, a paragon whose true name even sounded benevolent. Vomitus. What a perfect, pure, honourable gentleman. The sainted Earl of Horticulture probably thought the Lord would make his cock fall off if he kissed Lady Violet with tongue. Just as well, for the notion of any man other than Griffin putting his tongue in Lady Violet's mouth was an anathema. Where in the hell were such ludicrous, possessive thoughts emerging from? He had kissed her once. True, he had also cupped her breast in his hand, quite unintentionally, of course, and the high and full curve had been a delightful cushion with which to catch his fall. Still, he had felt breasts before, damn it all. He had known women enough in his lifetime to not lose his head over a single kiss. She frowned at him, looking vexed. "You must stop flirting with me, Strathmore. Your kisses were pleasant enough, but nothing I have not experienced before. Let us turn our attention to more important matters, shall we?" Griffin stared at the vexing creature aghast. First, she had dared to insult his proficiency at kissing.
Then she dared to suggest there existed any matter more important than his kiss? Astounding! No one dismissed his kisses as pleasant enough. He stalked toward her, intent upon one goal and one goal only. Pleasant enough, my lady? Pleasant enough is the manner in which one might describe a ball with dreadful musicians and bland sustenance. Pleasant enough is how one might refer to the weather. Pleasant enough is a damned insult. If all I gave you was pleasant enough, I suppose I have no recourse other than to try again. Chapter 4. The Duke of Strathmore was irate, and he was coming for her, but not to do her harm. No, indeed. He was stalking toward her, breathtakingly handsome, with his beautiful face, and that divine beard darkening his angular jaw, and his sinful mouth, the mouth he intended to kiss her with once more. Oh! She had no more time to think, for he was upon her, and though his words had vibrated with ferocity, his touch was gentle. Large hands, warm and tender upon her face, held her in place for his kiss. She could have broken away with ease if she wished. She did not wish. Nothing and no one could have compelled her to move away from him. Lips moved over hers, just the barest brush at first. Once, twice, thrice, until she could not bear the keening need bursting inside her, until strange sounds she did not recognize emerged from her, and her arms went around his neck, and she was shameless, pressing her body against his from hip to shoulder, rising on her toes, pulling him closer, seeking more. He fitted his full lower lip to the seam of hers, delivering achingly slow, sensual kisses. He made love to her mouth. There was no other way to describe it, and she was wholly unprepared for the sensations he unleashed within her. She was a flame, lit up from within, burning, burning, burning. The first kisses she had shared with him had been wondrous. These kisses were revelations, small and slow and steady and achingly incredible. These were the kisses that would ruin her for any other mouth, any other kiss, any other man. All she wanted was this one, this one, this one. Another sound tore from her, part desperation, part need. Her fingers were somehow in his hair now, and it was luxurious and thick and soft. His scent enveloped her, all male, all Strathmore, all delicious. He surrounded her with his strong embrace, overwhelming her with his kiss, and then just when she thought she could stand no more, his tongue sank inside her mouth. This time she ran her tongue against his. It was sinuous and wet, carnal and raw, and the act sent a fresh rush of need to her core, to the place between her legs that already ached. A steady thrum began, pulsing outward like ripples on a lake whose pristine surface had been interrupted. She clung to him tighter, moving against him, hungry for the feel of him, for the taste of him, for as much of him as she could get. His rigid length, long and hard and intimidating and alluring, pressed against her belly. He kissed her with an effortless sensuality that had her coming undone. Their tongues played, hunger and need intertwined, rolling through her like a thunderstorm. She kissed him back, perhaps with more vigor than necessary, but she could not seem to control herself. She wanted faster, deeper, longer, fuller, harder. Everything. That was what she wanted from him. She wanted his kisses, his seduction, his touch, his caress. Him. Good Lord. He had taken pleasant enough and fashioned it into nothing else shall ever compare. His tongue was still in her mouth, his hands claiming her waist, his powerful body burning into hers, when she at long last thought of Charles, her betrothed, the man who, mere days ago, had kissed her with as much finesse as he was capable of producing, and whispered the 3 words every lady longed to hear from her suitor, "I love you." It was the memory of those words now that at last turned the raging heat scorching her to ice. She removed her hands from Strathmore's hair and pressed her palms to his shoulders, exerting scarcely any effort before he tore his lips from hers and stepped away. Her breaths were ragged, her heart beating fast, and all she could do was stare at his beautifully handsome face and that mouth, even as she reminded herself it was Charles who loved her, Charles who would wed her, Charles only who deserved the right to kiss and touch her so intimately. But she still tasted Strathmore on her lips, and she longed for those large hands of his, part bruising strength, part refined elegance, upon her. Her idea to offer him aid was a foolhardy one. It was the stupidest decision she had ever made. Coming to his bedchamber and letting herself in, an action she had never dared to take with any other man, not once, but twice, had been downright dangerous.
"Now then, how would you describe that kiss, my lady?" he asked. His mellifluous voice was calm and smooth, whisky and seduction and devil-may-care all at once, as if he had been unaffected by what had passed between them. Meanwhile, her entire world had just been rocked as if by an earthquake. She supposed if she was as beautiful as he was, she too would be self-assured. But Violet knew she was plain, her sole redemption in her long black hair. She took a deep breath, hesitating to answer him, because she was not certain if she had regained the capacity for speech, and also because taunting him was as great of a temptation as kissing him.
"Agreeable," she said at last, "but I must insist upon not repeating such folly."
"Agreeable," he repeated, his eyes glinting, "and a folly."
She feared she had thrown the gauntlet once more. "I have a betrothed," she reminded him, as much as she reminded herself.
"Flower pot."
His tone was grim. "Charles!" Her attempt to keep her tone stern was no doubt belied by her breathlessness, but it couldn't be helped. "His name is Charles, and she must not forget him. She must keep him first in her heart and mind from this moment forward. Above all, she must not allow herself to look at Strathmore's finely shaped lips or imagine what his broad chest looked like beneath his shirt-sleeves. She swallowed. "Impossible," said the voice inside her she had taken to calling Wicked Violet. Wicked Violet yearned for all sorts of impossible, very bad things. Wicked Violet must be ignored at all costs.
"I prefer flower pot to Charles."
The Duke cocked his head, considering.
"Speaking of which, how do you think this paragon would feel if he knew I have kissed you twice, and you have been within my chamber on no less than 2 occasions? And further, that I am also the recipient of his seed-pouch. Forgive me, Lady Violet, but you do not kiss as if you have a betrothed."
She flushed, guilt skewering her anew. Of course, it was not any condemnation she hadn't already heaped upon herself, but the reminder was no less jarring. She had never before been faithless with other suitors, or with Charles. What was it about the Duke of Strathmore that rendered her so? "Look at his mouth," cajoled Wicked Violet. She would not. She would not. She did, and heat unfurled in her belly, and it was wrong and traitorous and unwanted, but it would not go away. Nor could she remove her gaze from Strathmore's lips, now she had settled it there once more.
"Lady Violet."
Those lips tilted upward into a smirk. He was amused by her flustered state, the cad. "The kissing was a mistake, and it shall not be repeated," she forced herself to say, frowning at him. "And you may return the seed pouch to me if it pleases you."
"It does not please me. I am keeping it. I find myself rather fond of the thing." She could not be certain if he wanted to keep the seed pouch to vex her, or if he truly meant to use it for some purpose.
"Keep it, then. I shall make Charles another."
"And will you tell him you are aiding me in the quest to clear all suspicion from my name?" He raised a brow.
"I will be honest with him. If he asks, I shall answer."
"And if he does not, you shall remain silent," Strathmore guessed correctly.
Drat him. "What I choose to tell my betrothed is none of your concern."
She moved away from him, trying to escape his masculine scent and the disturbing way his nearness affected her.
"Now that we have established those particular boundaries, it is time we discuss the reason I am here."
"Ah, yes, the evidence of my treasonous villainy." Bitterness laced his voice, and she suspected he made no effort to hide it.
"You do not seem like a traitor to me," she observed. "What evidence has my brother found against you?"
Lucian had been deliberately vague about the reason for the Duke of Strathmore's sudden residence at Lark House. He had merely said Strathmore was under investigation for treasonous behaviour, that armed guards would be posted at all doors in an abundance of caution, and that Violet was to have no interaction with the Duke. "I am surprised Arden has not shouted it from the rooftops, so all London can hear," drawled Strathmore. "He discovered correspondence, purportedly between myself and John Marney in my study. This unearthing occurred after my home had been broken into by an intruder. If I had caught the swine myself, I would have killed him, and I would not find myself in my current predicament." John Marney had been a dangerous Fenian ringleader who had recently met his end. According to the Times, he had been in possession of all manner of trappings for disguising himself, a number of armaments, and descriptions of plots to lay bombs all over London. The mere mentioning of the man's name was enough to instill fear and anxiety in the hearts of anyone. If Strathmore had indeed colluded with such an evil man, it would be damning. But Violet found herself inclined to believe in Strathmore's innocence, and not just because of her undeniable attraction to him, but because there was something about him that seemed genuine. She was drawn to him, and she could not deny it, regardless of how much she wanted to. He possessed wit and wisdom and charm. Smug charm, it was true, but charm nonetheless.
"Does Lucian know someone was in your home?"
Violet asked, her mind quickly spinning the facts he had presented. She was relieved for some distraction, for one thing, but she was also genuinely intrigued by the mystery before her.
"The opportunity to spend more time gazing upon Strathmore's mouth does not hurt,"
wicked Violet reminded her. "Of course he does. I told him as much the moment he turned up the forged documents. But he does not believe me. He thinks I ransacked my study myself just before his men arrived." Strathmore had wandered nearer to her now, for his scent had once more invaded her senses. He emanated raw, virile heat, and she felt that too, permeating the shield of indifference she had attempted to wrap herself in. Who was she fooling? The shield would not function. No woman could be indifferent to the Duke of Strathmore. She forced herself to consider what he had revealed to her.
"He supposes you have an accomplice, then, within the League? A man who was able to warn you of the imminent arrival of my brother's men?"
The Duke nodded. "Either an accomplice or a friend." Violet did not follow Lucian's logic and reasoning.
"But if you had time to tear apart your study, would you not have also had time to destroy the damning evidence instead? And would that not have been more efficient?"
"I suggested as much as well." Strathmore raked his fingers through his dark hair, leaving the strands ruffled. "I may have been unable to hold my tongue, and I may have also said some regrettable things to Arden. Suffice it to say, my words were not well received, and given the evidence against me, here I stand.
Regrettable things? Her interest was piqued. Such as?
His lips thinned. They are not fit for the ears of a lady. She blinked.
That only makes me wish to know more. Now you simply must tell me.
He sighed. I may have called him a Judas, who would undermine the ranks of an indomitable organization by refusing to listen to reason. I also may have mentioned his coveting of the League from our former leader Carlyle was akin to cuckolding, and that the only reason for his ludicrous suspicions of his own men was his small— Here he allowed his words to trail off, apparently thinking better of completing them. She loved Lucian, and she knew her loyalties ought to lay firmly with him, but she also knew how overbearing and stubborn her brother could be. In the end, her curious nature got the better of her. Violet could not help but to wonder what he had been about to say.
Small mind,
she guessed. Something like that, he grumbled, passing a hand over his face. He appeared weary in that moment, and far more vulnerable than she had seen him yet. Though he had only been in residence at Lark House for less than a week, and she had known him for a handful of days, Violet fancied she could read him. He had a rakish air, and an undeniable wickedness, but there was more to him than he allowed her to see, and she knew it. And there was something about the Duke of Strathmore, something undefinable and inexplicable. It was not just that he was the most handsome man she had ever seen. It was more, far more.
You believe my brother suspects you because he does not like you, she said, rather than allowing her mind to further probe the way she felt about the Duke. It was complicated and unnecessary, and thoroughly unwanted.
A combination, he answered frankly. I believe he suspects me because there is no love lost between us, and also because someone is doing his damnedest to make it appear as if I am guilty. It occurred to her, for the first time, she was the sister of the man who had imprisoned him, and that he was openly divulging his suspicions to her. She would never share what he had revealed to her to Lucian, regardless of how close she was to her brother. In his suspicion of Strathmore, Violet could not help but to feel Lucian was wrong, and she knew better than anyone just how unforgiving and persistent her brother could be.
You can trust me, she told Strathmore. I will not share anything you have told me with my brother.
Naturally not, or I will be compelled to tell him about your repeated visits to my bedchamber and the kisses we have shared. Once more, his tone was brutally honest. She winced, for he did not need to counterbalance her with the threat of such a revelation, but at least they had established clear boundaries, and she knew where she stood. Or she thought she did.
Very well. That is perfectly fair. You may rest assured of my silence, and I can rest assured of yours as well. Have you any inkling at all as to who may be attempting to lay the blame at your door?
He nodded toward the writing desk, where he had been sitting when she entered. I am drafting a list.
Excellent. Finish your list, and we shall go over it together when next we meet.
Already she had lingered in his chamber for far too long, and she could not afford to risk being caught by remaining. Her brother would be furious with her, and Aunt Hortense. She shuddered to think of the repercussions should that august lady discover her treachery. He nodded. I want to be freed of this God-forsaken burden more than you know, my lady, and I want my name to be cleared of any and all wrongdoing. I don't give a goddamn what your brother thinks of me, but I do care that the world does not believe me a traitor. I did not devote half my bloody life to the protection of England and her citizenry, to be cast into jail because your brother is too quarrelsome and arrogant to see what is plainly before his nose. The Duke's words vibrated with a deep, passionate wealth of emotion, and she believed him. She believed in his innocence. She wanted to help him, and she vowed to herself then and there that she would.
Because you want to kiss him,
chortled wicked Violet. No, because she believed in fairness.
because she believed in what was right, and because she knew all too well that her brother found forgiveness the most impossible act to master of all. He had never forgiven their mother for leaving them, and he did not seem inclined to extend an olive branch to anyone else either. Lucian may have done Strathmore wrong, and she felt the burden of righting that wrong upon her shoulders now. "I understand you completely, Strathmore. Between the two of us, I feel quite confident we shall be able to isolate the culprit and remove any blemishes shadowing your name."
"I wish I had your confidence, my lady,"
he said grimly. She met his gaze. "I know my brother better than you do. Better than anyone does. That ought to give you all the confidence you need." He inclined his head.
"You should run before your brother descends upon my chamber and demands I wed you. After all, you have Flower Pot to consider."
Charles! How horrible of her to once more think of him only as an afterthought. A reminder, accompanied by guilt and a pang of regret. Regret that she did not keep him foremost in her thoughts where he belonged. Guilt that she wanted the man before her more than she had ever desired her own betrothed. She curtsied, forcing an air of formality into the moment. Perhaps if she ignored what had happened earlier, she could forget all about it. "I bid you good evening, Your Grace." He bowed, equally formal and elegant, but his expression was all wicked when his gaze met hers.
"Until our next kiss, Lady Violet."
The air left her lungs, and she wished it was from outrage rather than anticipation, but she would not lie to herself. Nor could she ignore the answering spark his words sent to her core, turning into a pulsing, molten heat that rippled outward, a heaviness between her legs, an ache of need. "There will not be another," she snapped, before grabbing fistfuls of her skirts and making her retreat.
"Do not fool yourself,"
he called after her, laughter in that sinner's voice.
"There will be many, many more. It is inevitable."
Violet very much feared a clash with the Dowager Countess of Almsley, Charles's beloved mother, and Violet's chief nemesis in life, was inevitable. An uncomfortable silence had descended upon the dreary drawing-room of Peyton House, her betrothed Belgravia townhome. Violet was seated with Aunt Hortense and Charles flanking her on each side, Lady Almsley opposite them all. The seating arrangement was rather symbolic of the relationship Violet shared with her future mother-in-law. She opposed Violet with the cutting calculation of a general facing an enemy army in battle. His mother was the reason, Violet was certain, why he had never settled down and married prior to courting her. If one did not know better, one would suppose Lady Almsley did not wish for her son to take a wife, because she wanted to assume the role herself. It was an unkind thought, and Violet knew it, but she could not banish it from her mind as she faced Charles's mother now. The woman's disapproval was as deafening as it was obvious, as she sipped her tea and settled her cup back within its saucer. "It was good of you to pay us a call," Lady Almsley said, without a hint of sincerity. Her tone, like her expression, was an undisguised composite of grim and sour. She looked at once as if she had sampled a spoiled dish at her greatest friend's funeral. "We thank you for your kind hospitality," Aunt Hortense answered with ease. "Do we not, Lady Violet?" A curmudgeon though she may be, Aunt Hortense was a social warrior of decades, adroit at managing complex situations like a guerrilla soldier. She possessed not only grace and poise, but scorching condemnation and a generous helping of patience, all of which were required if one wished to spend more than 5 minutes in the presence of Lady Almsley, which, Violet was reasonably certain, no one save Charles ever truly wanted to do. She blinked, summoning up a smile she did not feel. "Yes, of course. You are always so good to me, and I am grateful indeed to have found a betrothed with a mother who embraces me as another daughter." "Lies," said wicked Violet with glee. "She is a harridan, and you know it." Lady Almsley's jaw clenched, her expression shifting from displeasure to discomfort. "Indeed," she murmured, before losing herself in the convenience of another sip of her tea. Though Violet and Charles had been engaged for nearly 6 months already, his mother had not warmed to her, as she had hoped she might. Instead, her ladyship made every effort to sabotage their budding relationship. She had expressed her opinion on numerous occasions that Violet was too old at 24 to make Charles a good wife. Lady Almsley feared Violet was past her prime childbearing years. She also frowned upon Violet's grandmother, who had hailed from Spain, often remarking upon Violet's dark hair and unseemly complexion. And in general, she also frowned upon most things Violet said and did, both those within her power to change and those not, as though her ladyship had been ordained by the Lord himself to judge Violet and find her woefully lacking. That had been before Violet had ever kissed the Duke of Strathmore, before she had been within his bedchamber, alone with him, tempted to throw all caution to the wind and allow him to have his wicked way with her. How wrong of her it had been to commit such stunning sins, even if they had seemed worth every second during the commission of them. If Lady Almsley should ever learn Violet's trespasses, the woman's wrath would be of biblical proportions. Indeed, if she had half an inkling of the bent of Violet's thoughts now, Charles's mother would expel her from Peyton House without a moment's hesitation. The plain truth of it was, when she married Charles, Violet would also be marrying his mother, for her ladyship had insinuated herself into every part of his life, as creeping and clinging as ivy vines, and every bit as suffocating, without any of the lovely effect. Violet could not help but feel the stinging censure of Lady Almsley's stern regard with the precision of a knife's blade. She averted her gaze, lowering it to the tepid tea in her cup, for fear if she met her ladyship's icy stare, her guilt would shine through.
"She would throw her tea in your face if she knew you were kissing the Duke of Strathmore only yesterday,"
wicked Violet reminded her. Yes, it had been just yesterday that miraculous mouth had been upon hers, and yet it may have been a lifetime ago for all the differences between the scene in which she found herself now and the evening before, closeted in the privacy of Strathmore's chamber. A sharp yearning to return there struck her, and she banished it as unworthy and impossible. Here was her future, with the man seated at her side. Strathmore was a cause at best, and a means to entertain herself at worst. He was not the man she would share her life with. He would never be her husband.
"More's the pity,"
whispered wicked Violet. Drat her feeble, wandering mind. His mouth was lovely, and he kissed like an angel and a devil combined, but that was mere physical gratification. Charles loved her. Love trumped all else, and she needed to remind herself of what was most important. She needed to arm herself, to use her reason like a shield. She could not, nay, she would not, kiss Strathmore again. It was wrong. Additional silence ensued, interrupted only by the gentle clink of Sèvres porcelain in saucers and the ominous ticking of a mantel clock. Time passed in stilted silence. Aunt Hortense made a rumble that sounded as if it were either a choke or a snore. A quick glance in her direction, however, confirmed she was still awake and appeared hale and hearty as ever. Charles cleared his throat. "Perhaps I might show you my Dendrobium ocreatum, Lady Violet." Finally, a reprieve from his dragon mother's censure.
"That would be lovely,"
Violet said hastily, eager to be free of the smothering air of the drawing-room, even if she had no earthly notion what a Dendrobi nonsense ocrea whatever was. "Alone in the conservatory?" Lady Almsley demanded, her tone steeped in disapproval. possessing the stern lash of a whip. "I cannot think it wise, my lord." Of course she did not think it wise. Violet compressed her lips as she forced herself to hold her tongue. How she would ever survive with this managing, controlling woman interfering in her life with Charles, she could not say, other than that the future seemed bleaker with each passing moment. It loomed with all the joy of a prison sentence. There was Charles, she reminded herself, and he was a good man. Handsome, intelligent, calm and poised, well-titled. Family fortune still relatively intact, though the previous Earl had been a wastrel and a spendthrift before his untimely death, when Charles had been but a lad. Charles was pragmatic, cautious. He showed no indication of excess or cruelty. His teeth were good.
"Dear heavens, is this what you have been reduced to?"
asked wicked Violet. Yes, it was.
"The conservatory is within our sight, is it not, Lady Almsley?"
asked Aunt Hortense smoothly just then. Bless her heart.
"I cannot find fault in a couple about to be married walking about amongst plants. Can you?"
Of course she could. Charles's mother found fault in everything related to Violet, even an ill-timed blink of her eyes. It had happened once. Violet had managed to get a stray lash in her eye, and Lady Almsley had found a front in her excessive blinking. As Charles had explained to her afterward, his mother had believed Violet was insinuating they did not employ enough domestics to keep up with the dusting. "We will be gone but a few minutes, mother," Charles told his mother now in a calm tone calculated to sway her. Lady Almsley cast her aggrieved expression in Violet's direction before Violet could avert her gaze once more. The elder woman's lip curled. "Very well. A few minutes, no more, and do not go beyond our sight." "We would never dream of conducting ourselves in any fashion other than that most becoming to a gentleman and a lady," Charles said seriously. "We shall be back in a quarter-hour's time, just long enough for us to take an informed turn about the hothouse." Charles had redesigned a portion of the townhome to accommodate a small conservatory, connected to the drawing-room by a wall of glass, so he could enjoy his plants whilst entertaining. Yes, he was eccentric, a bit odd, far too enamoured of his mother. But for all that, he was a good man, fine and decent. A lady could suffer far worse, it was certain. Not precisely a glowing advertisement for the Earl as a future husband, she realised grimly, rising on cue when he did and joining him. She accepted his outstretched arm, aware his mother's glare bored holes into her back the entire time. It was not until he had swept her into the sun-drenched confines of his conservatory, filled with his projects and specimens and plants in varying stages of growing and blooming and budding, that she felt comfortable. Here was Charles as she knew him and liked him best, at ease amongst his plants. She waited for the calm blanket of familiarity to envelop her, to warm her, to soothe over any frayed or jagged nerves. He was the same Charles, and she should be grateful for their respite from his harridan mother, relieved to have some time alone with him, and yet all she could do was compare him to another, to Strathmore. There was no comparison, not truly, and the realization filled her with guilt and dread in twin measures. No one had ever moved her the way the Duke did, and though Charles had been the most appealing of all her suitors, and she had convinced herself she could find contentment with him, now she was no longer certain. The winds of life could shift and change too easily, so suddenly. One day she had been convinced marrying Charles was her fate. Even if it was not what fulfilled her, it would have been safe. And the next day she could not fathom binding herself to such a life. To his mother. To forever be answering to another. To be judged and found lacking. To be looked down upon and ordered about. It was not the life she wanted. and if she could not find a means of keeping Lady Armsley in check, Violet was beginning to fear for future happiness more by the moment.
"I am dreadfully sorry for Mother's mood today,"
Charles apologised softly, as if sensing the bent of her thoughts.
"I do hope you did not find offence. She loves you as a daughter already, as I am certain you know."
Charles was a good man, the sort who believed the best of everyone around him, even when he shouldn't, especially when he shouldn't. Violet herself was an excellent example of that. She frowned, her grasp on his crooked elbow tightening. "I do not think she loves me as a daughter. Indeed, I do not think she loves me at all."
"Nonsense,"
he said, leading her to a grouping of orchids in various stages of growth. Some were dormant, others blossoming with vibrant beauty, faces outstretched to absorb the heat of the sun. The conservatory was warm, and it smelled of dampness and soil, and ever so faintly of the dung he used upon his plants. She tried to imagine herself spending time within its glassed confines with him, and failed. Plants did not interest her, and they never had. In truth, she was not certain what, if anything, did. Lucian was so protective of her, because of what had happened with Mamma, that she had not had the opportunity to experience anything of life beyond the walls of Lark House and his country seat since she had been a child. They stopped before an orchid that looked sickly. Its leaves drooped. She turned to him, searching his familiar, handsome face and soft brown eyes. "She does not like me, Charles."
"She is overjoyed we will be wedded in 2 months' time."
He took her hands in his, giving them a gentle squeeze of affection.
"I know she can be trying at times, but her intentions are good. She loves me and wants to see me happy. When we are wed, and she sees how very happy you make me, all her reservations shall fall away. I am certain of it."
Oh, how she wished she could borrow his certitude. But all Violet felt was alarm. 2 months. They would be married in 2 months. Her freedom was dwindling. Her chance to escape fled her more and more by the day. It was awful of her, and she knew it. Accompanying that dread came guilt, vicious and raw. Charles was so earnest, his face unfettered and honest. He believed she could make him happy, when Violet very much feared she could never find contentedness as his wife. It had been a fear before she had kissed the Duke of Strathmore, but now that extant fear was a painful, open maw, enormous and threatening. She liked Charles. He was comfortable and familiar and kind. She knew what to expect of him. He never quarrelled with her, and he cared for her. He would make an excellent husband for the right woman. Violet feared she was not that woman. The problem was, she did not love Charles, and she most certainly did not love his mother.
"You do not seem yourself today, my darling," he said,
interrupting her wildly vacillating thoughts with his gentle voice, so calming, so soothing. She scoured his face, stared into his eyes, looked at his mouth, and wished she could summon even a speck of what Strathmore sparked within her. "Would you kiss me now, Charles?" she asked suddenly. He blinked at her, owlish.
"Now? Here? We are within view of Mother and Lady Beaufort."
She had a suspicion that if she had posed the same question to the Duke of Strathmore, his glorious mouth would have been upon hers in the next breath. But Charles was not an impulsive man, nor was he a particularly passionate one, unless it came to his plants. "All the more reason for you to be kissing Strathmore instead," taunted wicked Violet. "Is there not a place we can be where their range of sight is obstructed?" she asked Charles, trying her best to keep the frustration from her voice.
Perhaps. That is to say, we shall find it."
His stammered response did not inspire her with hope. He looked about, then led her to a far corner of the conservatory, safely obscured by a barrier of vined plants and small shrubs. He stopped them in a place that sent a shaft of sunlight straight into her eyes. She blinked, momentarily blinded, and shifted so the sun hit a plant beyond her instead. "There, take that, wicked Violet." Her brief triumph aside, the silence that fell between them was awkward, stilted. There was none of the pent-up anticipation and desire that filled her whenever she had been alone with the Duke. Instead, she waited, wondering if Charles would take advantage of the opportunity for a kiss, or if he would instead start waxing on about his plants. "Are we out of sight?" she asked softly, gazing into his eyes and attempting to lose her concerns and fears. Charles loved her, she reminded herself. She would put her inconvenient attraction to Strathmore aside. She would not think of his full lips, or the way they felt, owning hers. She would not think of his tongue in her mouth, or the rigid press of his maleness against her. Nor would she contemplate his masculine beauty. No. She would think only of Charles, of his... Oh dear. His mouth was upon hers now, in lieu of his response. But it was hard. Too hard. It was an aggressive mashing of his mouth on hers, closed-lipped and dry. There was precious little finesse in that kiss. Violet stood still, partially from shock and partially from disappointment. His hand came between them, finding her breast, delivering a gentle squeeze. Mere days before, another man's hand, Strathmore's, had been upon her breast. But when the Duke had touched her, even though it had been unintentional, her flesh had come to life. When Charles touched her there, she felt a curious nothing. Not one single thing. She stepped back so suddenly, her skirts connected with a series of shelves at her back. She realized her mistake, but not before it was too late to correct herself. Pots crashed to the tiled floor, smashing. All around them, black earth spilled forth. Bulbs split. Buds broke. Leaves wilted and lay limp and sad in the aftermath of her attempt at gaining a simple kiss from her betrothed. The shattered remnants of his terracotta pots and his projects littered the floor, and Violet could not help but think it a foreshadowing of what was to come between them. The mess and carnage certainly seemed an ominous portent of their future. "You are not meant to be," warned wicked Violet. "I am so very sorry," she apologized to Charles, at last finding her voice and ignoring the part of her that longed to be reckless. "The fault is all mine," he said in stilted tones that suggested he meant anything but, bending low to attempt to rescue what he could from the shards and dirt. "Have I ruined anything?" She looked down at the soil and broken bulbs and leaves scattered about, a fresh wave of reproach hitting her. "It was my newest orchids, I am afraid. The bulbs I recently imported at a rather dear expense." His head was bent as he scraped the soil and plant fragments into his hand. Of course she would have decimated his latest acquisitions. Violet frowned before sinking down to aid him in his attempt at recovering bulbs and roots and shoots. Soil was everywhere. So too the shards of his pots, one of which scored the sensitive flesh of her fingers. It left a jagged cut, blood rising to the surface and trickling down her palm to her wrist. "Oh, good heavens!" She held her finger to her lips, sucking on the painful pad as if she could excise all discomfort. "I have cut myself." "Damnation!" Charles rumbled, cradling 2 glossy orchid leaves in his hands with as much ginger care as he would devote to the body of a loved one. "It is quite ruined, I fear." It was not lost upon her that he was more concerned with the state of his fractured plants than the state of her cut. which was bleeding rather profusely by this time. Irritated with him, she grasped her finger in a tight grip, stemming the flow of blood. "Have you a bandage, my lord?" she asked tightly. He glanced at her for the first time since she had upended his pots. His expression was open, startled. "Have you injured yourself, my dear?" He had not even noticed she had cut herself.
"How telling is it that he thinks more of his plants than he does of you?"
asked wicked Violet. And for the first time, she was beginning to think wicked Violet was not entirely wrong. Perhaps she would embrace wicked Violet from this point hence, and no longer have any tolerance for the nonsense others continued to attempt to visit upon her.
"I am bleeding,"
she announced, rather irritated with him. Perhaps she had no right to be so aggrieved after she had kissed another man on 2 separate occasions, but she could not help but to be disappointed by his reaction to her injury. Charles was plainly more concerned with the state of his orchids than he was with her well-being, and his kiss had been disappointing, bland, forgettable. "Perhaps we ought to return to Mother and Lady Beaufort," he suggested. "My orchids are not in their best state. They have been dampening off, some of them suffering from a green fungus, which I cannot yet contemplate how to combat. Given a few weeks, when we wed, perhaps, I will be capable of showing you my plants. This evening, however, seems as if it would be best devoted to other tasks."
"But your plants,"
she protested, still feeling guilty. "They will be cleaned up and restored," he promised easily, rising to his full height once more and offering her his hand. "Come now, my dear." She accepted his hand, and she went. For what other choice did she have? Chapter 5. They were on their way back to Lark House, carriage swaying in familiar lumbering gait, when something odd happened. An explosion, to be precise. It began in the front right corner of the conveyance, and it exited in the rear left. Clean, abrupt. So quick and unexpected. For a moment, Violet was not even certain it was real, until she noted the sunbeam pouring through the ragged hole in the upper corner of the carriage. She stared for a moment more, her mind attempting to comprehend. Had it been a stone thrown aloft from another carriage? But how could a stone inflict so much damage? The force and trajectory of the object seemed suspect. Confusion and something darker swirled. Suspicion. But no, it could not be. Could it?
"Good God! Someone has taken a shot at us!" exclaimed Aunt Hortense.
Surely her aunt was being melodramatic, jumping to ridiculous conclusions, issuing statements without any fact to back her claims. Violet was certain of it. The carriage swayed wildly, almost as if the horses drawing it had spooked. The agitated voice of their driver could be heard, muffled by the walls of the carriage and the din of London's late afternoon traffic. She stared again at the holes pierced in the roof of the carriage, giving her a tiny portal to the foggy sky, yellow and grey today, thick and mysterious, cloaking everything in a cloying layer of gloom. Suddenly, the carriage sustained another attack. This time, the missile was aimed lower, hurtling through the wall of the carriage, and then the empty air separating her from Aunt Hortense before exiting through the rear. And it was in that moment that reality, stark and grim and frightening, set in. It had not been a rock, nor had Aunt Hortense been suffering from a fit of the vapours. Someone had shot at their conveyance, twice, close enough that the bullets had pierced the cab, entering one wall and exiting the next. Dear sweet heavens!
"Get down and shield yourself,"
she ordered her aunt, shock and fear mingling within her. Aunt Hortense sank to the floor of the carriage with great difficulty, thanks to her arthritis, scarcely managing to fold her knees. Issuing a heavy groan, she settled herself, arms raised over her head. Violet wanted her aunt safe, but all too soon a fresh emotion charged through her, barrelling like a locomotive. Rage, indignation. Someone had shot at them, and not just once, but twice, whilst in the midst of London's best neighbourhoods. It was not as if they were traversing the stews or the docks, or, for heaven's sake, a battlefield. Violet's heart beat frantically. A marked change of pace after the dullness of the afternoon spent with Lady Almsley and Charles. How dare they? The carriage rocked and swayed as the driver ordered the horses into a faster pace. It had to be the Fenians, shooting at a carriage marked with a coat of arms of the Duke of Arden. She swallowed hard, going to the window of the carriage and drawing back the curtains to peer into the wilderness of the London streets. All she saw was the standard men and women going about their day, carriages lumbering past, nothing to suggest outright warfare was being committed in Mayfair of all places. "For God's sake, get away from the window," ordered Aunt Hortense. "If they see you, they shall shoot you." Violet wanted to dare them to, whoever they were. The shadowy, faceless menace had first filled her with fear, but that fear was budding and blossoming into something else altogether. How she wished she was armed herself. If she had a pistol, and if she possessed decent aim, she could defend them. How awful it was to be helpless. No remedy save lying down on the floor of the carriage and praying a bullet would not strike her. Her hand still smarted from the cut she had received in Charles's conservatory, and now this. She vowed, then and there, that she had endured enough. She had tolerated Lady Almsley and her thinly veiled insults and barbed comments. She had allowed herself to become betrothed to a man who prized his orchids more highly than his future countess. And now she had been shot at in broad daylight by someone who either wanted her to experience fear or someone who wanted to kill or injure her. To the devil with that person! And to the devil with Lady Almsley and even Charles, if he did not realise she would need to take precedence over his mother. And if he thought more of his bloody orchids than he thought of her. If she did not come first, how could she ever shackle herself to him forever? She was becoming a new Violet, and the new Violet did not want to tolerate nonsense. She did not have to tolerate nonsense. Why had she ever done so before? It seemed so logical and clear that she need not. "Violet!" huffed Aunt Hortense. They were nearing Lark House now. The houses and street were as familiar as the lines crossing her palms. "We are almost home, Aunt." "You do not think one of those jackanapes can shoot you at your home just as well as 2 streets away?" demanded Aunt Hortense. "Get away from the window at once." Aunt Hortense rather had a point, but at the moment Violet was feeling too rebellious to comply. "Let him shoot an innocent woman. I dare him." She cast a grim eye about the street, searching for any sign of a man with a gun, or even a man who appeared suspicious. And that was when she saw him. A short, slight youth with light hair peeping from beneath a hat, jogging away. It had to be the shooter. Her first instinct, and her every suspicion, told her the man could only be one and the same. She rapped on the window of the carriage with so much force her knuckles smarted. But the man was beyond hearing her, and even if he had, he would not stop. "It is the Fenians," she said, as much to Aunt Hortense as to herself. Of course it was, for there would be no other reason for shots to be fired at a carriage bearing the crest of the Duke of Arden. Now that Lucien's involvement in the shadowy Home Office agency had been revealed, there would undoubtedly be a great unleashing of similar attacks. Attacks that would be worse. Attacks that would be even more dangerous. She could not help but to suspect that if whoever had been watching them had been daring enough to take not one shot but two, and perhaps even follow them as well, he would also have been observing from the moment she and Aunt Hortense had left Charles's home. They could have been shot so easily. The notion made the breath flee from her lungs. She sat at last, her knees giving out. It was the first time she had ever been confronted with the notion of her own mortality. She was relatively young. 24 was not yet ancient, and though she and Lucian had lost their parents in their youths, she had foolishly never imagined something ill could befall her. Being confronted with the fragility of life was shocking, and it seemed, somehow, to underscore the necessity of re-evaluating the future she had imagined for herself with Charles. The carriage rocked to a halt. "We are home now," she announced to Aunt Hortense. "Oh, dear!" Aunt Hortense stared up at her, decidedly unlike her ordinary dragon self. "I am not certain I will be able to regain my feet." The august woman's bearing had been growing stiffer of late, and Violet had noticed. "I shall help you. But you truly ought to be using the ointment Sally made on your joints. Are you using it?" Sally was Violet's lady's maid, but she was also well versed in the arts of healing. Her salves, creams, and teas never failed to work wonders. Aunt Hortense, however, had been rather mulish in her refusal to accept the aid. "I do not need it," Aunt Hortense said grimly. "Yes," Violet countered, brows raised meaningfully. "You do." "My knees are—" "Nonsense," Violet interrupted sternly, holding out her hands for Aunt Hortense to grasp, bracing herself to better enable the aid which would be required. "On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. On a weary-sounding groan, Aunt Hortense was righted once more. If only every ill and injustice could be righted with a firm hold of 2 hands and a caring heart. Violet heaved a sigh, supposing it was too much to ask for. Abruptly, the carriage door was torn open. Sunlight and the sounds of the outdoors assaulting the interior of the cabin. "My ladies, are you injured?" their driver demanded, his expression stricken as he took in Violet assisting Aunt Hortense with rising and seating herself properly once more. "We are both well," she reassured the man, "but I shall need an audience with my brother, his Grace, forthwith." Gulping, the coachman bowed. "Of course, my lady. Anything you wish." What she truly wished was that the Fenians had not chosen herself and her family as targets in their vicious vendetta. But there was nothing she could do to change that now. The battle lines had been formed. Griffin sat opposite the Duke of Arden, and alongside his aide-de-camp, Robert Swift, in Arden's study. The scene was familiar to him, little different from the many occasions in his past upon which he had found himself seated opposite a friend. But those occasions were markedly different from this particular circumstance. For one, they often shared port, brandy, whiskey, or some other spirits. For another, the mood had been awash with camaraderie and respect, rather than animosity, suspicion, and mutual enmity. And he had never before stared down a man intent upon his utter ruination. There was no other means of describing the viciousness in the Duke of Arden's expression when he gazed upon Griffin now. It was hatred, vengeance, and murderous intent at once. He truly believed Griffin guilty. "Swift said you wished to see me," Arden said into the seething silence, his voice dripping with ice. Arden had been avoiding him, and Griffin knew it. His days, aside from his brief interludes with Lady Violet, were a monotonous stampede of isolation and frustration. He had no answers, and he remained cloistered within his chamber, beset by a barrage of anxieties and suspicions. He had finally sought out Swift, deciding enough was enough. To hell with his jailer's indirect manner and his subtleties. Griffin was a man of action, and he always had been. He dealt in truths, even the truths he despised.
"You're damned right I did! You cannot hold me here indefinitely,"
he bit out angrily, flouting every word of caution he had inwardly delivered to himself prior to this meeting. Arden, smug bastard that he was, merely shrugged. He held all the power, and he knew it.
"You and I both know I am fully within my rights to keep you here for as long as I please. You can consider yourself fortunate you have yet to be tossed into prison after the evidence I discovered against you." "That evidence was planted," he bit out.
"By you?" Arden considered him, unmoved.
"By the traitor!"
Griffin slammed his fist down on the polished surface of the Duke's desk, unable to help himself.
"I discovered the evidence myself, Strathmore,"
Swift interjected mildly. Yes, he had, hadn't he? Griffin studied the younger man. He had been trailing after the Duke of Arden like an obedient little puppy for the last year or so. Griffin knew little about the fellow's background, aside from the fact that his father was a policeman and his mother the daughter of a vicar. Though he and Swift had been on pleasant enough terms, perhaps Swift would be an excellent addition to his list.
"There is no man I trust more than Swift," Arden said. "I would trust him with my life. You, on the other hand, Strathmore, I would not trust beyond my sight. Hell, I do not even trust you within my sight."
Griffin wondered how the arsehole would react if he knew what had been happening beyond his sight. With his sister. Grim satisfaction unfurled within him. He did not know when the mutual enmity between himself and Arden had precisely begun, but time had not dulled its flame.
"I may be many things, but untrustworthy is not one of them," he defended himself. "I have been a loyal member of the League for over a decade." "You have undeniably been a member," Arden allowed coolly, "but as recent circumstances have proven, your loyalty is a question rather than a certainty." The urge to plant Arden a facer was strong. He gripped the arms of his chair to keep himself contained. "My record is impeccable. I have reviewed your history with the League," Swift said, "and I am afraid I must disagree with that assertion. When you were held in Paris during the war, for instance, there was a woman with whom you involved yourself, a Madame Martin, who was a suspected spy."
Angelique. Remembrance hit him, along with an old, familiar wave of bitterness. It was not as sharp as it had once been, more the sting of a bee than the cut of a blade. But it remained, nevertheless, a part of himself and his past he could not deny. He had been young and green, on his first assignment for the League as an agent within France, when he had fallen under the spell of the beautiful older widow. If indeed she had even been a widow, and if her name had indeed been Angelique at all. He would never know the truth, and a veritable lifetime had passed since he had seen her last. But hearing her name aloud now, all these years later, jarred him.
"Madame Martin betrayed me,"
he said calmly, striving to scrub all inflection from his voice.
"She was never privy to any information concerning the League. Need I remind you I was held captive during the siege of Paris?"
His captivity was a dark time in his life, and though it, like Madame Martin, was a relic of the past, it nevertheless had the power to haunt him. The mere mentioning of his imprisonment, benign enough in casual dialogue, was enough to make his gut clench and his muscles tighten. The scars on his body were a visual reminder, but he had grown accustomed to their presence with time, and the sight of them did not make him sick as they once had. Even so, he had never allowed another to see them, not even his valet, nor any of his lovers.
"Did not your captivity also result in great danger to fellow League members who were then tasked with your rescue?" Arden asked. "Yes, it did," he ground out, his frustration returning, taking on a new power. "But what the bloody hell does what happened in France 11 years ago have to do with planted evidence against me now?" Arden considered him. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps everything. What the hell was the bastard after? Before he could offer another word, a knock sounded on the study door, followed by the appearance of Arden's butler, whose expression was unusually aggrieved. "There is a matter that requires your immediate attention, Your Grace. It pertains to Lady Violet." The mention of Lady Violet had Griffin on alert. The hackles raised on the back of his neck, but with great effort he reminded himself he must not allow his interest to show. Not yet. And so he kept himself as composed as he was able, even as concern flooded him. Arden stood, his face going instantly pale. "What the devil is it, Bunton? Is something wrong with her? Has she taken ill?" "She is well," the butler reassured him. "However, there was an incident involving her carriage." His eyes flitted to Swift and Griffin. "Perhaps you ought to accompany me." Arden nodded. "Swift, please be kind enough to escort Strathmore back to his chamber. I fear I am needed elsewhere." "Of course, sir," answered his puppy immediately. Griffin watched Arden scurry from the chamber. One thing was certain. Heartless, soulless wretch though he may be, the Duke of Arden cared very much for his sister, and Griffin was not above using those feelings and that knowledge against him. It was becoming more apparent by the moment that he would have no other choice. "I want a pistol, and I want to learn to shoot," Violet announced to Lucian. "That is out of the question," he denied, his tone grim. He had just returned from inspecting the damage the bullets had inflicted upon the carriage, and his countenance was pale and harsh. Worry emanated from him. Unusual, since he considered emotion a sign of weakness, and used every opportunity to expunge it from his life. "I need to be prepared to defend myself," she argued, not about to accept his refusal. "I will protect you, damn it!" he growled. Aunt Hortense still looked as if she may swoon at any moment. The incident had ruffled her feathers. "I must agree with Arden that your request is most unladylike. You simply cannot go about London brandishing a weapon, Lady Violet." "Perhaps if I had, no one would have shot at our carriage," she countered. "Or they would have shot you instead of the goddamn carriage," her brother roared. Violet jumped. Aunt Hortense made a startled sound of surprise, her hand fluttering to her heart. "No one can shoot me if I shoot them first," she said, determined to have her way. How could he possibly believe she would be safer unarmed? Was it because she was a female, and he believed her incapable of defending herself? Or was it because his sense of duty would not allow anyone other than himself to be her protector? "There will be no pistols or shooting for you, my lady." His jaw was hard. "What the devil happened to your hand?" The cut from Charles's ruined orchid pot. She had quite forgotten in the mayhem that had unfolded in the carriage. "One of Lord Almsley's flower pots fell in his conservatory during my visit. It is nothing." She refrained from adding the reason for the pot's descent, which had been her betrothed's kiss, both unpleasant and unskilled. Lucian was already upset enough. She had no wish to send him into more of a furor than he already was in. "His kiss is nothing like the Duke of Strathmore's," reminded wicked Violet then, at a most inopportune moment. Her cheeks went hot. Her brother's gaze narrowed upon her, almost as if he had heard wicked Violet's voice aloud. Above all, Lucian must never know she was aiding the Duke in his quest to prove his innocence. He would make good on his threat to send her away to Albemarle, and then she would never again have the chance to assist Strathmore. "Why were you in the conservatory with the Earl?" Lucian demanded, his voice coloured with suspicion now. "We took a turn about.
whilst Aunt Hortense and Lady Almsley enjoyed their tea. He wished to show me a rare orchid. They were well within my range of sight, Arden, Aunt Hortense added, which could not have possibly been true. Thank heavens for the older woman's weakness for Charles. At all times, Violet lied blithely. She may lead a boring, sheltered life, with her overly protective brother dogging her with the persistence of a shadow, but even she knew when deceit was a necessity. Poor Charles would not emerge the victor in a bout of fisticuffs with Lucian. "None the less, I do not like it," her brother announced, as if delivering a royal edict. On this matter, however, she would not bother to argue the point. Kissing Charles again was not an action she wished to take any time soon. Kissing the Duke of Strathmore, on the other hand, that held infinitely more appeal. "Only think of his wonderful lips," urged wicked Violet. And she did, much to her shame. Her cheeks went hotter still. "Are you warm, my lady?" her brother asked sharply, peering at her more closely. She blinked. "I do believe all the excitement has set me at 6s and 7s. I should like to return to my chamber for a nap before dinner." Requesting a nap was her signature means of escaping Lucian, and he invariably fell for the ruse time after time. He nodded. "Very well. But before you go, I would like you and Aunt Hortense to join me for an interview with Swift. We need to ask you some questions concerning the events that unfolded in the carriage." Drat! Of course, this would be the one occasion upon which her brother could not be so easily routed. She did not particularly like the young gentleman Lucian had taken under his wing. There was something about him she had yet to define, an instinct, perhaps, that told her Mr. Swift was not entirely as he seemed. For the last year he had followed her brother's every step, eventually becoming his trusted right hand. Sometimes she suspected Lucian thought of Mr. Swift as the brother he had never had, and she rather resented him for that. She was forever cognizant of her status as a lady. Her brother believed, she was certain, that since she was a female, and their mother had been mad enough to drown herself in the sea, she was more at risk of succumbing to the same fate than he. For her entire life he had cosseted her, but he had never treated her as an equal. "Why must Mr. Swift be present?" she asked, aware her own judgments had flared to life. Another thought occurred to her. If Mr. Swift asked you for a pistol, you would give him one, and gladly. Why will you not consent to one for me?
"Swift already possesses a pistol, and he knows how to shoot it." Lucian frowned at her. "Do cease prattling on about this nonsense, Violet. You will be well protected from this moment forward. That much I swear. I have ordered additional armed guards for Lark House, but you must be prepared to go to the country should the danger here become too great."
You think they will come after us again?
It was a statement rather than a question, for she was no fool.
It is the Fenians, is it not?
Lucian's jaw clenched. "Until I have more information, I cannot say who was behind this, or whether it was a planned attack or an unfortunate, random incident. I have my suspicions, but we will only know after we do some further digging into the matter." His words gave her no comfort.
"We shall stay indoors and at home until we have a better answer," suggested Aunt Hortense, her expression pained, drawn tight with worry. Lovely. More time to crochet. More time to spend with the Duke of Strathmore, chimed in wicked Violet. Yes, there was that. More kisses, too. What an excellent notion, Aunt Hortense, Violet said, prompting her brother to send her another disapproving frown. I need to finish Lucian's scarf. He is most eager to wear it. His scarf? Colour returned to Aunt Hortense's pallid cheeks for the first time since the carriage kerfuffle. It is dreadfully uneven, my dear. Perhaps you ought to take it apart and try from the beginning.
Perhaps the scarf was woefully constructed, as much of her crocheting was, and she supposed she ought to be grateful her sad attempts at constructing a garment for her brother were responsible for extracting Aunt Hortense from her doldrums. Her brother's lips twitched, the wretch. "Now then, come along. It is best to conduct such interviews while the information remains fresh in your minds." It was only as they were en route to her brother's study that an odd thought occurred to her. The man she had seen on the streets, the man she believed to be the shooter, had rather resembled the slight, sandy-haired form of Mr. Swift. Chapter 6. Nearly an hour after she had arrived back at Lark House, Violet found herself at last approaching her bedchamber and the beckoning solitude it contained. The incident in the carriage had shaken her, and she could not deny it. But what had shaken her even more had been Lucien's reaction to the news. It had been subtle, but over the course of the interview she and Aunt Hortense had suffered, she had seen the depth of his concern. Though he had schooled his features into the mask he wore each day, she knew her brother better than anyone else on God's great earth. And the shots that had been taken at the carriage bearing his crest and containing herself and Aunt Hortense frightened him. It was Lucien's fear, along with his announcement there would be additional guards scattered outside and within Lark House, that settled beneath her skin, worrying her, filling her with apprehension. It was the pallor of her brother's skin, the sudden drawing of his mouth into a grim, flat line, the lack of certitude with which he had spoken, invading her mind as she made her way over the threshold of her chamber, closing the door at her back. She sighed within the familiar confines, wall coverings in striped purple and cream damask, lace everywhere. Her initial terror as the bullets had torn through the cab of the carriage returning tenfold. Now she was alone, the silence palpable, and she had no distraction. All she could think of was what had happened. All she could do was wonder when it would happen again. What might occur next time? To worry next time the villains behind it would not miss their mark. Would she be killed? Wounded? Who had shot at her carriage and why? She needed a pistol, and she did not care what Lucien said of it. She would not go forth in this mad world of theirs without the ability to defend herself or Aunt Hortense if necessary. She was a female, yes, but she was not helpless, and she refused to be treated as if she were, as if she could not possibly be taught to shoot a weapon because she was a lady. Why, it was nonsense, ludicrous, old-fashioned thinking, her brother being far too protective as usual. She did not give a fig for the conventions of society. She wanted a pistol, and she wanted to know if she found herself on the floor of a carriage again, she would have the means to— A creak on the floorboard sounded then, just behind her, and the overwhelming sense of another presence, the feeling she was not alone, hit her in the next breath. Panic swirled through her. "Lady Violet," she jolted, and let loose a scream that was swiftly muffled when a large masculine hand clamped over her mouth. She was about to kick and claw and bite when she recognized the musky pine scent and felt lips grazing the shell of her ear. "Hush, my lady. It is Strathmore. And if you insist upon caterwauling, you shall bring all 500 of Arden's guard dogs down upon us." Strathmore. Her fight fled, and she sagged against his strong, lean form, relief rushing through her like a warm current. Of course it was him. She ought to have known from that deliciously deep baritone, from that sinful voice. Her head was upon his chest, one of his arms wrapped around her waist. For a moment, as her madly galloping heart gradually returned to its normal pace, she found herself revelling in being held against him thus,
enveloped by his heat and power. He removed his hand, and she found her voice, recalling belatedly where they were, where she had been earlier that day, and why this was altogether wrong, even if it felt altogether right.
"What are you doing in my chamber, Strathmore?"
she demanded, extricating herself from his grasp, even though she longed to remain where she was, and turning to face him. "I heard about your carriage. The household is abuzz with the news." He frowned at her, his expression severe, his jaw rigid. "I wanted to see for myself that you were indeed uninjured, and given my jailer's decree to remain within my rooms, I decided awaiting you here would be the most efficient method." She took a more detailed inventory of him. He wore shirt-sleeves only, and dark trousers with bare feet. A man's feet ought not to be a thing of beauty, but of course his somehow were. He looked sinfully handsome and dishevelled, and for a moment she could do nothing but drink him in. Had he been worried for her?
"Close the distance between the two of you and kiss him," ordered Wicked Violet.
Wicked Violet was a wanton wretch, and Violet ignored her.
"As you can see, I am perfectly hale and hearty."
She held out her hands, palms up, and spun in a slow circle that set her skirts fanning out about her. When she stopped where she had begun, his expression was just as hard as it had been, menacing almost. She could not imagine anyone meeting this man in battle and not cowering before him. "Tell me about what occurred. Where were you?" His voice was tight, his blue gaze dark and impenetrable, the colour of the sky before a ravaging storm.
"I was returning from a visit to Charles when it happened."
"Charles," she reminded Wicked Violet sternly.
"Your betrothed. The man who loves you. Do you suppose he will ever love you more than his mother and his orchids?"
Wicked Violet asked snidely. Oh dear, this was truly getting out of hand. She could not forever be two people, the Violet who longed for Strathmore, and the Violet who knew she should settle for the life she could build with Charles, a man who already loved her. Even if his kisses did nothing to instill even a speck of longing within her. "You were visiting Flowerpot," the Duke gritted. "How lovely. Tell me, were the two of you counting his orchids and admiring his hothouse lemons? Discussing the rituals of bees? Did he regale you with tales of toiling amidst bulbs and soil?"
"He has oranges, not lemons,"
she corrected before she could stop herself.
"And we were not counting the orchids. He was explaining the recent troubles he has had with them, a green fungus on the bulb, which requires treatment."
"Christ!" He scrubbed a hand over his face. "Did he kiss you? No. Do not answer. I do not wish to know." He had, and there was no reason why she should be ashamed to have kissed the man who would become her husband, or why she should feel guilty for having done so now, standing before a man who had no claims upon her, a man she had known for a mere handful of days. But she did. Her cheeks prickled, and she resisted the urge to look away from his gaze.
"What has any of this to do with my carriage being shot at?"
He sighed, searching her expression, his posture going even more rigid. "So he did kiss you, then? No need to protest, for I can see it in your tell-tale flush, my lady. Good God!" She owed no loyalty to the beautiful conundrum of a man before her, she reminded herself. He was not her betrothed. Charles was. She was destined to become the Countess of Almsley. Why did that knowledge leave her feeling nothing but empty? She frowned at him, as much as at herself.
"I fail to see why you should care what occurred between myself and Charles Strathmore. He shall be my husband soon enough. It is no concern of yours."
The Duke's hands tightened into fists at his sides. "He is not worthy of you, damn it!" Her patience was growing thin. First, he had trespassed upon her chamber, at least when she had visited his in equally disastrous, wholly inappropriate fashion. She had knocked and waited for her invitation to enter, and now he was making demands of her. How dare he continue to disparage Charles?
"Why is he not worthy of me?"
she demanded, seizing onto her ire, for it was far less dangerous than the emotions Strathmore ordinarily provoked within her.
"Is it because he enjoys horticulture?"
"It is because he has never kissed you properly, damn it! And I know it because of the way you responded to me." He raked those long fingers through his hair now. "You are a woman who deserves to be kissed thoroughly and properly and often. A woman who deserves to be worshipped. But not by flower-pot, for Christ's sake." His impassioned speech robbed her of the ability to form a coherent sentence. He thought she deserved to be kissed thoroughly, properly, and often. That she deserved to be worshipped. Her, plain Lady Violet West, who'd had no more than a handful of suitors her entire life, including Charles, and none of whom could hold a candle to the undeniable beauty of the Duke of Strathmore. She ought to defend Charles, surely, to deny everything the Duke had just said. But the truth was, he was not entirely wrong, for she could honestly say no one had ever kissed her properly until the day Strathmore had first settled his mouth upon hers. She took a deep breath, attempting to gather her wits and wrangle her emotions, to control herself and her reactions to this man, however she could, however she must.
"You have it wrong," she said quietly, "for it is I who is not deserving of Charles. He is a good man, and he loves me, whilst I—"
She did not love him in return. Violet had known it all along, but this was the first time she had nearly admitted it aloud to another. It remained her hope that, given time and the strength of a marriage, years of growing more familiar with Charles, and growing with him, she would learn to love him. "You do not love him," Strathmore finished for her, sounding far more pleased with the revelation than he had a right to.
"No,"
she agreed sadly.
"I do not love him yet, but that does not mean I will not in time."
He raised a brow. "What food do you hate most?" His question, and seemingly abrupt change of subject, flummoxed her. She gathered her wits, answering without thought.
"I detest aspics."
"When did you know you did not like them?" She frowned, for she knew where he was attempting to direct her with this dialogue.
"The moment I first tried one. But Charles is not an aspic, Strathmore."
But one of Strathmore's traits was persistence, and he showed no intention of slowing or stopping his analogy. His blue eyes glowed. "He may as well be. Have you ever changed your mind about aspics? Do you imagine that if you ate aspics each course of your meal every day, you may one day miraculously grow to love them?" She did not care for the turn their conversation had taken, not one bit. Violet turned and stalked away from him, irritated, needing some distance and space, needing to no longer be ensnared in his vibrant gaze and his probing questions that made far too much sense. But he followed her, dogged in his determination, not far from her heels. "Why do you run, my lady? Can it be you cannot bear to face that which is before you?"
"No,"
she bit out, vexed at herself and at Strathmore for his powers of observation. Without thought for the impropriety of allowing the Duke to see her hair unbound, she began plucking the pins from the braided coils at her nape. She pulled and pulled, until braids fell heavy down her back, and still she found more, undoing her lady's maid's finest efforts. "Yet you did not answer my question." He was close behind her, so close she could smell him, feel his heat, be tempted to settle back against that hard chest of his.
Also, no, she gritted reluctantly. I would not grow to love aspics, even if I should eat them every day for each course. I cannot abide by the texture of them.
As I thought.
His tone was triumphant. Nearer still, she turned back to him in defiance, her fingers on her braids, unwinding the carefully plaited strands. His gaze devoured her, sending a tingle to her breasts that ended in hardened nipples and a pulse between her thighs.
But Charles is not a food I dislike. He is a man I am fond of, she defended. I am certain that, in time, I will grow to love him as much as he loves me.
Of course, you are certain of it.
His countenance went thunderous once more.
You must be, else you will not carry on. You must cling to some sliver of hope, however scarce.
Why do you even care? She demanded,
aware her tone had risen in anger and unable to do a thing to control it. She resented his interference. While he was quick to point out the flaws in her world, he did not seem willing to offer any solutions. Strathmore stared at her, solemn.
Tell me about what happened in the carriage.
His abrupt change of subject and accompanying demand had her reeling once more. It was not an answer, and she deserved one.
First, tell me why you care, she returned. You are awfully concerned with my future, for a man who will not have a part in it.
He stared at her. Such intensity and fire in her eyes, she felt his gaze as if it were a touch, as if it were a possessive clasp wrapping around her.
Must I have a reason for caring? You have been kind to me, my lady, when you need not have been. Indeed, in great peril to yourself, I would suspect. For Arden would fly into a rage were he to discover we have been alone together repeatedly.
Alone together. Those words leaving his lips should not affect her, should not make her look at his mouth. But her gaze dropped, her blood heated. A warm wave of pleasure, along with a burst of anticipation, slowly licked through her. They were alone again, and in her chamber of all places, her personal territory, a space she had never imagined him trespassing upon. Yet, now that he was here, she could not imagine him not being here. It occurred to her he was awaiting her response, and she was ogling his beautiful lips like a ninny who had just had her first sight of a handsome man. She had seen him before, of course, had even felt those lips move against hers. She ought to be unaffected. Violet swallowed, forced her mind to comply, to form coherent thoughts that did not involve her devoted inspection of his masculine beauty.
My brother would not be pleased if he were to learn of our interactions, naturally, Duke. But I am not selfless. I have been kind to you because I believe in your innocence, and because I am restless within my own life, needing to find meaning in it where there is seemingly none, and because I find you endlessly fascinating.
Oh dear, she had not meant to say the last bit aloud, but she had, and now there was no recalling it. Her foolish words hovered in the air between them like an electrical wire that had been suddenly cut, but still ran hot with live current. One touch, and she would be forever done.
Fascinating.
He stared at her solemnly. So solemnly she could not read him, could not find an indication of how he felt about what she had just so recklessly admitted.
Fascinating,
she echoed softly, for there was no turning back now, no denying what she had already spoken. He took a step toward her, closing the distance between them even more.
Fascinating. How?
She eyed him warily.
I was not aware there was a multitude of ways in which one can find someone fascinating.
Oh, but there are. His voice was low, resonating with sin,
and it glided over her skin like a caress. There is fascinating in the sense of one's eccentric uncle who invents oddities in his spare time. Fascinating, when used in conjunction with a book one is reading, for instance, is merely interesting. And then there is a different kind of fascinating altogether, the sort of fascinating that makes your drawers go up in flames. He was so calm, so matter-of-fact in his dissertation, that by the time he had finished it with such wicked words, she could do nothing but gape at him.
"My drawers?"
The two words emerged from her as a squeak. That decadent mouth curved into a grin. "Your drawers, my lady."
"I am certain I ought not to answer,"
she said weakly, looking as if she were half tempted to either throw herself into his arms or swoon. He had not intended to discomfit her so fully, but he had to admit he was rather enjoying himself now that he had. The flush of pink on her cheeks, set against the backdrop of her midnight dresses, was far too tempting. Arden's sister, and agent of Griffin's retribution or not, Lady Violet was stunning. Her loveliness was not a standard English beauty's boring similitude. She possessed a small, saucy nose with a pointed tip and a pout that was too wide and full. Her chin held a small divot, and when she smiled, she could bring a man to his knees. She was an original, Lady Violet West. There was no other lady who possessed her unique, intrinsic loveliness, beginning with the kindness of her intrepid heart and extending outward. He knew instinctively he would never meet another woman like her. Hers was the beauty of a cool autumn morning in the countryside. It took his breath and inspired him all at once. Lord, did it ever inspire him! To wicked thoughts. Thoughts he had no place thinking, even if he did intend to use her as a pawn in this game of chess he played with her brother. She was taller than most ladies, her legs a thing of mystery beneath her skirts, and he could not help but to envision them. How easily he could imagine those long, curvaceous limbs wrapped about him after he had kissed and caressed every bit of them. As he plunged inside, damn it, he was sporting a cockstand so sudden and fierce he nearly pressed a hand to his trousers to readjust himself before he recalled such a thing was not done. Griffin was not much for niceties these days. Hell, he had not been much for them ever. But in recent months he had been swept up in one Fenian case after another, and there had been precious little time for anything other than survival. Perhaps that was why resting on his laurels at Lark House smarted so much. That and the heavy burden of suspicion presiding over him. He must not lose sight of what was most important and allow his admiration of Lady Violet to get the better of him. There was a purpose to this dallying. He had a reason for being within her chamber. "If you do not wish to answer," he said at last, "I am left to assume it is the latter rather than either of the former." She blinked, her flush beginning to recede as her quick wits returned to her.
"You are wicked, Your Grace."
"So I have been told." He came closer, drawn to the sweetly floral scent and warmth of her. So close he noted her pupils grow large and round, dominating the verdant jade of her eyes. "It is one of my most distinguishing traits."
"I can see why Lucian does not care for you," she said then, startling him.
He had expected her to be half-wooed, and yet her clever mind was still analysing. "Arden does not like me because he is an arsehole. Forgive me my plain speaking, my dear. I know he is your brother, but the enmity between us is mutual. I have never liked or trusted him, and it would seem he has had the same notion about me." She frowned, those luscious lips of hers firming into a thin line of disapproval.
"Lucian is a caring brother and a kind-hearted man." You merely need to know him better. He does not allow many people to get close to him, or to see the man beneath the mask he wears for the benefit of the world."
Griffin knew all about masks, and hiding in plain sight. He had been doing what he fancied was an excellent job of hiding the nightmares that plagued him and the fear of his impending lunacy from the world. His father had been mad before him, and with the terrors Griffin had experienced in France, it was only to be expected he would not be far behind his sire. "I shall take your word on the matter, my lady." He paused, the first reason for his presence in her chamber, to assure himself of her well-being and learn any details and news concerning what had happened, returning to him again. "Tell me what happened in the carriage." It was his every intention to woo her and win her, but there was one reason, and one reason only, why he took her hands in his then, and it was because he wanted to touch her. Plainly and simply, he longed for that physical contact, for the linking of their fingers, the joining of their palms. The connection between their bare skin sent a heady flash of heat straight through him, but he was instantly aware of an impediment. Glancing down, he noticed a bandage upon her hand. "You were shot," he demanded, rage blossoming inside him. He would tear the man who had dared to injure her limb from bloody limb.
"No," she was quick to reassure him. "It is a minor cut caused from one of Charles's broken flower pots."
He relaxed. "Thank Christ. Tell me what happened in the carriage, if you please." Rather than recoiling or withdrawing her hands, her fingers tightened upon his, as if she too relished the connection.
There was a loud sound, and then the abrupt shattering of the coach wall. At first, I did not even realize what had occurred. Aunt Hortense sank to the floor of the carriage and said we had been shot at. I did not initially believe her, but then the second shot arrived.
2 shots through the carriage. Hell and damnation. One shot could well be a mistake, an errant bullet that had somehow, inconceivably, found its mark in the Arden carriage. But 2 shots was not a mistake. 2 shots was certainty. It was a message. His blood chilled and the hackles raised on his neck. But still, he forced himself to maintain his calm and remain determined. "Were you able to look out the carriage window at any point?"
"Yes."
She frowned, her expression growing troubled. She had seen something. That much was apparent. "Were you able to spot anyone who appeared suspicious?" he asked carefully. "Was there anyone with a weapon, or anyone who may have been guilty of the attack upon the carriage?"
"There was a man," she revealed. "I saw him as we grew nearer to Lark House. He was slight of form, with a hat pulled low over his brow, so that his particular countenance was rendered indiscernible."
"And did you see him holding a weapon?" His instincts as a League agent were taking over now, reminding him of how much was at stake. Not much, really. Only everything. Only his entire life, and everything he had worked to build. Reputation, friendships, fortune. Most of all, his freedom. How odd it was that the key to everything lay in one beautiful, tempting woman.
"I believe I saw the hint of a pistol," she said then. "He was hiding something in his coat, I feel certain. He turned away before I could see his face, but there was something about him that filled me with suspicion."
Damn it! If she had definitely seen a pistol, it would have been more helpful. He knew all too well from experience that witnesses could grow easily confused. "You feel certain you saw a pistol, or you are certain? No answer is right or wrong. Which is the closest to your interpretation of what happened earlier?" She grew pensive.
"I am not certain. I do not think I saw a weapon."
Hell. Disappointment, thick and threatening to drown him, hit. What made you suspect this man was the same person who shot the carriage?
He seemed suspicious.
She was not giving him much to use as he proceeded, moving forward. What about him specifically seemed suspicious? He asked. Even if he was wrong about his misgivings, there was no harm in hearing what Lady Violet had seen and experiencing the same sights and sounds as she had. Witnesses to a crime could be asked the same question half a dozen different times or more. When the answers changed, a man had cause for concern. When they remained the same, they were clearly true.
"He caught my eye," she said. "It sounds so nonsensical now, but after the shots had rocked the carriage, I was in shock for a few moments, and then I became instantly concerned with who had perpetuated such an outrage and why they had done it. I went to the window, determined to put my eye upon the villain."
Foolish, brave woman. You ought not to have done that, my lady. His gut clenched at the mere thought of her lovely face framed in the window as some mad Fenian with a pistol was stalking her carriage as a hunter would a prized stag. If you had been seen, you likely would have been shot.
"I refuse to cower."
Her eyes flashed, her stubborn chin pointing upward. There is bravery, and then there is stupidity, Lady Violet. Protecting oneself is not cowering. Even so, he could not help but feel a spark of admiration for her, along with a burst of kinship. He, too, preferred to face his enemies, to stare them down, and let them see the fire and the fury in his eyes. It was what made his current predicament so damned frustrating. He did not have a man waving a pistol in his face, or a bomb about to detonate laid before him, or a vicious enemy soldier burning and slicing his skin, or plucking his fingernails. He had instead an unseen enemy, plotting in the shadows, and planting evidence against him, rather than facing him like a man.
"I want a pistol,"
Lady Violet startled him by announcing then, as matter-of-factly as if she were discussing nothing more banal than the lace embellishing the bodice of her dress. Yet another shade of purple, he noted, this time amethyst.
"I am not stupid, Strathmore. I do realize no one should face a dangerous man without the means of protecting themselves. It is why I asked Lucian to provide me with a weapon and to teach me how to use it."
The thought of the prim Lady Violet holding a gun and firing it made his cock hard all over again. A wise request. It would benefit you if you were at least capable of aiming to hit a man, should the situation prove necessary. With the League's existence, common knowledge, and news of the John Marney investigation filling the Times each day, it is my great fear you will continue to find yourself a target of such scurrilous villains.
"That is precisely what I told Lucian, and he refused me."
Lady Violet's tone was indignant. Of course he had, the stubborn arsehole. Griffin frowned down at her, trying not to notice the beckoning invitation of her lips or the light smell of roses clinging to her skin. For a brief, mad moment, he wondered if she would taste as sweet if he pressed his face to her throat, tongued the hollow at the base. And then he thought about suckling that flesh, kissing it, his fingers finding the line of small buttons lining her bodice and undoing them one by one, as he had longed to do from his first sight of her when she'd stepped over the threshold. Controlling himself in her presence grew more difficult by the second. He was not a man accustomed to governing his impulses. He believed in living unfettered, unapologetically. He did and said as he pleased, unless orders from the League forbade him. "I will procure you a weapon and lessons," he said before he could stop himself. Her brows rose.
"You will?"
"Yes." Though he had voluntarily left all his weapons in Arden's keeping for his forced stay at Lark House, he had his means of getting what he wanted. Lessons would prove far more of a challenge, but he had never allowed a challenge to stop him before, and he certainly was not about to start now.
"Thank you, Strathmore."
The mouth he could not seem to stop imagining kissing curved into a full, beaming smile that took his breath.
"I shall feel safer if I am at least able to defend myself if the need arises. Oh, poor Aunt Hortense, for that matter. She could scarcely rise from the floor of the carriage after our commotion on the return trip from paying a visit to Charles and his mother."
Her countenance gave away her true feelings for Flowerpot's sainted mamma. Lady Violet had the most expressive face he had ever seen. She hid nothing, and there was no doubt she would make the world's least effective card player. Bluffing was not a sport he imagined she could ever master. It should render the task ahead of him far easier, but he found the trait strangely endearing. Christ, the madness must be settling in already, rotting his brain as surely as it had done his father's. Why else would he find anything at all bloody endearing? "You dislike Mamma Flowerpot," he drawled. Her eyes widened.
"Lady Almsley is a loving mother to Charles."
He squeezed her fingers, reminding her, wordlessly, they were more united than she likely wished to believe. "You hate her." She bit the corner of her lower lip.
"Hate is too aggressive an emotion, but I will admit to finding little in her ladyship to love."
"An aspic and a harridan mother." He did not intend to rub salt in her proverbial wounds, but now she had mentioned it, and she had all but admitted to kissing Flowerpot earlier, amidst his oranges and his orchids and his green goddamn bulb fungus. Truly, did not the man put himself to sleep? What a lovely winning combination. She withdrew from him at last. Perhaps he had missed his mark. Certainly he had revealed too much about himself to the both of them. 1, he was jealous of Flowerpot. 2, there was something about Lady Violet that made him feel deuced possessive, as if she were his instead of betrothed to another man. Betrothed to fucking Flowerpot, he reminded himself. 3rd, he wanted her to be his, and not just for revenge. There was a niggling, irritating, frustrating, humiliating, wholly unwanted and unnecessary emotion running wild and unfettered through him, and he did not like it. Not one bit. Tenderness. Tender sentiments. What bollocks. Tender sentiments, to be specific, for the sister to the Duke of Arden. He was not meant to feel anything for her. Damn it all to hell. He was meant to manipulate her, to gain his revenge, to use her as his leverage against Arden, and she was meant to be his ultimate checkmate.
"You are unkind to call Lady Almsley a harridan," she defended, interrupting his inner battle with himself.
Is she not one, then? He could not resist asking. And again, he could not help but to wonder why, when he intended to use her as a pawn and nothing more, he bothered to insert himself. First, he had been counselling her on the wisdom, or to be more precise, the foolishness of her wedding a man like Flowerpot, and now he was prying into the way she felt toward her future mother-in-law.
"Yes."
Lady Violet heaved a sigh, startling him with her sudden capitulation and candour.
"She is. I do not like her at all, if you must know, and I despair of the notion of spending the rest of my life living in the same household as a woman who cannot look at me without bearing an expression of long-suffering disgust and disappointment."
He should not be affected by her revelation, but he was. The more he learned about her betrothal to Flowerpot, the more enraged he became on her behalf. A woman like Lady Violet did not deserve a boring milksop who was ruled by his mother as a husband. She deserved someone who would appreciate her,
someone who would bring the fire burning within her to life, someone who would worship her with his body, who would make her happy, keep those luscious lips smiling and the heat in those brilliant emerald eyes kindled. Someone who would take her like a man. Someone who would... Damn it! He was getting angry just thinking about the nameless, faceless bastard who was deserving of her, because all he wanted was for it to be him, and that would not do. He had to recall what his true intention was: seduction, clever manoeuvring, routing the Duke of Arden at all costs. It would not be Griffin's neck in a noose, and certainly not on charges that had been falsified against him. He could only gather from his meeting with Arden and Swift earlier that they intended to proceed with a case against him, and soon, which meant his opportunity to save himself before he was cast into prison was fast disappearing. All he had left was Lady Violet and his own determination to remain free. Once again he moved across the distance between them, this time framing Lady Violet's face in his hands. She made no move to resist. Instead, she brought her hands to his wrists, caressing. Her eyes were wide, the bright green of fresh spring grass newly revitalized after winter's thaw. How easily he could lose himself within their vibrant depths.
"The answer you are seeking is clear, Lady Violet," he said. "You cannot marry Flowerpot."
"But if I do not marry him, who else shall I wed?" she asked, her voice hushed, almost sad. "I cannot rely upon my brother forever, and I must find a husband. I am already 24.
"Marry me."
They were the two most ludicrous words in the English language when placed in conjunction with any woman, let alone in relation to Lady Violet West, sister to the Duke of Arsehole. They were wrong, deadly wrong, horridly, altogether reckless and witless, and he could not speak them aloud. Here, obviously, was more evidence of father's madness bearing down upon him, for there was no other reason why he would, even now, be so tempted to make the offer to the beautiful siren standing before him. He had witnessed his friends and compatriots fall to the parson's noose. It had begun with Bast, his oldest and dearest friend, and it had then claimed Leeds and Carlisle thereafter. It had changed them all irrevocably. Griffin was happy as he was, except for the small matter of his incarceration, and he was well on his way to solving that problem. So he did the sensible thing. He smiled benignly at Lady Violet. He ignored her lips, took one last inhalation of the sweet bloom of roses.
"Marry anyone else, my lady. Anyone but Flowerpot. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to my cell before my jailer discovers I am gone. It would not do to be discovered alone with you in your chamber."
But as he took his leave and slipped back into the hall undetected, he could not help but think of the disappointment in her expression. Nor could he deny the uncomfortable knotting in his gut at the thought of her marrying anyone else, Flowerpot included. It was not until he reached the guest chamber he had been assigned that an idea planted itself into his mind like a tiny seed, growing roots and taking hold. Chapter 7. Marry anyone else. The Duke of Strathmore's casual pronouncement remained with Violet for the days following her impromptu interview with him in her chamber. It haunted her each time she flexed her hands whilst crocheting, and felt the pull and slight twinge of pain from the cut she had received from Charles's flower-pot. She huffed a sigh at the appearance of Strathmore's insulting sobriquet for her betrothed within her own thoughts, and cursed the scarf in her lap. This one, a drab brown affair, looked no better than the misshapen ruin she had crocheted for Lucian.
It was meant for Charles, but with each chain of stitches, her thoughts were increasingly devoted to a different man. Strathmore. She had been trapped within Lark House, a virtual prisoner, and yet she had been denied the presence of her fellow prisoner, the man she longed for most. A handful of days had passed, 3.5 to be precise, since she had seen him last. In the wake of the carriage shooting, Lucian had assigned Violet a guard for her every waking and sleeping moment. She supposed he meant it to be comforting. Instead, it was merely vexing. With another sigh and a mumbled expletive, she began stitching another line. Marry anyone else. Naturally, he had not volunteered himself for the duty of marrying a nearly on-the-shelf spinster such as herself. Why would he? Perhaps kissing her had been a means of entertaining himself through his boring, forced imprisonment. Perhaps the thought of kissing the sister of the man he must surely view as his nemesis had pleased him. He claimed to have means of procuring her a pistol and giving her lessons, but thus far she had received nothing from him but silence, and with the louts Lucian had assigned as her protectors dogging her each footfall, she could not escape. It was insupportable. She was once more boring Lady Violet West, in possession of an equally boring fiancé who loved his orchids and his mother more than he loved her, and who kissed with the precision of an invading army looting a village. Her brother had no time for her. Aunt Hortense was her only companion. Oh, how foolish she felt, by the murky light of the afternoon 3 days later, when the world outside was grey with fog and drenched by drizzle. Why had she thought Strathmore would suggest himself? She dropped a stitch and cursed again. Her distraction was getting the better of her.
"My lady, is anything amiss?" asked her current guard, a tall and menacing-looking man named Pye, of all things, from the threshold of the small morning salon she had chosen to crochet within today. Lord, how she hated crocheting! And Lord, how she detested being watched! It rendered sneaking into the Duke of Strathmore's chamber impossible. Oh dear, there she went again, thinking of him. She frowned at the errant thought, and Pye both. I am merely growing frustrated with my crocheting. I am not very adept at the art, I am afraid.
My mother is a deft hand at it, Pye informed her helpfully from the doorway. Perhaps I can ask her for some advice, and pass it along to you, my lady. That scarf looks right lovely, though. Anyone would be pleased to wear it.
What about you, Mr. Pye? She asked on impulse. Would you care to wear it?
Pye, who looked rather rough and brutish, flushed and shuffled his feet. I would be honoured, my lady. Was he flirting with her? Yes, she rather fancied he was, and she did not mind. The attention buoyed her sagging spirits. Charles did not need the scarf. Perhaps his mother ought to crochet one for him. That was rather spiteful of her, and most unbecoming, and she knew it. But wicked Violet was like an epidemic, and plain old Violet was growing vexed with everyone in her life, from her brother to her betrothed to the Duke of Strathmore, for he was nothing to her, she forced herself to acknowledge. Perhaps not even a friend. She had offered him aid, and he had accepted. He had kissed her, and she had liked it. But none of those things meant anything at all, did they, if not bolstered by actions? Marry anyone else. Perhaps she would marry Mr. Pye, just to spite every other man in her life, and he would proudly sport her misshapen scarves made with string the colour of dung. There was no other means of describing the hue of the scarf she'd been distractedly crafting, and she knew it. She had chosen it with Charles in mind, for he loved brown as it reminded him of the soil,
and he adored dirt.
"Is this what you want for the rest of your life?"
Wicked Violet chose to re-emerge and ask in that moment.
"Crocheting scarves for Charles? Living in the shadows of his mother and his plants?"
No, of course not. The answer was plain as day. She wanted adventure, excitement. She longed for the unpredictable, the enigmatic. The Duke of Strathmore's face came to mind. Drat him. She smiled at Mr. Pye.
"This scarf shall be yours, sir, and I will be most honoured to see you wear it in cooler weather."
An idea formed then, and it was a wicked one indeed. The very best sort, she was beginning to suspect, if she could only dare to find the courage to carry it out. And there was no doubt about it. The execution of her idea would require boundless bravado, and nothing less. "Thank you, my lady." Pye's flush deepened. "I would be honoured. If His Grace allows it, that is. I could not accept such a generous gift without his approval." Referring to any of her creations as a gift, let alone a generous one, was a stretch. Bless Mr. Pye's heart. She had a feeling he would prove easy to manipulate.
"Dear me, I do believe I require a finer hook for the more intricate details on this scarf. You would not mind, would you, Mr. Pye, if I were to go and retrieve it? I know I have the proper size in my chamber, but I am not precisely certain where. It may take me some time to find it. I do believe my Aunt Hortense has one if I cannot find mine." She rose, leaving her crocheting abandoned. Even Aunt Hortense, who possessed an indefatigable constitution, had closeted herself within her chamber today, claiming a megrim. Here, perhaps, was her chance. "Of course, my lady." Pye was only too happy to please her, and she was doubly grateful for his lenience. Her other jailers had not been so pleasant or easily swayed. "I shall await you here." She gave him her most beaming smile. "Thank you, Mr. Pye."
Holding her skirts in both hands, she was off, sweeping past him, rushing toward the staircase before anyone else caught sight of her and put an end to her freedom. Casting a quick glance over her shoulder, she raced for the steps, taking them two at a time. Lucian had left for the Home Office earlier that morning, and she did not think he had yet returned. Which meant she may have a window of time in which she could set her madcap plan into action. And it was indeed madcap. The mere thought of what she was about to do set butterflies free in her belly and made her knees feel weak. It was irregular and unusual, highly perilous, but her mind had been made. She was weary of everything. She needed escape. So, too, did someone else she knew. Marry anyone else. Gads, how his words stung as she raced up the steps, leaving Mr. Pye far behind. She only had a limited amount of time for her freedom, and she needed to make the best use of it. This may be her only opportunity to seek out Strathmore once again on her own, depending upon Lucian's wishes. One day she would not have to cleave to her brother's whims any longer. One day she would be free. And it was up to Violet to find that day, to make it happen. Make it happen she would. Breathless from her hurried climb, she reached the top step. With a careful glance over her shoulder, to be certain no one else either watched or followed. Bless Pye and his love of her abysmal scarf and his inherently trusting nature, she hastened down the hall, leading her to the portion of Lark House that was diametrically opposed to hers. It was the place where Strathmore's chamber was. She found his door and knocked, her nerves making her nauseated as she cast wild glances all about her, praying no one would come forward. When there was no answer, she took a deep breath and opened the door slightly. "Strathmore?" she whispered into the chamber. He did not answer, but the sound of another door opening down the hall was enough to startle her into motion. She hastened over the threshold, closing the door at her back, hoping no one had seen her enter. A cursory evaluation of the chamber suggested the Duke was long gone. But then it occurred to her he was perhaps in the adjoining bathing chamber. When Lucian had replaced the interior of much of Lark House the year prior, most of the chambers had been refitted with adjoining bathing chambers, which meant it was possible Strathmore was at his bath. True, it was the height of the afternoon, and true, it was an odd time indeed for bathing, but now she had found the bravado and the excuse to find her way to his chamber, she needed to act. She made her way to the adjoining bathing chamber and found the door closed. She knocked once on the door, then twice when no one answered.
"Enter,"
he called at last, just when she was questioning the wisdom of her actions and thinking she ought to run and hide simultaneously. He was within, perhaps in his bath, which meant he was also unclothed. The knowledge stole her breath and sent a current of heat straight to her core. Wicked Violet revelled in it. So did regular Violet. Her hand was on the latch, and just like that she entered, stepped forward. A wave of humid heat hit her, along with his scent in full force. She stopped after the first step, heart beating far too fast. He was not in the tub after all, and neither was he naked, though he was in a state of dishabille that was positively scandalous, since she was an unwed lady alone with him. She devoured the sight of him, dressed in a loose silk robe belted at his waist. A small V of his chest was visible, kissed with a smattering of dark hair. It was the first time she had ever seen a man's bare chest before, and now she had been given a glimpse. She wanted more. She wanted to see it in its entirety. His feet were bare, his calves strong and masculine, covered too with dark hair to match the too long, wet waves upon his head. She had intruded upon him in one of his most intimate moments, and seeing him thus not only shook her, it stole her breath.
"Lady Violet, what are you doing here?"
he asked calmly, his tone dark and deep, sinuous as a curl of smoke unfurling in the air. His question drew her gaze up his lean, tall form once more, back over his beautiful chest, to settle upon his mouth. Ah, that mouth! It was made for sin, sculpted and full and enticing. Smiling at her now in knowing fashion, saying her name.
"Lady Violet."
Oh, what a ninny she was, standing here gaping at him after she had trespassed in his chamber yet again. She forced her mind to function, forced her lips to move, to form words, meaningful words. You were bathing, in the midst of the day." It emerged from her as half observation, half accusation. "Fantastic," said wicked Violet snidely. "Now he will think you a fool." He grinned.
"Has my jailer made a decree prohibiting me from bathing now?"
She blinked, trying to dispel the unwanted flames burning inside her, attempting to remain calm and poised. As poised as she could manage, anyway. "Of course not. It is merely that one does not often bathe in the afternoon." He shrugged, unrepentant.
"I do my best thinking in the bath. The warm water calms me, soothing my listless devils. Given recent events, I cannot help but to think my time here is limited, and your dearest brother will be keen to see me put on trial for my supposed sins."
The notion of Lucian sending Strathmore to prison, and the thought of the Duke being prosecuted for treason, made her mouth go dry. "He has said nothing of the sort to me. I cannot think, given what you have told me about the limited evidence he has against you, and given your very presence here, that he has enough to prove your guilt." Strathmore raised a brow.
"Do you truly believe he would inform you of his intentions concerning me, my lady? I had an interview with him at Swift a few days ago, and then another each of the following days. I can plainly see the direction of the train I am travelling in, and it is barrelling down the tracks straight to Newgate. No stops in between." She shivered at the certainty in his tone, wondering how he could be so calm and cool when he spoke of the spectre of his imminent arrest and trial. He had such an ease about him, as if nothing could perturb him, and she could not decide if it was a facade he wore, or if he was truly so inured by the life he had led to expect the worst and face it without fear. Violet had a feeling it was the latter rather than the former. But his revelations gave her new purpose, a greater sense of urgency, and with those twin impetuses she too thundered forth, much like the figurative train he had just described. She took a deep breath, gathering her courage, and that was when she noticed it. Odd markings upon his chest, marring his otherwise perfect flesh. Without thought, she moved forward, closing the distance between them, pressing her bare hand against his hot skin. "What happened to you here?" she asked, tracing a line to the edge of his dressing gown, where it continued beyond her sight. His breath caught, and she could not be certain if it was because of her touch, or if it was rooted in embarrassment that she had seen his scars. "Torture," he said simply, his fingers closing around her wrist in a firm grip. "Endured for the sake of my crown and country." His hold on her was not painful, but it was firm, and she knew he could hold her in place if he wished, or hurt her if he liked. But she also knew, without hesitation, that he never would, that if she made to free herself from him, he would allow it. But the playful ease he had exuded when she had first arrived had dissipated. Now he was tense beneath her touch, body held stiffly, shoulders back. His lovely mouth was a hard, firm line she longed to kiss into surrender. She did not. Instead, she moved just her forefinger, tracing the scar gently. She ached to think someone had taken a weapon to this man at some point. Someone had cut into his perfect flesh, had made him bleed, had given him pain. "Do you want to tell me?" she asked. "Would it repulse you any less with an explanation?" She glanced up from his battle-scarred chest to his face, falling into his startling blue eyes. "I do not find your scars repulsive, Strathmore. I find them admirable, signs of your bravery." His lip curled. "Do not seek to mollify me with words, my lady. I know I have a pretty face and the body of a beast." The urge to undo the knot on the belt at his waist and bear him completely to her seeking gaze struck her then, along with an arrow of heat to her core. She would show him how beautiful he was, from head to foot. She would kiss all his scars, run her hands over him, show him with her touch just how much she longed for him. She settled for just one of those acts now, pressing her lips to the scar. How warm and smooth his skin was, interrupted only by the raised line of his healed flesh and the hair stippling his chest. A jolt of awareness coursed through her. His scent, pine and musk and male, was all around her, heady and delicious. She inhaled, wishing she could forever remain this close to him, that she could capture the sweetness of this intimacy and trap it in her heart. He made a low sound, part growl, part grunt, the only sign her kiss affected him. She tipped back her head, looked into his gorgeous face, and that was when the words she'd been determined to say to him emerged at last. "Marry me." Griffin stared into Lady Violet's upturned face, certain he had misheard her. His heart was thumping, his cock was rigid and demanding, tenting his robe, and, thank Christ, but she had not seemed to notice. When she had kissed his ugly scars, it had required every bit of willpower he possessed to keep from taking her in his arms and carting her to the bedchamber, throwing her upon his bed and making his claim upon her then and there. "Mine," roared something primitive inside him, and it would not be stopped. It became a litany,
ringing inside him like a hymn he would always know how to sing. Mine, mine, mine. She could not go to Flowerpot and become his wife, could not belong to such a milksop. Not this intrepid, daring, beautiful lady, who somehow managed to find her way into his chamber when she had guards dogging her every move, who believed in his innocence when her own brother did not, who wanted to learn how to shoot a pistol so she could protect herself, who was bold and fierce and defiant in a way he had never before seen in a female. But with all that roaring, and all that blood rushing in unison to his galloping heart and his throbbing cock, surely he had not just heard Lady Violet demand he marry her? Nay, surely not. "I beg your pardon, my lady?" he asked.
"I know it is an unusual request," she stammered, her face flushing a becoming shade of pink. "But think upon it for a moment before denying me outright, I beg of you."
There had been no mistake, then. The two words she had uttered moments before had been precisely as he had heard them, precisely as his reeling mind and equally stunned heart had concluded. "Marry me." For a beat, a wave of triumph rolled over him with such sudden ferocity he feared it would drown him altogether. She had made it shockingly easy for him. The plan he had formed over the last few days was going to be easier to execute than he had expected. He would marry Lady Violet, grant himself the time he needed to clear his name, and then he would go to the Home Office with the evidence of Arden's incompetence. Griffin had no doubt the Home Office would be infuriated by Arden's wrong-headed insistence upon finding guilt where none existed. The need to ruin the Duke, to force his removal as League leader, had begun burning with the fiery fuel of vengeance within him. And then Arden would live thereafter with the reminder of his folly. He would face Griffin, knowing he had wronged him, knowing Griffin had married Lady Violet because of his own ineptitude. But he forced his expression to show nothing of his pleasure. Instead, he frowned down at her. "Marry you, my lady? Have you forgotten you already possess a betrothed? I cannot think Flowerpot would agree to your marrying the both of us, and nor would I. I do not share my women." The thought of Lady Violet as his woman made a fresh surge of primal possession charge through him. It was not only the rightness of it. There was something about her that had called to him from the moment he had first laid eyes upon her, in a deep, intrinsic sense, but also the physicality of making it so, of stripping her bare, of learning her curves with his hands and mouth, owning her with his lips and his tongue and his cock, of sinking inside her. It was right. It was going to happen. He would worry about the consequences of all the rest later. For now, he had to live in the moment, to make the proper decisions to protect his bloody neck from the hangman's noose. For once he was commended to prison, his chances of proving his innocence and ever walking away a free man would be exponentially decreased. Lady Violet West could be his last hope for more time, the time he would require to clear his name. Her flush deepened.
"I will end the betrothal with Charles, naturally, if you— that is to say, if you were to indicate your interest in becoming my husband."
He would dearly like to indicate his interest in the form of his lips upon hers and his tongue in her mouth, but he refrained with the greatest of efforts. Griffin did not wish to seem too eager, and nor did he want Lady Violet to suspect he harboured ulterior motives, or had settled upon her as his salvation on his own. No, indeed. Husband. The word ought to inspire some fear in him. For a devoted, lifelong bachelor, husband had always been an expletive rather than an aspiration. But for some bewildering reason, the thought of becoming that very role to Lady Violet, making her his Duchess, taking her to bed, making her his, appealed in a way it ought not, in a way that went well beyond self-preservation. "My interest in becoming your husband," he repeated. He still held her fine-boned wrists in both his hands. With his thumbs, he began to rub slow, small circles over her silken skin, just above her wildly thumping pulse that told him she was as fearful and excited by their proximity and the possibility of their future joining as he was.
Yes,
she bit her lip.
I know it is most unusual, but only think of it thus, Strathmore. I am Lucian's sister. He would not be nearly as eager to cast his sister's husband into prison. Indeed, I think I could well be your only saving grace until we have sufficient time to conduct proper research and discover who is behind planting the false evidence against you at your home.
He could not agree more. Not to mention the prospect of having her in his bed was enough to send him into a conflagration. But still, they would face some trying situations together. If they were able to flee and wed without Arden's knowledge, there would be hell to pay afterward. And if Arden were to discover their plans and put a halt to them, they would also face a multitude of repercussions. Lady Violet needed to be certain, and likewise Griffin needed to be equally certain of her. He had to be able to put his faith and trust in her without question. "Have you truly thought about this, my lady? You have been cosseted your entire life. Your world consists of precious little opposition. You have your crocheting, and your Aunt Horrible, and your brother, and Flower Pot. But all that will change. If you wed me, your life will be forever altered. After I can clear my name, you will no longer live beneath your brother's roof, but beneath mine. You will share my bed, bear my children. Is that what you want?"
Damnation! What ailed him? Why did the reminders he offered for Lady Violet only stiffen his wayward prick even more with each word he spoke? Why did the thought of her sharing his bed and bearing his children, of him planting his seed deep within her womb, make him so bloody desperate for her, desperate for a resounding yes from her sweet lips? "What makes you think I have been cosseted?" she demanded, her stubborn streak making itself known once more. He liked her when she was fiery. By God, it made him want to kiss her senseless, and then fuck her senseless too. When she was his, he could do both. For now, he did not dare to do either.
"You are Arden's sister," he said pointedly. "I know him. He is an overly protective arsehole, and if anyone would be cosseted and protected, it is you. My guess is he selected Flower Pot for you and told you to marry him." She rolled her lips together in a telling gesture before exhaling on a long sigh.
"He recommended Charles to me, yes. I do believe he had my best interests in mind. Charles is a kind man. He would not be faithless or abusive as some husbands are."
Griffin could not, would not, keep the cynicism from his voice. "Is that all you want from a husband, Lady Violet? Your only requirements are a man who will not beat you or stray from your bed?" Her jaw tensed, her jade eyes deepening to a pure, true emerald.
"Of course not. I want a man who is honourable and brave, who is kind and caring, who will make me a good and trustworthy husband."
Her words struck a chord within him, and he realized for the first time just how long it had been since anyone had deemed him worthy of anything other than being a hired assassin, a glorified soldier, a man willing to commit any sin to protect the country he loved. "You think me trustworthy?" he asked, even though he knew he should not. Something within him made him pose the question, made him require her response. "Your brother believes me a treasonous cutthroat, willing to sell my soul and my secrets to the Fenians for the lure of more coin. You love your brother, do you not?"
"Of course I love my brother," she said, without hesitation. "But I also believe you trustworthy and innocent of any charges he would seek to lay against you. I love Lucian, but that does not mean I believe he is right in all things, or in every judgment he makes. I have my own mind and will, you know.
Yes, you do.
He could not help himself. He brought first one of her hands to his lips for a kiss, and then the other. Just a simple, chaste kiss upon the top of her delicate, smooth as silk hand. But it was enough.
Tell me, how do you propose to make this work? I am currently your brother's prisoner, and you are no better. Arden will never grant us his approval. We will need to escape together and marry in secret. Are you prepared for a scandal? For your brother's condemnation?
Damnation! He was probably dissuading her with each new word he uttered. He ought to stop, to rein himself in. But the honourable part of him, the part he had believed long dead, seemed to have revived itself. She stared at him, unflinching. I have already thought of everything, Strathmore. I am prepared for everything you speak of and more.
Everything?
He could not resist probing. The devil in him urged him onward. For he needed her to know that if they wed, it was not because it was a lark, or because she found it convenient to marry him and escape Flowerpot without a hope of ever consummating. When they wed, it would be binding and true. She would be as tied to him as he was to her. When they wed, he expected her in his bed, atop him, beneath him, and any other way he could possibly have her. The position did not matter, but what did matter was that she was certain of the fate awaiting her. He did not want there to be any doubt. If he sold his soul to save his neck, it had damn well better be worth the price. Everything, she confirmed. The same devil within him had him taking her hand in his, guiding it to the rigid protrusion of his cock, hidden from her beneath the barrier of his dressing gown. Her eyes widened, her pupils dilating. But her hand curved, cupping his raging erection. Without his prompting, she gripped him firmly. Fuck! Her innocent touch, coupled with the forbidden nature of this meeting, of the two of them alone together at all, to say nothing of his dishabille, was enough to make his ballocks tighten. Arden's sister had her hand on his prick, and he was going to shoot off in her grip, as if he had never before been inside a cunny. He ground his jaw, plucking her touch away, and instead bringing her palm to rest over his thudding heart.
Why, Lady Violet?
You said I should marry anyone else, anyone aside from Charles. But I do not want anyone else. I want you.
A tinge of uncertainty underscored her soft voice.
I want you. Her confession was almost his undoing,
but he soldiered on, determined. I have more scars, my lady. My body is covered in them. Remnants from my service to the crown.
1 or 1,000, the number matters not. With her other hand, she cupped his jaw with the gentle touch of a butterfly. He resisted the urge to nuzzle her palm like a cat seeking a caress. More heat arrowed to his cock, and the voice inside his head reached a crashing crescendo. Mine, mine, mine. He kissed her then, just once, quick and swift, closed-mouthed, lest he give in to his base urges. If they were going to marry without Arden's knowledge, they would have to construct a careful, flawless plan. There would be no room for error.
Very well, Lady Violet, he conceded. I will marry you. But we will need a plan, and for now, you have already tarried in my chamber far longer than is wise. We must tread lightly to escape detection, else this will never work.
I already have a plan, she said, with a bright, beautiful smile. Of course she did. He could scarcely wait to hear it.
Chapter 8. Dearest sister.
Lucian startled Violet with the uncharacteristic warmth of his greeting, as he embraced her and bussed both her cheeks. She hugged him in return with only half-hearted strength, thanks to the wave of guilt crashing over her. She loved Lucian.
He was her brother after all, and he had taken her beneath his wing when Mamma had drowned herself. When Father had died not long after, he had become the closest kin she had. For so long it had been the two of them against the world, and all they had possessed was each other. But times had changed. Lucian's role in the Special League had taken over his life, much like a red wine carpet stain that began small and grew larger, setting in and blotting out the patterns beneath its mark. It had changed him as well. He was still the Lucian she had always known and loved, but parts of him were undeniably different. "Lucian," she greeted, feeling as brittle as fine porcelain within the circle of his arms. "How are you?" "Tired." He released her and motioned to one of the chairs opposite the massive desk in his study. For the first time in recent weeks, Mr. Swift did not occupy one of them, and she was grateful for it. She did not like the man, and she resented his encroachment upon her time with her brother. "Sit, if you please, Violet. I am curious to learn the nature of your request for this audience." It had taken 2 days of asking everyone within sight, including Mr. Swift, their butler, Aunt Hortense, and her various bodyguards, where her brother was, when he might return, and when she could obtain a private meeting with him. Ever since the attack on the carriage, he had been caught up in one meeting after the next, spending every waking hour away from Lark House in an effort to learn the identity of the perpetrator and see him imprisoned before he could make any more such attempts. But now, at last, she had him before her, alone. No obsequious Mr. Swift within either sight or earshot. She sat, dropping with a lack of grace into the seat, so preoccupied with her thoughts that she made no effort to make a soft, ladylike landing for her bottom. Instead, she collapsed, landing on the hard seat with a thud that rattled her teeth and sent an acute twinge of pain up her tailbone. The chairs in Lucian's study were dratted uncomfortable, not a cushion on them, and she could only suppose the reason was he did not wish those facing him in such circumstances to be comfortable. Lucian seated himself in his plush-looking seat, his expression drawn. He steepled his fingers on the desk, looking stern, and reminding her ever so much of their father, as he raised an expectant brow. "Now then, what did you want of me?" She had plotted and planned this moment, had rehearsed what she would say, how she would begin their conversation with some generic remarks concerning her future, before gently leading him into her decision about Charles. But everything she had strategized fled her now, as she met her brother's searching green gaze. Her palms went damp, her mouth went dry. Guilt tightened its relentless grip upon her, squeezing, squeezing. "I do not want to marry Charles," she blurted. Lucian sat up straight in his seat, his fingers falling apart, pressing instead to the well-oiled surface of his desk. His knuckles went white with strain. "Pardon?" His one-word response, an angry, disbelieving bark, made her flinch. Yes, she had truly mucked this up. She could have done better. Knowing her brother as she did, she understood the manner in which to approach him. Slowly and gently, much as one would a feral predator in the wilderness. He did not appreciate change or dissension, but she was here to deliver both to him, not to mention betrayal and disloyalty. Unforgivable sins, all of them. He would not know the last just yet. She raised her chin. "I do not wish to marry the Earl. I fear he and I do not suit." "Of course you suit. Do not be daft. I chose him for you myself." Lucian frowned at her. She frowned back. "You chose him?" He made it sound as if he had bought Charles for her as if he were a puppy. And in truth, she would have preferred a puppy. Strathmore's words returned to her then. "My guess is he selected Flowerpot for you and told you to marry him." It would seem he had been more accurate in his guess than she had realized. Lucian flushed, which was a rare feat indeed for him. "I approached him initially about a potential alliance between the two of you. He was interested, of course, and chose to court you. From there, the rest is history." This was news to her, and she did not like it.
"You approached him? Why did you never tell me this before, Lucian?"
His countenance changed, softening, becoming almost shamefaced. "It was not necessary, Violet. Ordinarily, a father would take on the task of securing a suitable husband for his daughter, but as ours is gone, I am all that is left. I want to see you settled and happy with a man who is even-tempered and kind, who is not a spendthrift or a rakehell, who will treat you with love and respect as you deserve. Lord Almsley is that man." How easily he had figured it out. Anger grew, swelling with the force of a tempest within her, dousing all her guilt.
"You mean to say he is that man according to you?" she argued, enraged with him for high-handedly deciding her future for her without bothering to ask her what she wanted, and rage toward herself for so easily believing what someone else told her was best for her was true. She had always fancied herself an intelligent woman. Why had she never questioned her match with Charles until the appearance of one enigmatic, charming, beautiful as the devil Duke in her home? "He is that man according to you as well," he pointed out, a muscle in his jaw beginning to tick. "Or at least he was, until whatever nonsense you have gotten into your head appeared. If you are fearful over what happened on the carriage ride home, you need not be. I am stopping at nothing to find the villain responsible for the attack and bring him to justice." She shook her head. "It is not the shooting incident, Lucian. It is Lord Almsley. He is more interested in his plants than he is in me. His mother is a loathsome creature I shall be required to abide on a daily basis, and he does not even know how to give a proper kiss."
"But Strathmore does," reminded wicked Violet.
"Oh, how he does."
She ought not to have said the last about kissing, and she knew it from the strangled expression on her brother's face. He looked as if he wanted to beat someone to a pulp. "You ought not to have had any experience in kissing at all, Lady Violet," he snapped. Oh dear. She was once more Lady Violet, which meant she had vexed him greatly. She paused, wondering what she should say next, how she could redeem herself. And then she told herself she had no reason to, that Lucian ought to redeem himself to her instead, for selecting such a boring man as her future husband, and never telling her he had approached Charles about a potential match. The revelation didn't just smart her pride, it made her question everything. It also made her quite certain her brother was a hypocrite.
"Have you any experience in kissing, Lucian?"
she asked him pointedly, turning the tables on him. His flush deepened until even the tips of his ears went scarlet. He cleared his throat. "My romantic history is neither here nor there. We are discussing you, my lady. When and where were you kissing Lord Almsley?" If only he knew there was another man entirely, he ought to be more concerned about her kissing. The realization made her feel rather smug.
"That is neither here nor there,"
she countered, parroting his words with a triumphant smile.
"Suffice it to say, the Earl is woefully lacking in the finesse such a skill requires."
"And how would you know such a thing, Lady Violet?" Her brother resembled nothing so much as a thundercloud at the moment. Served him right, going about attempting to marry her off to the sort of man he thought she should wed, the sort of man, she understood in a moment of blinding clarity, he was certain would never do to her what Mamma had done to father.
"Oh, Lucian,"
she said then, softening in spite of herself,
"did you seek to find the most boring man you could for me, so you could be certain he would never kill himself as Mamma did?"
He went rigid, and she knew she had hit upon the truth. His overbearingness was born of good intentions.
No one had suffered more in the wake of Mamma's death than Lucian. He had taken off into the sea after her, when the letter she had penned had been found. He swam until servants swam after him, dragging him, fighting all the way, back to shore, before he collapsed from exhaustion himself. And it had been Lucian who had been determined to find Mamma and bring her home to rest. He had combed the shores relentlessly, until he had discovered her, wet and pale and lifeless, still wearing her finest morning dress. He had carried her home that way. "I want your happiness," he bit out. "I have had Armsley thoroughly investigated. He does not have a mistress or great debt. There is no history of infirmity in his lineage. He is calm and mild of manner. He is intelligent and kind. He does not gamble or drink to excess. He would never hurt you. Nor would he ever thrill her or make her feel even a speck of what she felt when she was merely alone in a room with the Duke of Strathmore. But she could not say that to Lucian, nor could she confide in him her true intentions. Her heart ached for him, because she knew his high-handedness had emerged from the painful wound their mother had left upon his heart. "We cannot live in fear of reliving what happened with Mamma," she told him softly. "I do not live in fear, but in prevention." His tone was bitter, dark. The scars of the past were not mere scars for her brother, but aching, festering wounds. She wondered if they always would be. Time had continued to pass, but in so many ways he remained the youthful boy of her childhood, tormented by the thought of their mother floating away into the sea. "She must come home. I will bring her home if it is the last action I take." And he had done as he vowed, bringing Mamma home, cradled in his arms, tears streaking his cheeks. It had been the very last time Violet had ever witnessed her brother weep. "I have tried to love Charles, Lucian, but I do not." "Do not be hasty in the rush to make such a decision," he countered. "Love is like a seed. It must be planted in good soil and carefully tended for it to grow. It requires light and water. Later it must be kept free of weeds as the shoot bursts forth. Eventually it bears fruit, but in order for that to occur, time and patience and attention is required." Her brother was not wrong in his analogy, she was sure of it. But the trouble was, the thought of bearing fruit with Charles made her queasy. "Is this the talk mothers have with their daughters prior to their wedding night?" She could not help but ask, struck by morbid curiosity. "No, devil take it. That one will be left to Aunt Hortense." His ears were crimson once more. Wicked Violet emerged before she could stifle her. "Did husbands and wives have a wedding night in 1845? A smile quirked her brother's lips before he quashed it, replacing his expression with a stern frown instead. "I am certain they did, else they would not have had progeny. However, none of that is pertinent to this discussion. What is important is that you understand Lord Armsley will make an excellent husband to you. Trust me in this, Violet." She believed her brother thought he was acting in her best interest. Truly she did, but her mind had been made up. "I do not like aspic," she told her brother then, opting for Strathmore's analogy instead. "Regardless of how many times I partake of it, it retains the same perplexing texture, and I do not enjoy eating the stuff. If I do not like it now, what makes you so certain I would change my mind?" "Some things are an acquired taste." Her brother's frown grew more severe. "Lord Armsley will be good to you. By his own admission, he is hopelessly in love with you. Even if you do not return that love, I feel certain that in time you will." Yes, Charles did claim to love her, but he had also never mentioned her brother had approached him first, not in all the months of their courting. She thought again of his kisses, of the broken flower pot and his reaction, of his mother, the dowager, and her sour face of disapproval, of living with her, of suffering Charles's dry, over-eager kisses for the rest of her life. No, it was all she could think. Just, simply no. But she would not allow Lucian to see her true reaction now. Instead, she recalled the real reason behind her request for this meeting, which had not been to reveal her feelings about Charles at all, but which had instead been to attempt to ascertain when Lucian intended to make a move regarding Strathmore. She needed to know how much time she had left.
"Very well. I shall defer to your wisdom in this matter, Lucian, as I know you would never lead me astray."
The response was perhaps too biddable, and she hoped he would not take note.
"Perhaps my misgivings can be attributed to bridal jitters."
Her brother flashed a relieved smile at her. "I am told it happens to all brides and grooms. There is no harm in it. Now your head is firmly set upon your shoulders once more." Or so he thought.
"Have you come any closer to finding out who shot at the carriage the other day?"
she asked next, cognizant of her need to segue into the true meat of their conversation. His expression closed instantly, just as it always did when any mentioning of his Home Office and Special League work arose. "Closer, yes."
"Closer?"
she probed. He cleared his throat, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "Violet, you know very well I cannot divulge the finer elements of the investigations I conduct for the League." Of course she knew, and the new mantle he wore, though he had donned it with pride, filled her with sadness. She could not help but to feel with each day that passed he travelled further away from the Lucian she knew. She tamped down that ill-timed melancholy now.
"I do, but I am fearful, Lucian. This business with shots being taken at your carriage. I worry for you. I worry too for myself and Aunt Hortense. Meanwhile, we have all these strangers in our midst. Mr. Swift, a dozen new guards, the Duke of Strathmore."
Predictably, her brother's expression turned even more grim at the mentioning of Strathmore. "The Duke of Strathmore will not be beneath this roof for much longer, and he will be one less worry for you." A chill ran through her at the pronouncement.
"Will he be free to return to his home?"
Such an innocent. He sighed, passing a hand over his suddenly weary face. "No, Violet. He will not be going home. He will be going to prison. Allowing him to remain here was a favour I granted the Home Office, who is reluctant to send a peer of the realm to prison without significant evidence. I promised a fortnight's respite, which is ample time for anyone who cares to produce evidence that gainsays what I have against Strathmore. But I am confident no such evidence exists." It was worse than she had supposed. Lucian intended to see Strathmore imprisoned within the week.
"Why are you so certain of his guilt?"
she asked, because she had to know. "Swift uncovered a mountain of evidence at his home," Lucian answered, sounding as tired as his countenance. "According to the Duke of Carlisle's final investigation for the League, someone within our ranks is trading secrets to the Fenians in exchange for monetary benefit. What Swift found proves beyond a doubt Strathmore is that man."
"Why would he need to benefit financially from such a thing?"
She had to ask, for to her it made no sense. And though she could never admit it aloud to Lucian, she had seen for herself the scars Strathmore had earned in his service to the League. Why would a man who had endured all he had, with a body covered in the proof of his selfless bravery, later commit treason against the crown he had served? She had done some digging herself, and from what she had gleaned, Strathmore did not appear to be in need of funds. Quite the opposite, as he hailed from one of the wealthiest duchies in England. "Sometimes, Violet," her brother said sadly then, his familiar and beloved voice cutting through her thoughts, "a man will do something just because he can." He had committed worse sins in his life, Griffin told himself, as he prepared the tools of his escape. He had drunk himself to oblivion until he spent the next morning retching into a chamber pot and cursing his life. swearing he would never touch a drop of drink, only to drown himself in the bottle again later that evening. He had smoked opium to dull the pain, even though it hadn't worked. He had once fornicated with 3 women at once at a party thrown at the Duke of Carlisle's townhome. Afterward, he had not been able to recall any of their names. Not one, aside from the vague impression of multiple syllables. Indeed, he had spent the last decade of his life attempting, and failing miserably, to overcome the demons inside him, planted there by his incarceration in Paris. He excelled at misdeeds, the wilder the better. But of all the wrongs he had done, he could not shake the feeling, the one he was about to commit, absconding with the Duke of Arden's innocent sister and making her his bride, would go down as the very worst. Perhaps the final black mark against his soul. The last weight on his scales to tip the balance and send him one day to the fiery pits of Hades, where he no doubt belonged. And then he thought of the wide emerald eyes and midnight hair and full kissable mouth of Lady Violet, her lush curves and those long legs, and that delicious bosom, and the scent of roses, which would forever make his cock hard now for as long as he was doomed to walk the earth. He thought of all those things, and he knew this sin would be the only one he ever perpetrated in his entire life that would be worth the price he ultimately paid for its commission. Not to mention how fully he would enjoy bringing Arden to his knees and causing him to lose his position as League leader when he proved his incompetence to the Home Office. Nor could he shake the restless feeling that running away with Lady Violet and making her his Duchess would save his hide in more ways than one. Even if doing so would be her ruin, even if she would one day end up with a husband whose name lived in infamy and ignominy, there remained a strong possibility that even if he was able to perform the bold move he had carefully planned and intended to execute this evening, he would still be sent to trial and found guilty. His neck could yet find itself one more victim of the hangman's noose. But if he dwelled too much upon such doubts, he would talk himself out of his bold plan altogether, and that would do him no bloody good. Escape, and using Lady Violet as his leverage, seeking out the Duke of Carlisle, hiding himself, digging deep, those were his only options. And that was why he was currently fashioning a weapon out of a plate emblazoned with Arden's coat of arms. Lark House was crawling with enough guards to take on a small army. There was only one way he was going to escape with Lady Violet, and it would not be undetected. Pretending to take her as his prisoner had been her idea, and Griffin had to admit the Machiavellian vein hiding beneath her soft exterior impressed him, intrigued him, made him want her that much more. She was not what she appeared to be on the surface. Lady Violet West possessed layers far more captivating than even the allure of her beautifully expressive face, and he longed to learn each one, to strip her bare, literally as well as figuratively. He forced such thoughts aside with brutal determination, for now was most certainly not the time to sport a cockstand. No, indeed. Now was the time for making preparations for what he must do. Because of the additional guards, it was difficult for Lady Violet to find her way to him as often as she had before the carriage incident. She relied upon subterfuge with her most lax guard, a fellow named Pye of all things, and met with him for short increments. Their time to act would be within the hour. His last interrogation with Arden and Swift had made it clear their minds had been made up, and they were merely awaiting the formalities involved with trying a member of the League and a peer of the realm. Lady Violet had confirmed his suspicions as well when she had told him her brother intended to act within the week. That meant he could no longer delay. His bedchamber door opened, and a cloud of purple silk containing Lady Violet rustled hastily over the threshold. His pulse and his cock both leapt at her sudden appearance. Roses washed over him, along with gratitude. He still could not believe she would take such a risk on him, for him, because she believed in him. No warning knock. He could not resist teasing her, even as he broke off another shard of plate to complete the wicked-looking blade he would hold to her throat during their departure. She had offered to steal a knife for him, but Griffin had declined. On the chance their wild bid for freedom failed, he would not have her implicated. He alone would shoulder the blame, and she could move on with her life and marry someone else. Just not Flowerpot, or any other man for that matter. The notion of anyone else making Lady Violet his rather set Griffin's teeth on edge, which was good. He would need bloodlust this night.
"There was not time for knocking," she said, her voice hushed. "I was nearly caught by one of the guards."
"What if I were not properly clothed?" he prodded, testing the sharpness of the makeshift blade with the fleshy pad of his forefinger. "What would you have done, Lady Violet?" Her cheeks went pink, just as he had hoped they would. What fun he would have charming the flushes out of her. It would be a new sport, like shooting pheasants, but making Violet blush instead. And then he could remove all the articles of her clothing that acted as impediments to seeing just how far her adorable embarrassment travelled.
"I would have closed my eyes," she said primly.
"Liar." He winked. "You would have looked, and you know it." A fresh wave of colour blossomed in her cheeks. She was shy, but daring. A delectable combination.
"Do not be such a rogue, Strathmore. If we mean to do it this evening, we haven't much time."
Her glinting gaze fell to the blade in his hands.
"That looks quite dangerous. You won't cut me with it, will you?"
"I would not hurt you for the world, Lady Violet," he promised her solemnly, surprised at how deeply he meant it. The rightness of it travelled through his bones, all the way to the marrow. "It looks far more deadly than it is." That, however, was a lie. Any object at all could become a deadly weapon in the right hands, and his were most assuredly the right hands. All the same, she need not ever fear him. He only did harm when defending his life, even after Paris.
"I could have stolen a knife for you," she argued once more.
"But if you stole a knife for me, it would be apparent to Arden that someone within his household was complicit in my crimes," he reminded her. "This way is best. If I am stopped, you will not be implicated." The flush he found so deuced compelling fled her skin, and she went pale, her eyes wide.
"If you were stopped?"
He detected the faint note of trepidation in her voice, the flicker of fear. He had always been confident with her thus far in their plotting and planning. Griffin had learned long ago that when beginning an endeavour of questionable success, it was always prudent to feign great assuredness. "If I am stopped," he repeated, closing the distance to her, as much drawn to her, needing to be near her, as attempting to give her some reassurance. "It is highly unlikely, but it is nevertheless a reality we must face. If I fail, you must not confess. You will act as if you were in shock, as if you had no knowledge of my dastardly plot. If I am caught, the first and last time we ever spoke was the day you tripped me with your knitting. Understood?" She frowned at him.
"It was crocheting, but I refuse to allow you to be marched away to prison while I pretend I had no hand in this. If we are caught, I shall go alongside you, where I belong."
Where I belong. Her words should not have such a tremendous effect upon him, but they did. They hummed through him with energy and heat and a great thrilling pang of longing. The notion of any woman belonging at his side had never even occurred to him. He had not imagined he would ever wed or wish to shackle himself to one woman forever. But though his circumstances were undeniably desperate, he could not help but to feel an unfurling blossom of pleasure when Lady Violet West said she belonged at his side. and he wholeheartedly agreed. Just not in the instance of his future incarceration. He traced the silken curve of her jaw with a fleeting touch that was enough to send a bolt of awareness straight through him. He knew she felt it too, for he absorbed her slight tremble, saw her pupils dilate and her full lips part on a soft exclamation of surprise. "None of your brother's hired dogs will be able to stop me," he promised her. "You worry for naught, my dear. But before we leave this chamber, I will have your promise that in the rare, almost impossible event of my capture this evening, you will maintain your innocence and not allow your reputation to become darkened by me." Despite his words, she worried her lower lip.
"I wish there was a way to reason with Lucian."
He ground his teeth at the mention of the Duke of Arsehole. "There is none, my lady. Your brother has convinced himself of my guilt, and has already tried me in his mind. If you wish to forego the plan, I completely understand. You may leave this chamber unimportuned, and I will never breathe a word of this to anyone."
"No."
She shook her head quickly.
"I have made up my mind. My brother thinks to live my life for me and make all my choices. This choice is mine, and I choose you."
He swallowed against a sudden, stinging, and altogether unwanted tide of emotion, knocked loose by her words. "Thank you, my lady. I promise to do everything in my power to prove to you that your confidence is not misplaced." He took one of her hands in his, raising it to his lips for a kiss. Her fingers were cold in his, small and elegant. Though she was taller than most other ladies of his acquaintance, everything about her was feminine and lovely. She was a wild rose, blooming amongst a world of cultivated hothouse roses that all looked and smelled the same. "I choose you in return," he told her at last, in a voice gone so thick with emotion he scarcely recognized it as his own. Sodding hell! He had been imprisoned and tortured in a besieged city, and he had never once gone maudlin. He had to keep his mind under control. The task at hand was all he could think, see, and do, until he and Lady Violet were beyond the reach of Arden and any of his men. Lady Violet seemed to sense his shift of mood, without him needing to give it voice, for she withdrew her hand, her shoulders going back stiff and straight, chin tipping up in that defiant pose of hers.
"Good. But for now, let us get the details out of the way. Lucian left about an hour ago. He told me not to expect him back for supper this evening. Aunt Hortense is having a nap. Pye believes I am looking for some string, in the shade of cerulean, for the stripe about the edge of the scarf I am making him."
Jealousy, hideous and foreign, crept its way through him, a silent beast with an appetite for destruction. "You are making him a scarf?" She blinked.
"It was originally meant for Charles, but Pye is a rather nice young man, and he seemed quite thrilled at the prospect of sporting a scarf from me. I offered it to him instead. Besides, how do you think I have been able to find my way to you so often? The scarf seemed to be sufficient bribery for Pye. He has not once questioned my absences."
This mollified Griffin not one whit. The scarf had initially been crafted with flower pot in mind, and then had been reassigned to a bodyguard with a pastry for his surname. "No one has ever knitted me a scarf."
"It is called crocheting,"
she corrected him again, a V of disapproval furrowing the otherwise faultless skin between her dark brows. He longed to kiss her there, but refrained. In truth, he knew by now what the lady's art she practised with string and hook was called. He simply enjoyed hearing her correct him. "No one has ever crocheted me a scarf either." She surprised him then by withdrawing from his touch and reaching up and cupping his face with her satiny palms. Through the layer of his well-groomed beard, he felt that touch like a brand. He stilled, unable to look anywhere else, unable to think of anything else.
"I will crochet anything you wish, Strathmore."
How foolish he felt then. He did not need the scarf, did not need to beg for one. Here was his cue to return to the task at hand, to revert to the hardened, emotionless husk of a man he ordinarily was. He cleared his throat. The crocheting can wait, my lady. For now, let us deal with what awaits us. You will leave the chamber and go into the hall. I will follow you and come up behind you, putting one arm around your throat and holding my dagger to you with the other. You must act surprised and fearful, but you must always remain limp and willing so that I can lead you about as necessary.
I am going to crochet you a scarf in your favourite colour, she said,
as if she had not heard a word he had just uttered. And damn it, if she didn't shatter something inside him with that one sentence. A handful of words, the promise of an abysmal scarf. He had no doubts as to the quality of anything she created, for he had been living with the supposed seed pouch for days now, ought not to be enough to bring him to his knees when not even cuts and lashes and beatings had. But it did. So he did the only thing he could think of doing in that moment. He kissed her. Not her lips, for if he had her mouth beneath his, there would be no stopping him. Instead, he kissed the smooth, pale flesh of her forehead, as if he were anointing her with a benediction. And perhaps he was. Certainly, he was marking her as his. "Thank you," he breathed, and it was all he could say. But he knew it was enough by the way her eyes darkened and the gold and brown flecks within them shimmered. He would wear the bloody scarf every day, even in the summer if it pleased her. She smiled up at him, and he knew he would happily take on the whole world for her.
"What is your favourite colour?"
she asked. He did not even hesitate. "Purple."
"Oh,"
she swallowed.
"Truly?"
It hadn't been before, but it was now. Truly. Her smile deepened.
"Then purple is what it shall be. But we had better get our plans sorted. You pretend to take me prisoner in the hall. What happens next?"
He was grateful once more for her uncanny ability to see him as no one else ever had. For her realization, he required a change of subject before he knew it himself. "Next, we will make our way to the street," he said, "where a carriage will be waiting for us not far from here, and from there we will fly as far and as fast as we can travel, until we disappear for a time." If everything had gone according to plan, that was. He had gone to great efforts to send word of his needs to his connections with Lady Violet's help, but being isolated from the rest of the world, he could not be entirely certain his messages had reached their intended destinations. All he could do was hope. Chapter 9. Violet was still shaking, with a brutal combination of fear and excitement, by the time she and the Duke of Strathmore reached their destination for the evening. She stood in the front parlour of a small home in the countryside, well beyond London. Modest and small, it was nevertheless cheerful, with brightly striped wallpaper. Strathmore had picked the lock to gain entrance, reassuring her he knew the owner when she had protested, adding that picking locks was one of his talents as an agent of the Crown. In the wake of their abrupt race from Lark House and London itself, Violet and Strathmore had not spoken much. He had been preoccupied with making certain they were not followed. She had been alternately preoccupied by hoping she had not just made the most disastrous decision of her life, and fearing she was falling in love with the strange, reckless, beautiful man she had run away with. The man she was going to marry, she reminded herself, as she laced her fingers together at her waist and paced the confines of the parlour. The home was empty, not a servant or other soul to be found, but its waxed floors and lived-in scent suggested its owners were not far. Strathmore had been quiet when she had inquired where they were stopping and why. Much of him was steeped in mystery, and she could see now
It would take some time for him to open up to her fully, for him to trust her. Already he had trusted her enough with this. Himself, the great risk they had taken for his life and freedom. He had led her from Lark House without injuring anyone. Indeed, he had almost made it seem too easy, too simple. The blade he had fashioned had been held near her throat, but never against it. Using her as a willing shield, he had retreated from Lark House, and he had done it so quietly, with such finesse, that only 2 men had even been aware of what had occurred before she and Strathmore emerged from a servant's entrance and found their way with ease to the waiting carriage. How he had managed to have a carriage ready and awaiting them was yet another mystery, though she imagined the missive he had instructed her to smuggle out of Lark House on his behalf had been the source. With a deep breath, she paced the length of the chamber one more time. She had done it. Strange how leaving with the Duke did not make her feel any differently. If anything, it made her feel more at ease, as if she had finally reached the place where she belonged, by Strathmore's side. Yes, she had meant it when she said the words to him earlier. It was difficult indeed to describe or even understand herself, for the sensation was unlike anything she had ever experienced before him. A part of her had been missing, and she had not known it until the moment he had fallen into her lap. But she had found it, there in his eyes. Being with him felt... She turned on her heel, and suddenly there he was, looming on the threshold of the chamber, tall, dark, debonair. Hers. Violet stopped, losing her breath, losing her nerve. How could this beautiful man ever truly be any woman's, let alone hers? How could she imagine he would ever want her in return? A plain violet like her namesake, rather than a glorious lily or a rose. "You were gone for quite some time," she greeted him, instead of giving voice to the multitude of foolish thoughts roiling through her mind. "I was helping the driver tend to the horses," he said simply. "He is spending the night in rather cramped quarters in an uncomfortable stable on our account, so I deemed it only fair." It was not an action she could imagine a duke taking, endeavouring to help a coachman, but she supposed the Duke of Strathmore was no ordinary duke. His body was covered in scars. He did and said everything he should not, and he did not seem to fear anything or anyone. He was dangerous. "Are there not servants here to do such a duty?" she asked, curious once more about where he had brought her. "This home certainly seems lived in, and yet it appears as if there is no one about." He flashed her a brief smile, and though it was small and fleeting, she felt it to her toes. "The less witnesses we have, the better. Fortunately, I was able to get word to some of my acquaintances in advance of our plans, and this home is ours for the evening. No one will ever suspect you and I are staying here this night. We are safe." Safe. Just the 2 of them. Somehow, that sounded anything but safe. It sounded, instead, a myriad of things. Wicked, promising, delightful, terrifying. She looked at his beautiful mouth, wondering how she could be alone with him without wanting to kiss him, without kissing him, without throwing herself into his arms like the wanton she had become. "What is wrong with that?" asked wicked Violet. "Nothing," said her heart. Oh dear. It did not bode well for her heart and wicked Violet to be in accord. She needed to distract herself. She also needed to stop ogling his gorgeous lips. "You are certain no one will find us here?" It was the only coherent question she could find to ask, aside from, "Will you please kiss me again?" And that would be a very, very bad idea. "As certain as I can be of anything, my lady." He approached her, and the crisp scent of the countryside was on his coat, mingling with pine and musk.
He wore neither hat nor gloves, his wavy dark hair ruffled and falling rakishly over one blue eye. "If I am an agent of the Crown worth half my weight, I ensured no one will be capable of tracking us. But we cannot linger here beyond morning light. We are still too near to town, and your brother is likely already tearing London apart with his bare hands, determined to find you and send me to rot in prison. We will move on to our destination, and when we are there, we will wed as quickly as we can." His expression was solemn, but his eyes blazed. He enjoyed this, she realized. He appeared so very vibrant, so alive. His vitality made him even more irresistible, and she did not realize she had even moved until she stood nearer to him than was wise. So near her hem brushed over his shoes. So near she could touch him if she wished. Oh, how she wished! But she did not touch him. Not yet. Instead, she forced her mind to the tenuous situation in which they now found themselves. "Lucian will send me to Albemarle for certain if he finds us before we are married." She had not meant to make the worried observation aloud, but now she had. The Duke was scowling down at her. "He has threatened to send you away before?" he asked in a voice that was silken seduction wrapped around steel. "Once," she admitted, "when I spoke to him of you." "The devil!" His eyes narrowed. "What did you say to him about me, Spitfire, to make him so angry?" "I defended you." It was unwise, she was certain, to make such a revelation to him, just as she was certain it was unwise to allow his sobriquet to send a frisson of warmth straight through her. She had already sent enough caution to the wind with her madcap scheme of running away with him. For the sake of her heart, she knew she ought to proceed with caution. After all, they were not yet wed. His lush lips quirked into an arrogant smile. "Is it wrong of me to enjoy the notion of you as my champion?" "No." She grinned back at him, unable to shake the fantasy they were the only two people in the world. For a beat, all the danger and deception, everything they had done this evening, fell away, and they were Violet and Strathmore, man and woman, soon to be husband and wife. "I will gladly serve as your champion any time you like, so long as you bestow such smiles upon me." "You like it?" His smile deepened, his eyes glittering with deviltry and a hint of something darker and deeper. She flushed, a full body flush, every inch of her skin growing heated, a flame from head to toe. He was looking at her as if he could read her every wicked thought. "Do not think about his mouth," she told herself. "Do not even look one more time." She tried to think of Lucian, of Aunt Hortense, of Charles, and there was an answering clench of guilt in her belly, to be sure, but it was replaced by the intensity of the Duke of Strathmore. He was smouldering, stealing all the air from the chamber, from her lungs specifically, from her mind precisely. Her gaze dropped. Blast him! Even his teeth were charming, their only imperfection a slight overlap between his bottom teeth that somehow rendered him all the more alluring. "It is a pleasant smile," she managed to say at last, striving for a tone that was careless and easy, as if he did not turn her insides into a sizzling heap of ash, as if she were not, even now, a conflagration for him, longing to throw herself into his arms and kiss him senseless. Ah. He canted his head, considering her with a thorough stare that saw far more than she wanted it to. "I seem to recall an occasion upon which you also referred to my kisses as pleasant. Shall we disprove this statement in the same manner?" "Yes," cried wicked Violet. "No." She kept her tone as tart and prim as possible, reminding herself that while she had done something exceedingly reckless and brazen, and likely foolhardy this evening, She must not forget she was a lady.
"We are not yet married, Strathmore, and though Aunt Hortense is not here to act the part of chaperone, I must insist we both act with decorum until the vows are spoken."
She paused, realizing how her words sounded.
"And afterward."
It would be what Aunt Hortense wished for her to say. "Decorum," he repeated, raising a lone brow. How did the man make a word with such a bland and rigid definition sound like a sin she wanted to commit with him?
"Yes."
Yes to sinning with him.
"No."
She blinked, confusing herself. He had her flustered and overly warm, and saying and doing things the old Violet never would have done. But the old Violet had been too busy crocheting seed pouches for Charles to dare to even dream of an adventure with a too handsome duke her brother intended to arrest. He stepped nearer, touching her for the first time since they had made their great escape. Aside from the impersonal and gentlemanly touches he had employed to assist her into and out of the carriage. His long, elegant fingers, which were neither a working man's nor truly a lord's, but somewhere vaguely in between, much like Strathmore himself, skimmed over the hollow at the base of her throat. She inhaled sharply, her pulse pounding with such embarrassing ferocity she knew he could absorb the frantic rhythm with his fingertips. He held them still, a gentle touch over her heartbeat. "It cannot be both yes and no at once, can it?" he asked softly. "It must be either yes or no." Her cheeks stung with heat. Why must she forever be making a ninny of herself before him? She wondered again why he wished to marry her. Likely to spite her brother. In a sense, she was marrying him for the same reason, so she supposed there ought to be some validity in that.
"You are correct," she agreed. "It must be either yes or no."
But sometimes it was grey. Those fingers of his travelled, skimming lower, flirting with the high lace-trimmed collar of her modest day-gown. "I am confused, my lady, and I fear you must help me. Am I acting with decorum now?" Was it her overactive and over-eager imagination, or had he dipped his head lower? She swallowed.
"No."
He toyed with the lace. "How about now?"
"Still no."
He removed his hand, and she felt the loss of his touch in her core. He stepped back, putting some distance between them. Distance she did not want, regardless of how much she ought to recognize the need to maintain it. "Now?" he asked, watching her with that predatory glint in his eye, as if he would swallow her whole. Two things occurred to her then. One, she may have gravely misjudged her ability to keep the Duke of Strathmore behaving himself. Two, she wanted him to swallow her whole and do whatever he wished to her. Still a third, she did not want him to act with decorum. She wanted his hand upon her breast, cupping it as he had that day in the salon when she had tripped him. "Yes," she forced herself to say, knowing it was in her best interest to maintain her wits. It simply would not do to allow herself to become swept away by the Duke of Strathmore. She was not entirely certain she could trust him after all. She believed in his innocence, but she did not truly know him. Not yet. Furthermore, there was something about him, that mysterious, enigmatic quality that suggested he was a man who did not allow anyone to know him. Could she break his walls? Would she ever get to know the real Duke of Strathmore? "Have I told you I find you irresistible?" He took another step in retreat, putting more distance between them. "What about this, Lady Violet? Am I acting with decorum? I am not even touching you." No, but he may as well have. His first question hit her with full force, directly in her middle, blossoming outward, radiating waves of heat everywhere, especially between her thighs. The Duke of Strathmore found her, Violet West, irresistible. "I do not know which question to answer," she muttered, half to herself. His smile deepened once more. "I believe you already have given me the answer I need, my lady. But for now the hour grows late, and I am certain you must be famished. Would you care to dine?" Her stomach chose that moment to growl, and she pressed a palm over it, willing it to stop. "Who will be cooking?" "I will." His countenance hardened, becoming even more impossible to read than it ordinarily was. "You?" she repeated, hearing the disbelief in her own voice. He surprised her once more, a brilliant grin breaking through his taut expression. "Yes, me. Who else? Come, my lady. I will prepare dinner for you, and while I do, you may regale me with your singular notions of decorum." He extended his arm to her then, as if he were a gallant suitor, leading her onto a ballroom dance floor for a waltz beneath 100 glittering lights. Decorum was the last thing she wanted to discuss with the Duke of Strathmore, unless it was a dialogue involving the means by which they could eschew it altogether. Wicked Violet was fast becoming the only Violet there was. But Strathmore cooking? It was a potent lure, almost as potent a lure as his fine face and form and sullen mouth were. She suppressed a sigh. How would she ever survive this night alone with him, without being tempted to abandon all her good intentions and every tenet Aunt Hortense had ever taught her? With a sigh of defeat, she hastened forward, accepting the Duke's arm. After all, she was starving, and he alone could provide the sustenance she required. Chapter 10. "That smells heavenly," Lady Violet commented from her perch on a chair in the small kitchen of the Berkshire home he had purchased several years ago. The edifice itself was plain and simple, fashioned of stone, situated upon an awkward parcel of land. He had not bought it for its monetary value, a relative pittance in comparison to the vast holdings of the Strathmore Duchy. He had bought it and paid handsomely for a caretaker to keep it clean and well stocked with essentials at all times, for two reasons. First, it had special meaning to him, the sort which could not be derived from financial worth. Second, Griffin was a man who enjoyed hiding. Not only did he enjoy it, but he often found himself in a position in which he needed to hide. Like today, for instance. "Thank you." Though the foodstuffs left behind by Pearson, the man he paid to maintain the property, were nothing impressive, he was certain he would be able to pull together a decent three-course meal. He felt her gaze upon him like a caress. "What are you making?" There was something about cooking for Lady Violet, and doing so within this house in particular, that felt right in a way that cut straight to his marrow. He did not choose to question it, or look deep inside himself for the source of that feeling. He simply accepted it, basked in its warmth, which rivaled the heat of the fire he had built to prepare their dinner. "Egg and onion soup to begin. This is a recipe of my mother's," he said casually, giving the onions he was frying in butter a stir. He was admittedly no trained French chef, but his mother, who had been his father's cook before he had married her in the scandal of his generation, had taught Griffin everything he knew. Even after she had become Duchess, cooking had pleased her, relaxed her. His father had not cared if the servants gossiped. He had been in love with Griffin's mother, and he had allowed her to have the run of the kitchens. As a result, Griffin had spent many a happy day in his youth, watching Mamma prepare soups and salads and joints, or working her magic with cherry tartlets. All these years later,
His parents, both nothing more than cherished memories, he still found comfort in preparing food. There was something about creating something from nothing, from crafting sustenance with his own hands, that appealed to him in a way he could not explain.
"Your mother's?"
Lady Violet asked, surprise mingling with curiosity in her dulcet voice. Yes. He slanted a glance in her direction, noting she had taken off her shoes and the tips of her stocking-clad toes were visible beneath the hem of her purple gown. Toes, covered toes, blast it, should not send a rush of need straight through him, but somehow they did. My mother worked in my father's kitchens before he married her. He waited for her shocked exclamation, perhaps even disgust. Griffin was well accustomed to the prejudices of his world. To many, a duchess who had once been a servant would forever be a servant who had reached above herself, masquerading as one of her betters. But Lady Violet's expression was contemplative. She considered him with a regard that almost made him uncomfortable, as if she was seeing him for the first time, or perhaps seeing straight to the heart of him, the part he kept buried.
"Did she teach you how to cook?"
she asked, sounding genuinely interested. She did. A rush of bittersweet fondness hit him as he recalled his mother. She had been lovely, with a beauty that shone from within, and the kindest heart of anyone he had ever met. She had died when he was imprisoned in Paris, and he would never forget returning home, scarred and broken, learning the pillar of his life had been taken from him forever. He cleared his throat, suddenly uncomfortable by the stinging in his eyes. He was the Duke of Strathmore, by God, and he had been through the fiery pits of hell on earth without breaking down. He did not weep, had not even done so when he had finally stood over his mother's grave, wishing he could have told her one last time how much he loved her.
"You must miss her very much,"
Lady Violet observed. Every day. And it was true. Lady Violet stared at him with that brilliant gaze of hers. Her regard did strange things to him, things he did not understand. All he knew was he must not act upon the vicious instincts roiling through him now, and stalk across the kitchen, hauling her into his arms. Had he not learned anything from his father? His father had fallen hopelessly in love with his mother, despite their disparate worlds, and when he had lost her, he had been so despondent he had taken to his chamber for a full month. Indeed, it may well have been the beginning of his madness. Griffin had always promised himself he would not follow in his sire's footsteps. He did not want to be ruled by his heart, to become so caught up with a woman he could not bear to live without her. He had to cease this madness. He turned his attention back to the task at hand, far safer, and gave the onions a stir. Satisfied they had been browned enough, he added water to the pot and stoked up the fire to get the water boiling.
"I lost my mother when I was 10,
she said, into the companionable silence that had fallen between them.
She walked into the North Sea one day and never returned.
It had not been what he had expected her to say, and the revelation left him shaken. He tried to envision a 10-year-old Lady Violet, a scrap of a girl, he was certain, with her dark hair in ringlets and big green eyes, losing her mother to suicide. His heart ached for the girl, for the woman she had become. For the first time since before his own mother had died, he longed to embrace a woman with compassion, rather than amorous intent. He glanced back to her, studying her expression. There was no anger on her lovely face, only melancholy. I am sorry, Lady Violet. I had no idea.
No one does.
She gave him a small, sad smile.
Not a soul beyond the family knows the truth of what happened that day, that my mother died by her own hand. I know Lucian has been harsh with you, but beneath his hard exterior lies the heart of the boy who dragged his mother's body from the ocean. What he saw and did that day, losing our mother in such shocking fashion, it changed him forever. It hardened him. Our father died a few years later, leaving the two of us alone, and Lucian with a mountain of responsibilities. The weight of the world is upon his shoulders, and it makes him unyielding and cold sometimes.
Christ! He did not want to soften toward Arden, for the man was his enemy, hell-bent upon casting him into Newgate and letting him rot. It must have been terribly sad and shocking for the both of you. While I admit I harbour no love for your brother, I would not wish such a thing upon my greatest enemy.
I do not tell you this so you pity Lucian, but rather so you know he is not all bad.
Her expression was earnest, open. She took his breath, this beautiful, vibrant creature. Each time he looked at her, he could scarcely believe she had trusted him, that she believed in him. It was humbling, but it also made him feel 10 bloody feet tall. But then, inevitably, every emotion was blotted out by the sure and true knowledge he did not deserve her trust, that he was planning to destroy it, that there would be a chance Violet would not forgive him for bringing Arden down. But he could not linger upon the murky possibilities of the future now. He had to instead keep his sight firmly upon the horizon, and what needed to be achieved. Clearing his name, sending the true villain to prison, and ruining the Duke of Arden. He cannot be entirely irredeemable, he forced himself to say, in as light a tone as he could muster, through the dark thoughts churning within him, the need for vengeance. He has you for a sister, after all. She sent him a soft smile.
He will see reason when we can prove your innocence. I know it.
Griffin was not as certain that the Duke of Arden could be induced to reason. It was why he had absconded with Lady Violet, intent upon making her his bride. It was also why he intended to do everything in his power to bring Arden down as the leader of the League. But he said nothing of his true intentions aloud to the lovely woman he was using as a pawn in his game of chess. I wish I possessed your confidence, my lady. But then you know your brother better than I do. Guilt pricked at him as he added approximate measures of milk and flour to the boiling onions, shaking in some salt and pepper afterward. He must not lose sight of his purpose. Nor could he allow this false intimacy between them, this brief respite in their journey and travails, to affect him. He had to remain immovable. Just then, the scent of roses, delicate and floral and delicious, and so thoroughly Lady Violet, permeated the smell of his boiling soup. She had come nearer, drifting from her chair in her stockinged feet, within touching distance, and he was instantly anything but immovable. Rather, he was hard. His cock went as rigid as marble, rising full and heavy and thick to press against the placket of his trousers. Her skirts came into sight then, dark purple silk, great bunches of it wrinkled from the time they had spent within the confines of the carriage that had brought them here. Nearer she came, hem swaying in dangerous proximity to the fire he had so recently stoked.
I want to help you, Strathmore,
she said, laying a hand upon his forearm as he stirred the soup.
What shall I do? Only tell me, and it is done. I do not prefer to sit idly by while others do my work for me.
There was no other woman like this one, and he knew it. A lady who thought nothing of throwing her reputation upon a funeral pyre for his sake, who chose to help him despite her love for her brother, and when she ought not to trust him in the slightest, who offered to help him cook dinner, and did not so much as blink when he told her his mother had been a servant, that his blood was not as pure and true and aristocratic as every other duke's in England. He kept his gaze averted from her, lest he do something foolish, and thank Christ he did, for when her skirts swayed once more, they nearly swayed straight into the hearth. He stopped stirring, caught her waist in his hands, and spun her away from danger. "Take care, my lady." His grip on her tightened when he fell into her eyes and noted the obsidian orbs in their centres dilating wide. "You ventured too close to the fire and nearly set yourself aflame." Her hands had fluttered to his shoulders as she sought purchase during his abrupt shifting of her. Fingertips tightened, digging into his shoulders. Far from pain, he was instead lanced by a haze, almost euphoric pleasure, the sort he had only previously felt before when he had poured too many spirits down his worthless gullet in an effort to drown his past. "I believe I have already stepped into the fire, Your Grace," she whispered, those thick lash-studded eyes searching his, finding him when he did not want her to, bringing him, vulnerable and bleeding, to the surface for her inspection. "And I am currently aflame." Damnation! She certainly felt as if she were aflame. Her heat radiated through the layers of undergarments and silk, keeping his fingers from creamy, bare skin, keeping his body from claiming hers, keeping him from doing what he so desperately wanted to her. All the women in the world he could have found to bed, in an England rife with beauties of all shapes and sizes, yet somehow he only wanted this one. What a perverse bastard he was. "Is this the decorum you spoke of?" he asked, reminding her as much as he reminded himself. She was temptation, and he was greedy and sinful and guileless, and he would take everything she offered and more. But first, he wanted her to make the decision to become his duchess. He wanted her to stand before him and speak vows so that later, afterward, she could not claim he had misled her. Somehow this was important to him, more important than the aching in his buttocks and the state of his cock. Her cheeks went predictably pink. She swallowed, and he watched, fascinated by the subtle movement of her pale throat. God, how he wanted to set his lips there, to feed upon her, as if he required her to survive. "No," she said at last. "Forgive me, Strathmore. Aunt Hortense would be quite appalled by my behaviour." Aunt Horrible could go hang for all he cared. But something else was bothering him, something he needed to rectify at once. "Griffin, Spitfire," he said gently, setting her away from him and releasing her waist with the greatest of difficulty. "I have heard you refer to Flowerpot as his given name at least 24 times by now. If we are to wed, it stands to reason you may call me by my Christian name as well." He did not miss the flare of some deeper emotion in her eyes, the darkening of her irises, but she passed her palms over her skirts in an elegant show of smoothing them. "Must you insist upon referring to Charles as Flowerpot?" He growled. Yes, he did. He could not help the sound that emerged from him, primitive and wild, born of the deep-rooted sense of possession he felt toward this woman. "Let us establish a deal, if you like, my lady. I will cease calling the arsehole in question Flowerpot, and you will stop calling him Charles. The only man's name I want on your lips from this moment forward is mine, preferably being screamed in ecstasy. Are we in accord?" Her luscious lower lip dropped. He supposed he could have been more subtle, but Lady Violet West inspired all manner of feelings within him, and not a single goddamn one of them could be classified as subtle. "Violet," he prodded when she did not answer, taking this liberty for himself. Now they had put sufficient time and distance between themselves and Lark House. What was about to unfold seemed real for the first time. She was going to be his in every way. He would know how she felt beneath him, how her body clenched around his cock, the way she tasted, the sounds she made when she spent. Everything, all of it, all of her would be his, and he, too, would be hers. until she could no longer bear the sight of him. But that was later, and this was now, and there was soup simmering over a fire, and he had 2 more courses to make. "I agree to your deal, Griffin," she said at last, and this, Violet relenting, felt like a gift, one he would wholeheartedly accept. "Thank you. Now then, if you are insistent upon offering me aid, perhaps you might peel these carrots." Grinning, he plucked a bunch of root vegetables, their leafy tops neatly trimmed to preserve them, out to her. She took them from him, offering him a small, shy smile in return. "I have never before peeled a carrot, Griffin, but I am more than willing to try." Of course she had not. As the daughter of a duke, and then the sister to one, she would never have been required to learn such a thing. And as a duke himself, it was highly irregular that he had, he reminded himself. But he had been raised with his mother's ideals, that there was no harm in hard work, but rather great pride in it. One of his first happy memories was peeling potatoes for his mother as a lad, so she could make her famous scalloped potatoes. It was a great shame Pearson had not thought to stock the house with potatoes, for Griffin would have loved serving Violet his mother's decadent recipe. Another day, perhaps. "I will show you, Spitfire," he promised softly, enjoying the way the firelight and twin oil lamps in the room glinted off her lustrous hair and eyes. "But first, I need to stir my soup." Violet could not eat another morsel of food. Everything Strathmore had prepared had been perfectly delectable, some of the best food she had ever eaten. Not Strathmore, she reminded herself then, but Griffin. They sat terribly near, but still opposite each other, at a small, scarred wooden table in the kitchen where he had prepared the meal. The fire in the hearth was cooling to embers, the oil lamps were turned low, and the comforting scent of food blended with his potently male scent of musk and pine. The Duke of Strathmore was a proficient chef. She still could not quite fathom it as she forced the last bite of custard tartlet into her mouth, swallowing it down. His soup had been rich and divine, followed by ham smothered in velouté and mashed carrots, and finally the tartlet. He had apologized for the lack of fresh fruit before she had begun to devour it. Cherry would have been delightful, but raspberry or peach would have done every bit as well. But Violet had never tasted anything better, and she would happily forego fruit for the rest of her life if it meant she could sit across from the beautiful duke she was going to marry and eat one of his confections. "I regret the house did not have a larder stocked with more options," he said into the companionable silence that had descended as they completed their meal. Violet found enjoying a meal without the hovering presence of servants, particularly one so intimate, freeing and thrilling all at once. "I cannot imagine what you would have produced from a well-stocked larder. This alone was so delicious. I fear I may forever view all dishes served me inferior." He laughed, his blue eyes dancing, and he seemed more carefree in that moment than she had ever seen him. It suited him well, she thought, the role of devil-may-care agent. But there was far more to him than the surface suggested. He was also a man who was proud of his mother, a former servant who had risen above her station to become a duchess. He had loved that woman enough to learn her trade and employ it himself. What a conundrum he was, the Duke of Strathmore. Just when she had supposed she had figured him out, he changed again, revealing new layers and depths. It was possible, he argued without heat. Enough to fill our bellies for the journey ahead of us tomorrow. Tomorrow brought with it a fresh barrage of emotions for Violet. It was a reminder they were en medias res of their journey. A reminder, too, that she was betraying her beloved brother to prove the innocence of a man she scarcely knew. a reminder she knew precious little about their plans from this moment onward. And it was well past time for her to ask.
"Where are we going tomorrow?"
she queried, setting aside her fork and napkin and raising the glass of wine he had filled to her lips. It was half-drained, her second of the evening, and everything was awash with a warm, delicious glow of possibility. Probably a poor idea to consume more, but she was rather enjoying her first taste of freedom, truth be told. Like the Duke's cooking, and like Strathmore himself, freedom was mouth-watering, and she wanted more. Tomorrow we travel to the home of a trusted friend of mine. He raised his own glass of wine to his lips, draining it to the dregs. We will be safe there as well, though perhaps more expected there than here, which is why we will need to marry as soon as possible upon our arrival.
As soon as possible?
If her voice squeaked when she repeated his words, it could hardly be helped. The mere notion of marrying the Duke of Strathmore as soon as possible left her breathless and heated and flushed all over and anticipatory. He gave a single sharp nod, his expression growing closed and tense. Yes, as long as you are still in accordance with the plan. You do want to marry me and become my Duchess, do you not? She was beginning to realize he was a man of many masks, only some of which he deigned to show her. In that respect, he was rather a great deal like Lucian. Little wonder they seemed to despise each other. Little wonder each man wanted to bring the other to his knees. The errant thought made her frown. Was that the way of it? Did Griffin merely want to lay Lucian low, and that was the reason for his acceptance of her proposal?
"Why do you wish to marry me?"
she blurted, telling herself not to flush with embarrassment, that it was a normal question, a valid question, that she deserved to hear the answer. His stare was hot and intense, eating her alive. Do you not think yourself beyond the time for posing such a question, Spitfire?
No,
she countered, meeting him bluster for bluster.
This home has a door. I can walk through it if necessary.
Not that she intended to do so. When she had left Lark House with him, she had felt the finality of her decision in her heart. There would be no going back. Excellent observation, he said grimly, almost as if he had been privy to her tumultuous thoughts. Just remember you asked the question, lest you decide you do not like the answer. I want to marry you for several reasons, all of which are selfish and thoroughly wrong, and I know it. His admission startled her in its candour. She wanted to know more.
And they are?
His expression darkened, his eyes the deep blue of a sky after a summer thunderstorm. Because I want to bed you. Because I want to strip you of every layer of silk, lace and linen until you are bare before me, until you are lying in my bed beneath me, and I am kissing you and... Christ. Do you want more? I can assure you that you do not, Violet. She wanted more. Of course she did. But she could not admit it aloud. Only wicked Violet could admit such sinful feelings. Except the evening seemed to burn and sizzle with possibility. She felt alive, truly alive. And so she said the only two words that would roll off her lips.
More, please.
More tartlet? He teased, his expression growing less strained.
You know,
she countered, breathless.
Give me more. Tell me more. More details.
His nostrils flared, the only sign her request affected him, but it was enough. I want to marry you because I want to fuck you, Violet. There. Do you like that word? Are you happy now? I want to fuck you so deep and so hard and so well that you never again think of anyone named Charles or any other faceless, nameless man for the rest of your life. I want you to be mine alone, now and always, forever. Does that make you happy? Have I thoroughly shocked and horrified you yet?"
Dear God, his words, his wicked, bad, altogether naughty words, took her next breath, and the one after that. Was it how he truly felt about her? Did he want her with such ferocity? Did he want her every bit as badly as she wanted him? She met his stare, refusing to retreat. "That depends." A dark brow rose, questioning.
Upon what?
Upon everything. Upon nothing. She did not know. All she did know was she had run away with the Duke of Strathmore. She had feigned her own abduction. She was now alone with a man who had said, Lord in heaven, she could not even repeat his words in her mind, for they were so sinful and carnal. For the years of her life, following her mother's death, she had always been so careful. Her every action had been made with great deliberation, taken to please her brother, to prove she was not cut from the same cloth as Mamma. But the time had come to rebel. She felt it now, here, with the sweet taste of a custard tart on her tongue, and the most handsome man she'd ever met staring at her across the table, close enough to touch. She straightened in her chair, her gaze never wavering from his. "Upon whether or not you mean what you just said." He met her gaze, his burning into hers with an intensity she could not shake.
"Of course I mean it. I mean all of it. And I have from the moment you felled me with your knitting."
"Crocheting." She corrected him as if it mattered, staring at him hard, reading his gaze, inspecting his posture and bearing, the muscle ticking in his jaw.
"Crocheting,"
he repeated with a devastating smile. He held out his hand to her, palm up, stretched across the table like an offering. For a few beats she considered him, studying his hand, his smile. It was a smile she felt not just in her heart, but in her soul, that part of herself which could not be caged. Violet stared at the man opposite her. Griffin, she reminded herself, and something strange happened. A shift, a feeling, an instinct. Whatever it was, it settled upon her, and she could not shake it. When she had been a girl, before her mother's death, she had delighted in taking off her shoes and stockings and splashing in spring puddles when no one else was about to reprimand her. There had been something freeing about mud between her toes, about acting without the burden of being Lady Violet, about simply being one with the earth, her skin absorbing the fresh, cool rainwater. Her mother had caught her one day in the gardens at Hawksley, the bloodless Tudor affair that served as the seat for the Duke of Undone. Violet had been so certain she would receive a scold, but instead her mother had taken off her own shoes and stockings, and she had taken Violet's hands in hers, and they had laughed together, laughed with the sun shining down on them after the rain, laughed as if nothing mattered beyond the moment. It was one of her happiest memories of Mamma, her smile, upturned face, the mud puddles splashing their fine silk gowns, their feet dirty and cold, the freeing sensation of rebellion, of refusing to do as they ought to, as they were told. Here, in the kitchen of this small, inelegant home, seated across from Strathmore, Violet felt that same charmed sense of the weights holding her down being removed. She was once more the carefree girl who dared to splash in puddles. She placed her hand in Griffin's, and when his fingers tightened over hers, that same freeing sensation buoyed up within her, lifting her like an ascension balloon. And she was the girl who had dared. He was the person in her life who witnessed that daring and applauded it rather than trying to stifle it. "I like those wicked words," she told him. "I am not at all shocked or horrified, for I want all those things too."
Chapter 11. Griffin had intended to be a gentleman. He had told himself, repeatedly and sternly, that Lady Violet was giving up enough in this madcap scheme of theirs. He had also warned himself not to take her innocence before their wedding day. Though he was manipulating her, and though he was not being entirely honest with her about his intentions, he owed her a proper bedding, as man and wife, not some furtive coupling on their way to Oxfordshire. But that did not mean he could not give her pleasure in other ways, and it was the devil in him, rather than the gentleman, who was leading her by their linked hands from the scarred kitchen table to the stairs. He gestured for her to precede him. Neither one of them said a word, the heat emanating between them enough to ignite tinder into an inferno. Her sweet voice was an echo in his thoughts, spurring him onward. "I like those wicked words," she had said. Sodding hell. He had told her he wanted to fuck her, as if she were accustomed to such raw, coarse declarations, as if she had heard those words before. Words not proper, not befitting a lady. It was entirely possible she did not fully comprehend his confessions to her. It was also completely possible, a fact, really, that he did not give a damn. He would teach her everything. And with great, excruciating pleasure. But first, he could not travel one more step without kissing her, without tasting her again, feeling her lush lips moulding to his, opening for him. It seemed a dream she would be his, this complex, intelligent, fiercely lovely creature, that a future which had been beyond his control mere days ago was now once more within his reach. He wanted to thank her, to praise her, to devour her. Halfway up the steep stairway leading to the second floor, he was driven to the edge of reason by the sight of her nipped waist and the intricate braid of her dark hair before him. He laid the lamp he had been carrying carefully on the stair behind him, and then his hands found her waist, stilling her, pausing the both of them. With his gentle guidance she turned, facing him, one step above, which rendered them an equal height. They stood nose to nose. He fell into her eyes, brilliant and verdant. She was a goddess, Demeter, the abundance of life and fertility, and he wanted her so badly he ached everywhere. Need was a fiery beast, rampaging through him, making him bold, telling him to grasp, to claim. His hands tightened on her waist. Because part of him, the small sliver of goodness remaining, buried deep within the rest, insisted upon playing the gentleman. He did not ravage her mouth as he longed to do. Instead, he requested permission. He released her waist with one hand and dragged the backs of his fingers over her silken cheek. "May I kiss you?" Her hands framed his face, and damn it if that innocent touch, those silken palms upon his cheeks, were not together the most erotic sensations he had felt in as long as he could recall. "Yes," she whispered, unknowingly echoing his thoughts. Her eyes fluttered closed. Those dark, long lashes fanned over her pale cheeks. "Always." How he wished he could believe that. How he wished he could be certain she would answer him thus each time he asked. But in truth, when she realized his intention to destroy her brother, her response would be far different. Likely a resounding, perhaps eternal, no. But tonight was not the future, and neither would he dwell upon its uncertainty. Tonight was wild and free. Tonight was Griffin and Violet, entirely alone, with nothing and no one else between them. No past, no future, nothing but the present,
nothing but the fire burning between them. His mouth was on hers in the next breath, precisely where it belonged. His hands were in her hair, holding her head in a gentle grip, angling her just the way he wanted, and her mouth was his for the taking. So take he did. Hard and fast, lips melding, tongues tangling. She tasted of the sweetness of her red wine from dinner, and the tartlet he had made for dessert, and something else, a rich, delicate note that was undeniably hers. She tasted better than anything he had ever consumed, and she was about to become his in truth. He kissed her furiously, feverishly, spurred on by that knowledge, settling in his gut. She was perfection in his arms, not just beautiful, but intelligent and kind and interesting, and she had depths and scars within her that matched his own. She cared about him when she ought not to. She believed in him when believing in him was akin to her own ruin. She had followed him here. She trusted him. His. Hell, yes. They kissed and kissed, slow and soft. Tongues, teeth, lips. It was all-consuming. It was also not enough. He wanted more. He told himself he should not, but he could not stop. He was a conqueror, determined to take and claim. And though they were paused upon the steps, he could not stop himself. He kissed his way across her jaw to her ear. He kissed the shell, licking the hollow behind it until she quivered. He had never been so consumed with lust in his entire life as he was in this moment, and without ever having stripped her of one piece of clothing. She remained in full dress, all her layers of battle between them. But those layers did not matter one whit. She could set him on fire with them, and the rigid cock in his trousers was ample evidence of that. He kissed her mouth again, harder this time, more demanding, his tongue surging inside to duel with hers. She sucked his tongue. He swallowed a moan. She would be his undoing, Lady Violet West. She was all he had ever wanted, without knowing such a woman existed. Everything he had never imagined she would be, sweet and hot, brazen yet prim, the contradiction he wanted more than ever. She was the one beacon in his life of darkness, the sole bright light. He never wanted her to fade, to fall away from him. Some perverse part of him wanted to keep her here forever, just as she was, alive and a light in his arms, her eyes filled with warmth and understanding. But that was not to be, and he knew it. He knew it better than anyone. He would destroy her, destroy those lights and that warmth, because it was what he had to do to survive. And if there was one thing he had always excelled at, it was survival. "Griffin," she whispered. His name, and it was all she said, but it was enough. Indeed, his name in her sweet voice, half husky with desire, half dripping with her need for him, was all he wanted to hear for the rest of his life. If he lost his ability to hear from this moment forward, and his last memory of sound was her husky voice calling out his name, it would be more than enough to sustain him. He kissed her again, deeper, harder, then harder still. His lips were unforgiving upon hers, moulding, taking. But she kissed him back with every bit of his furor, not shying away from his roughness. Her fingers were in his hair, tightening, her nails raking his scalp, and he loved it. He wanted her aggression, her intensity. He wanted her to transform him, to make him hers forever, the same way she would be his. He dragged his mouth down her throat. His hands found her skirts, bunching, lifting. Even though it had not been his intention, he could not help himself. He believed in functionality, in decisions founded in logic and pragmatism. Indeed,
He had based his life upon such principles, but Violet made him change his every preconceived notion. She brought him to the precipice, straight to the dangerous edge, where he could linger on the cliff on his own or choose to leap. Part of him knew he should escort her to bed, kiss her chastely on the forehead, bid her good night. But now he had started something he could not stop. He had to have her, more of her, all of her, whatever part of her he could have. He had her skirts in his hands, still kissing her, for he could not stop. He laid her against the stairs, pressing her into them with his weight, his mouth on hers, open, coaxing, commanding. She made a sound, half strangled, and reality returned to him. He had Violet pinned to the stairs like a rutting beast. Christ! He tore his mouth from hers, chest heaving, cock straining, and stared down at her. Her lips were swollen and dark red from the force of their kisses, her eyes glittering back at him, dazed. "I am sorry. You must be dreadfully uncomfortable. Forgive me, my lady, She caught the slice of his shirt visible above his waistcoat, gripping a handful and yanking him toward her. "Do not be sorry. Just kiss me." Nothing any woman had ever said to him had made him as wild as Violet did, with 2 simple sentences. His mind clamoured with reasons why he ought to listen to the tiny speck of him that still possessed the capacity to be a gentleman. He told them all to go to the devil, and he obeyed his woman. He took her mouth with his, shifting them so his left arm became a pillow for her head. His right hand sank into her skirts, dragging them to her waist, so he could touch her as he wished. His palm skimmed over a trim ankle encased in silk stockings, up the delicious curve of her calf to her knee. Here was the sweet spot, a place he loved on a woman's body, that mouth-watering crook of skin serving as the delineation between the lush pleasures of her cunny and the innocence of her lower limbs. It was the gateway to temptation. He wanted to taste her there, to lick the sensitive skin, to breathe her in. Would she smell sweetly of roses, even behind her knee? But he could not devour her here on the stairs, he reminded himself firmly. She was an innocent, her trust in him as potent as whiskey, and every bit as fiery inside him. He had to go slowly, to treat her with care. His fingers travelled higher without breaking the kiss, over the smooth, supple curve of her outer thigh, finding the heat of her through her soft drawers. There were too many impediments keeping him from what he wanted. Rules, layers, conscience. To hell with them. Perhaps he could pleasure her here after all. If he pleasured her on a bed, he would not stop until he was inside her, and he had promised himself he would not take her until she was his. If they were caught, if for any reason their marriage did not occur, he would not take that risk for her. She would remain an innocent until she was his wife, or she would become another's. The last thought filled him with such blinding, driving possession, he kissed her harder. He could not bear for her to be another man's. She was his, and she was growing restless, making beautiful sounds of need, arching against him. He would give her what she wanted, what her body desired, what they both so desperately needed. Tearing his mouth from hers at last, he kissed down her throat. He spoke her name into her silken skin. This woman was made for sin, made for him. He licked the tender cord of her neck, found her throbbing pulse and kissed her there, made his way back to her ear, giving it a nibble that earned him a new, husky moan. He did it again, his hand skimming over her hip, guiding her legs apart. When he found the split of her drawers, his cock twitched. Griffin hesitated for a moment before allowing himself to reach within. He went slowly at first, tracing her seam with one finger in a gentle glance of a touch. She jerked against him.
Griffin!
Raw desire infused his name as she moaned it into the heavy silence of the night. He buried his smile in the soft cloud of her dark hair, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Yes, love." He touched her again. One more pass before delving within her folds to where she was wet and scorching, her pearl a plump bud begging for his attention. He stroked her slowly.
"That feels so... Oh my!"
He nuzzled her cheek, watching her expressive face as he pleasured her. Looking at her, brazen and beautiful on the stairs, skirts to her waist, legs spread for him, mouth open, breasts thrust forward, made him harder than he had ever been. He wanted her with a desperation that shook him, but he would not linger on that. There was no time for thought here in this moment, no need for deliberation. All they required was this connection, touch and pleasure, senses only. He worked her into a frenzy with ease, increasing his pressure and speed until he felt her tensing beneath his touch, until her breath was emerging in pants, until she was squirming and writhing in an instinctive effort to cure the ache within her. And then he moved down her body at last, intent upon seeing her, tasting her. The only way he wanted her to spend the first time was on his tongue. She watched him, expression a mixture of desire and wariness. She pressed her thighs together, hiding herself from his view. All he saw was beautiful legs, long and curved, clad in stockings and drawers. So much white, so much lace. His mouth watered, and the pressure in his buttocks grew. She was beautiful, the loveliest thing he had ever seen, but skittish, understandably, since she was a virgin. He tried to recall how it had been his first time, but there were so many years and memories intervening that the memory was hazy and indistinct. He recalled coming too quickly, spurred by the shock that a woman as beautiful as the widowed Countess of Fielding would allow him to touch her, let alone invite him to her bed. He recalled being nervous he would make a mistake, and he thought he sensed some of that same nervousness in Violet now. Her lashes were low, her breathing still unsteady, her cheeks flushed. He placed his hands on her knees with the gentlest of touches.
"What are you doing, Griffin?"
she asked, breathless. "Open for me," he coaxed. "Let me see you. Let me bring you pleasure."
"But I—"
Her protest trailed away as he guided her legs apart. Through the gaping split in her drawers, he had his first sight of her cunny. Swollen with need, pink and pretty, in the low flickering of the lamp she glistened. Perfection. The word escaped him before he could even contemplate it, because she was. You are bloody perfect, Spitfire, and I want to taste you. Correction. He had to taste her, full stop. Without waiting for her response, he settled himself between her thighs. He tugged the parted halves of her drawers open, and she was exposed, her mound completely on display for him. He could not wait a moment more. He licked her, seam to clitoris, up and down, slow and steady. She was sweet and musky, and he could not get enough of her. He buried his face in her pliant flesh, sucking her pearl. She bucked, crying out, and he groaned low in his throat. More than perfection, she was heaven, paradise. He released her, alternating between teasing the demanding bud with his tongue and teeth before sucking once more. His hands found the full curves of her rump, filling both palms, and he angled her the way he wanted, so she was a feast for him to consume. And consume he did, until she was once more at the edge, thrusting against his face for more, the sounds in her throat, sweet affirmations of just how well he was pleasuring her. She was the center of his world, and he was filled with a new, foreign awareness. This lover was not like the rest. This lover, this experience, was something to be savoured, and he knew it. Every inhalation of her scent, every taste of her, every sound built the desire within him to a raging crescendo until he feared he would come along with her, spending into his trousers like a green lad. One more nip of his teeth on her pearl, and she shuddered beneath him, her body bowing off the steps, her thighs trembling as the waves of release prepared to crash upon her. She was close, right at the edge, and he wanted to send her over. He sucked as hard as he could, then rubbed his face in her cunny, using the bristles of his beard to stimulate her. It was all she needed. She stiffened, coming with a low keen, her hands in his hair. He stayed where he was, licking up the juices pouring from her core until he was drenched in her, soaked in her essence. Tonight, he would sleep with the scent of her upon his beard and skin, and he would not wash it off. At last, she sighed, collapsing back against the steps, and only then did he rise, flipping down her skirts, extracting a handkerchief from his coat and wiping his mouth. Their eyes met. She was breathing as hard as he was, and his cock was rigid enough to hang a bucket of coal from it. He had never experienced a more carnal, candid, delicious moment. That, he could not resist telling her, is my idea of decorum. The smile she gave him, along with the sudden pink of her skin, told him more than words could. You are a wicked man. He retrieved the lamp from the stair behind him. Guilty of the offence with which I have been charged, and quite unrepentant about it. Now, all he needed to do was clear his name of the guilt that did not belong on his shoulders. A grim mood reclaimed him as he escorted Violet upstairs. Lucian returned home from his intensive strategical meetings at the Home Office with Swift at his side, feeling rather buoyed by the productivity of the plans he had forged with the new team he had created since taking over the League. Buoyed, and yet weighed down, for in his private meetings with the Home Office he had also received troubling information. The leaks of information to the Fenians from within League ranks had not stopped in the wake of Strathmore's imprisonment. Instead, what had begun as a few drips here and a few drips there, dropping into a bucket, had turned into a swelling river of secrets, being sold to the Fenians for a king's ransom. Which meant one very troubling thing was true. Either the Duke of Strathmore had an accomplice, or he was not a guilty man. Neither of those scenarios was one Lucian wanted to contemplate, but any and all thoughts related to treachery and the League and the Home Office, and even the bloody Fenian menace, flew from Lucian's mind when the front door of Lark House opened to reveal his grim-faced butler. Reynolds wore a perpetual frown, as if he were the most long-suffering man on earth. But this frown, this expression, it was different, and Lucian knew it. His gut clenched, worry flooding him. Mere days ago, his carriage had been shot, and not just once but twice, with his sister and his great-aunt ensconced inside, vulnerable to the dangers. They could have been wounded by a glancing blow, injured. Worse. He would not even contemplate what worse would have meant. Since the existence of the League had been revealed to the public at long last in the wake of the death of the Fenian ringleader John Marney, and he had taken the reins from the Duke of Carlisle as the head of the League, Lucian may as well have painted a target upon his back, especially since half his secrets were being sold to the enemy by a conscienceless traitor or traitors. "What is the matter, Reynolds?" he bit out now, desperation joining with fear to become a coiled snake within him, ready to strike. "Is something amiss in the household?" It could not be, he told himself, even as worry churned in his stomach, a sick broth. He had employed a dozen of his best men as guards. He was prepared.
Lark House was a veritable fortress. Reynolds took Lucian's coat and gloves, his expression growing even more pinched. "Did word not reach you, Your Grace? I am so sorry. I had sent round to every address I was able, hoping—" The butler's words were lost in the wild hysteria of great Aunt Hortense as she burst into the front hall, a tear-soaked wreck. Holy God! She was not merely sobbing, but bawling like a terrified babe whose mother had abandoned her in the midst of a busy London street, about to be run over by the next carriage racing by. She had either neglected to wear her customary cap or had somehow misplaced it. Her outmoded hairstyle, the severe centre part, complemented by bunches of oiled grey ringlets over each ear, shivered with the violence of her emotion. "Aunt Hortense!" He went to her, frowning. He had not seen her this devastated since Uncle Arnold's funeral, when she had been half mad with grief and crying that she wanted to be buried with him. He could still recall his mother's calm concern then. That had been one of Mamma's gifts, her ability to soothe in times of extreme unrest. Ironic, considering her own afflictions. How she had placed a motherly arm around Aunt Hortense. How she had whispered something in his aunt's ear and drawn her toward her in an unfettered embrace. It had seemed to calm Aunt Hortense at the time. And so, because he did not know how to deal with a weeping female, thank Christ Violet had never been the sort to turn on the waterworks, he made the same gesture his mother had. He awkwardly scooped Aunt Hortense into his arms, giving her back a ginger, soothing pat. But he did not whisper in ears, at least not in the ears of his elderly aunt. Instead, he spoke in as calm a voice as he could muster. "Tell me, Aunt, what is the matter? Have they not told you?" she stammered through her sobs. His blood went cold. Where was Violet? Why was she not here to console Aunt Hortense with her droll wit and her effortless capacity to care for everyone within her reach? Something inside him broke in that moment. Dread descended with the heavy, suffocating weight of a boulder on his chest, and with it came denial. No, not Violet, not his sister. "Have they not told me what, Aunt?" he asked somehow, forcing himself to speak. His skin went hot, then cold, then hot again. His mind attempted to close its doors upon him. If something had happened to Violet, the way he was beginning to suspect it had, he did not know how he would live. She alone had been his driving force, his sole motivation over all the years since they had been left first without a mother and then without a father as well. She was all he had left. It was the two of them, and then it was the world. Always that strict delineation. No one knew him better than Violet did. But for all that she knew him, a part of her was just like their mother, closed off. There was a part of her she kept hidden away, for herself alone. He wanted to believe she would never be like Mamma, that she would never tire of her struggles and walk herself into the ocean. He had to believe it, or he could not breathe. Desperation clamoured within him, threatening to close off his throat. It seemed to him a dozen people were speaking all at once, shouting out this or that, and he could make sense of none of it. He was dizzied. He was weak, just as he had always been. Lucian had forever harboured two great fears in his life, and one of them was that Violet would one day turn into their mother. The other was that he would. To that end, he spent every waking hour devoted to a meaningful cause, to fighting wrongs and making them right, to seeing Violet settled with a calm, caring, stable husband, a man who would not keep a mistress in St. John's Wood or raise his hand to her. But what if none of that was enough? What if— "Where is Violet?" he demanded of his aunt. Her pallor was unmistakable. She stopped in her copious sobs, attempting to catch her breath enough to speak. Just when he swore he would lose his mind and begin to tear the wall coverings down with his bare hands, she spoke. Her voice was thin. Nothing but a croak of desolation. "No one knows."
What the bloody hell? He ground his teeth so hard his gums ached with the force. What do you mean, Aunt Hortense? Reynolds cleared his throat. There was an incident this evening concerning Lady Violet. We sent word to you at the Home Office, but perhaps it did not reach you. A memory pricked his conscience then, and he recalled Swift speaking to someone at the Home Office headquarters. He remembered a missive being handed over, watching as Swift bowed, pocketing the communication. He had only noticed the exchange from afar, and purely by chance, but now the oddity of it struck him. As if on cue, Swift produced an envelope from his inner breast pocket, holding it aloft as though it were the key to a great mystery, and he had just solved it. He frowned. Forgive me, Your Grace. I was given this, but the message that it was imperative for the missive to reach you was lost upon me. Lucian's gaze narrowed on him, but now was not the time to offer a reprimand. All there was time for was Violet. Aunt Hortense was weeping once more, and Reynolds looked as if he were attending his own funeral. Damn it, he growled. Cease speaking in riddles, all of you. Tell me what happened to Lady Violet, and tell me now. Perhaps that was the true key, finding her. Aunt Hortense issued another violent sob. She is gone, Strathmore. Gone. The word echoed through him, and just like that, he was a gangly youth swimming in the North Sea once more, desperate to find his mother, running down the shore hours later, finding her face down in the sand, so still and bereft of life, scooping her into his arms to carry her home for the last time. His mother had been too broken to fix, too flawed to remain, too caught up in her own passions and troubles and emotions, and in the end it had killed her. But not Violet. He knew his sister. He had devoted his life to making certain she lived hers in the best way possible, in a way which would lead her as far away from the decisions their mother had made as he could, because he could not bear to lose her. She did not. His words died in his throat. His tongue was stupid and huge, numb, and he could not finish the question for fear of the answer. The Duke of Strathmore took her, wept Aunt Hortense. Oh, Arden, you never should have allowed that villain to remain here. What can you have been thinking? Now he has our Violet, and Lord knows what he shall do to her. He knew a moment of blinding relief, followed closely by a moment of blinding rage. Strathmore! Strathmore. He should have known. He had never wanted the rogue beneath his roof at all, for there was no love lost between himself and the Duke. But the Home Office had given him no choice. They had been unwilling to imprison a peer of the realm and a long-time League member with an impressive history of service. Lucian had not suffered such qualms, but his concerns had been summarily dismissed. And so it seemed fitting the one man he had warned the League about had just committed such a grievous sin. The man was a plague, a traitor and a plague. Evidence did not lie, and there was a veritable avalanche of it against him. Lucian was going to hunt him down personally. And when he did, he was going to beat him to within an inch of his life. And then he was going to deliver his beaten, bruised, and bloody carcass straight to Newgate himself. He turned to Swift, anger rising within him, hard and fast and sure. It would tide him over. For now, he could force himself to focus on his rage, to smother his worry with it. Because right now, Violet was as gone to him as their mother was. Bring me the guards, one by one. I want statements from each of them. I want answers. I want to know how the hell Strathmore left here with my sister unimpeded. Was everyone asleep on his bloody watch? I want everyone to account for each minute of his time, each action. But most of all, I want to defeat the Duke of Strathmore. When we find him, he will wish he had never been born at all. Here was a vow he could keep, a promise he could make to himself. And when he found Violet, he was going to see her wedded to the Earl of Almsley immediately.
He wanted to make certain she was happy and secure. He owed it to her. He could only hope and pray Strathmore would be a gentleman and not attempt to compromise her. Or, damn it, he could not, would not think it worse. Tomorrow loomed before him, dark and endless and hopeless. "I will find you, Violet," he promised inwardly. "I will find you." And he would destroy the Duke of Strathmore. Burn him to the ground if he must. There would be no mercy. Chapter 12. "It belonged to my grandparents." The statement took Violet by surprise, giving her pause. She turned to Strathmore. Griffin, she corrected herself inwardly, and studied him. He faced forward, a hat worn low on his brow, hiding his lustrous dark locks from her perusal. His expression was intent, presumably because he was concentrating upon driving the rather pitiful excuse for a horse and cart he had managed to procure upon their arrival in Oxfordshire. They had taken the train for much of their journey, leaving the handsome carriage and horses that had aided their flight from London behind. "I beg your pardon?" she asked him, when a few moments had passed, and he did not appear inclined to offer more. "What belonged to your grandparents?" "The home we stayed in last night," he elaborated, his jaw tight, his voice sounding thick and odd. "It belonged to my grandparents, then changed hands half a dozen times, until finally it became mine when I purchased it." The revelation seemed difficult for him to make. It had taken him an entire day before he had willingly made it, after all, and even now it seemed somehow torn from him. As if it were a secret he felt compelled to confide, rather than one he willingly shared. She could guess the reason. When he had shared his mother's background with her, he had been hesitant, ashamed not of his mother, a woman he clearly loved for the way his face had lit up with tenderness at recalling her, but of her lack of blue blood. The grandparents he spoke of, the former owners of the tidy little home they had spent the previous evening in, could not have been the parents of his father the Duke, and so they must have been his mother's parents. His mother, who had been a cook before wedding the Duke. Now that she thought upon it, she had a vague recollection of whisperings of a scandal concerning the former Duchess of Strathmore. "Why did you buy it?" she asked, as the cart swayed and rumbled on behind their ancient mount. "It was a piece of my mother's history, and having it, when I no longer had her, felt like the right thing to do." He cast her a quick sidelong glance, as if to gauge her reaction. "But also because I enjoy having one place that is mine, and mine alone, not a part of the entail one day to be passed on to another, not filled with servants. There was also a time after Paris, when I could not bear to be in large rooms, when small chambers comforted me. I lived there for almost a full year." His rough-voiced admission sent an answering pang straight to her heart. She wondered if Paris was the place where he had received his scars, where he had been tortured. She hated that word, in conjunction with him, hated to think what he must have endured. But he was a proud man, and she knew he would not want her pity. She chose her response with care, waiting for the cart to rattle a bit farther down the road as she formulated her response. He was so complex, possessing so many layers, and she could not shake the feeling she had yet to even penetrate his tough outer shell. She wanted to, desperately, but she would have to proceed with caution, wearing kid gloves. "What happened to you there?" she dared to ask. "In Paris?" For a long time he did not speak, and she feared she had gone too far, that despite their intimacy of the evening before, he would not entrust such a painful memory to her. She tamped down a spear of disappointment, telling herself, in time, perhaps he would be more forthcoming. Perhaps after they got to know each other better, after they were husband and wife, his battlements would lower. "There was turmoil in the region," he said suddenly, startling her once more. "I was green, new to the League. They sent me to be eyes and ears,
to monitor the tension between the French and the Germans. Tension turned into war, and I ended up not only trapped in Paris during the siege, but double-crossed by a French agent. The French accused me of spying for the Germans and clapped me in irons. Her gut clenched at the thought of him, young and alone, imprisoned and suffering the kind of torment that would leave the scars she had seen scoring his flesh. She did not know what to say, how to properly convey all the emotions whirling through her. So she did the only thing she could think of doing. She scooted nearer to him on the bench they shared and slid her arm around his side, catching him in a half-embrace. He stiffened at first, and she braced herself for words barbed with censure. For a distance he would want to construct between them once more, but then he leaned against her, almost as if he needed the comfort of her presence, her tucked against him. Something inside her broke, and perhaps it was the last cord keeping her from giving herself to him completely, the final tie. Whatever it was, she moved forward, leaving it behind. She gave his large upper body a reassuring squeeze and waited patiently to see if he would share more, or if the slivers he had revealed would be all she could have for now. Either way, she would accept it, for he had told her much more about himself in the past day than she had known about him since he had first fallen into her lap. "I am sorry you suffered," she told him at last, breaking the silence of the horses' plodding hooves and the rumble of the cart wheels. He shot her another quick, sidelong look, and there was something in his expression that took her breath and made her heart leap. It was the same intensity he had shown her yesterday on the stairs. How he had made her come so thoroughly undone, changing her entire world as she knew it, only to calmly lead her to her chamber for the evening, as if he were the world's most perfect gentleman, would forever be beyond her. She had half expected him to join her in her chamber, or to sweep her into his arms and claim her. She would not have objected. "Thank you, Violet," he said softly, before turning his attention back to the road. Overhead, the sky was a beautiful shade of blue, untroubled white clouds travelling with torpid grace above them. A perfect spring day, almost too perfect and dreamlike to be true. "You need not thank me for caring for you," she said, her head still resting upon his shoulder. In their harried escape from Lark House, there had been no time for niceties, and she had neither a fresh dress nor proper headwear to be travelling beneath the sun. She could only hope her complexion would not turn. Sunshine had a knack for making the freckles on her nose re-emerge. "The French spy who double-crossed me was a woman." How silly she instantly felt for worrying over some spots. Whatever Griffin had experienced in France, it must have been horrific, and now came the realization he had suffered because of another woman. She bit her lip as jealousy flared unexpectedly to life. Somehow she had not envisioned the spy as a female, but as a male. She hugged him even tighter, as if protecting him from the nameless, faceless woman. "I hope she paid for her treachery." "I do not know. I never saw her after the day she betrayed me, nor did I expect to. I was foolish for trusting her, for believing she was not a threat to me. I learned many lessons from her, and I have not forgotten them." There was steel and ice in his voice, underscored by bitterness. Whatever the Frenchwoman had done to him, Violet knew their relationship had not been a mere friendship. It had been more, far more, but she would not allow herself to contemplate it, for everything he spoke of had happened long before she had ever met him. "What lessons?" she dared to ask then, knowing she shouldn't, unable to stop herself. "To never truly trust anyone but myself." His jaw, in profile, was rigid, clenched. "To never allow my heart to be vulnerable. To never again land myself in hell because I believe a woman when she says she loves me." She swallowed the knot that had risen instantly in her throat at his words. It was a confirmation of her fears, that he had cared for the woman, and she had repaid him with not just betrayal, but a defection that led to his incarceration and torture. Unease blossomed inside her like a fresh July rosebud. His heart was closed off to her, perhaps forever. But she did not love him, she told herself, and it ought not to matter. For she had not loved Charles either, and yet she had been preparing to wed him. Why should the Duke of Strathmore be any different? Why should his inability to love her or believe in her love for him haunt her so? Why should it make her feel so ill, as if someone had delivered a blow to her midsection and she was now gasping for breath? None of it made sense, and she told herself so. Their marriage would be an arrangement, and she wanted to wed him because he made her feel alive. Dwelling upon his past would only be a detriment to them both. She could not rewrite his history, and neither could she erase the scars on his heart and his skin. They came to each other as they were, and that was that. She could not hope for more.
"But you can try for more," wicked Violet reminded her. "You can make him soften for you in other ways."
Yes, she could. But today was not about being wicked and wild, or rebellious and passionate. That had been yesterday. Today was about being the Violet who would take this man as her husband. It was about finding a man with scars and damages and pain running deeper even than her own. And it was about letting him know she was here for him. They were cut from the same cloth after all, and that was probably what had drawn her to him from the start.
"That and his mouth," chortled wicked Violet, "and his face, and shoulders, and broad chest, and lean waist, and long legs, and I suppose I shall just have to work extra hard to convince you to change your mind," she told him, interrupting wicked Violet's extensive taunt. Because yes, she found the Duke of Strathmore hopelessly irresistible, and it was undeniably true. If she had not been so incredibly drawn to him, if she had not felt the deep, inexplicable connection she felt to him, she would not be sitting alongside him now, hurtling along on the course to an unknown destination. For a long time he said nothing, merely staring straight ahead, his attention upon the road and their horse, who had a marked tendency to stray from the road and slow every few minutes, in search of grass he could devour. And then, just when the questions roaring inside her reached their pinnacle, her worries and her fears colliding, he spoke once more. "I have a feeling you could change anything you wanted, Violet," he said softly. "Anything in the whole damned world." She could not quell the smile on her face. From him it was the greatest praise, and on this day she would accept it as victory. For today it was more than enough. He had shared some small parts of himself with her, and she was nothing if not persistent. She would win this man, one way or another. She may be abominable at crocheting, but she excelled at loving people. And she was beginning to suspect she was falling in love with the Duke of Strathmore, after all. Over and over again, as Violet held herself to him, her left breast crushed into his side, her warmth and scent, sweet, musky woman, rose petals, Violet, overwhelming him, Griffin told himself he had made a mistake, that her gentle caring, her compassion and tenderness would not appeal to him as much if he had already sank his cock deep inside her, that he should have bedded her last night. The softening inside himself for her, the tenderness and caring she brought out in him, was beginning to concern him. It was all-consuming. He had shared more about himself with her than he had with any other woman, and he did not even know why. Yes, she was going to be his wife, but in his world, the love his parents had shared was an anomaly. In his world, marriages were based upon bloodlines and riches, upon alliances and duties, and not even mutual respect was required, let alone something as gauche as feelings. If he had only gotten her out of his blood, out of his head, out of his everything,
Perhaps the journey to Oxfordshire and Harlton Hall would have been easier. Perhaps it would not have left him with shaking hands, trembling confidence, and the uneasy realization Lady Violet West had the sort of power over him he had never before experienced. Not with anyone else. Ever. But he could not face any of that now. Not when the pathetic excuse for a horse and cart he had been able to buy for their conveyance, a rickety farm wagon, and a horse who should have been put to pasture long ago, was approaching the front doors of the impressive old edifice Clay Ludlow had made his home. Ludlow was a former League member and half-brother to the Duke of Carlisle. It had been Carlisle who, in his final hours as leader of the League, told Griffin to seek out Harlton Hall and Ludlow should he ever require aid. At the time, Griffin had almost dismissed the suggestion outright as utterly ludicrous. Today, he was heartily glad he had not, for he had nowhere else to turn. Cut off from his connections as he had been, as Arden's prisoner at Lark House, he no longer knew which of his homes were being watched. Perhaps all of them were. He had not dared to go to any of the places where Arden would have instantly suspected he would have gone, which meant he could not seek out his good friend Sebastian, the Duke of Trent. He needed Ludlow. He needed aid. Christ, he needed a friendly face. The last fortnight had sent him straight to hell. True, this time, there had been no knife-wielding Frenchman, no whips, no terror. But he was running just the same. And this time, he was not running alone. He was running with Lady Violet West, an innocent who had defied her brother to defend him. The knowledge of it still robbed his breath and made his heart perform disconcerting feats in his chest. Griffin stopped the horse and threw down the reins, dismounting from his side of the cart. He skirted the hapless vehicle and went to her side, extending his hand in as gentlemanly a fashion as he could muster. She accepted it and took his help, stepping down from the cart in a rush of silken skirts that were notably incongruous with the quality of conveyance they had been forced to accept. Thank God they had not passed anyone on the road, for they must have been quite the spectacle, and as such would be noted and recalled with ease, rendering it that much easier for Arden to hunt them down. "Where have you brought me?" Violet asked then, taking in the sprawling edifice curiously. "I have brought you to the place where we will be married." He did not release her hand, but instead raised it to his lips for a reverent kiss. Even her skin here smelled of roses, and he was convinced she bathed with rose soap. It was the only explanation. And Lord God, she was driving him wild with that delicate, womanly scent. "It is called Harlton Hall." He wanted to fall to his knees before her and worship her with his mouth as she deserved. But it was daylight, he reminded himself, and they were approaching the double front doors, hand in hand, as if they were incapable of being parted, and he did not know what awaited him on the other side of those doors. "Is it yours?" she asked. A reasonable question, considering the home they had spent the previous evening in had been. "It is the home of a friend, someone we can trust." At least he hoped it was. He and Ludlow had been acquaintances, more than friends, during their League days, and Ludlow had resigned his commission recently. One more casualty to marrying a woman and finding love. But there was no guarantee he and Violet would find a welcome here. It was, however, his last, best resort, but he did not dare reveal any of that to the woman at his side. Up the steps they went, hands still clasped. He knocked on the door soundly. The butler on the other side of the portal was stern, steel-haired, frowning, as Griffin was convinced all butlers were trained from birth to wear as their natural, resting expression. "The Duke of Strathmore, I presume?" he asked, his countenance unperturbed. What the devil? He had not given advance warning for this leg of the journey. "None other," he forced himself to say. "But I do not believe I am expected." You are indeed expected by Mr. Ludlow and the Duke of Carlisle, your grace."
The butler stepped back, allowing Griffin and Violet in his wake to enter.
"If you and the lady would follow me."
Bringing Violet's hand to the crook of his elbow, he nodded. He did not know how Carlisle and Ludlow, soon to be Lord Stanwick, a peerage created for services rendered to the Crown, expected him or awaited his arrival. When he had sent word ahead to his connections with Violet's aid, he had not thought of delivering a message to his former leader. Now it seemed very much like something he ought to have done. In silence, Griffin and Violet followed the butler to a brightly coloured salon overlooking the gardens of Harlton Hall. The butler ushered them within and then closed the door, leaving them in complete privacy. Ludlow and Carlisle, both behemoths of men and half-brothers, rose upon their entrance, offering bows to Violet.
"Strathmore,"
Carlisle greeted him.
"What brings you here?"
"Arden," he said succinctly, "and the small matter of my imminent incarceration.
It took you the better part of an hour to make it down the drive in that ramshackle cart,"
Ludlow added.
"Was that a donkey pulling you, or an old mule?"
He gritted his teeth.
"A horse. A very old and decrepit and nearly lame one. Were the two of you watching my painful progress?"
"Aye," Ludlow confirmed, without a hint of compunction.
"We haven't much to occupy us these days, since we have both resigned from the League. Watching you struggle to guide an old mule up the drive was most entertaining." "Horse,"
he corrected grimly.
"Precisely what he said,"
Carlisle chimed in, grinning. Bloody hell! He was already regretting his choice. Far from the most feared men in the League, cutthroat agents with histories that would make hardened soldiers blush, Carlisle and Ludlow both seemed appallingly happy and domesticated and content.
"But you have a lady accompanying you. Very remiss of me."
Carlisle could be debonair when he chose to, and at that moment he turned the force of his rare charm upon Violet, and damn if it didn't make every one of Griffin's possessive hackles stand on end.
"Good evening, my lady. I am the Duke of Carlisle, at your service. This is Lady Violet West," he said pointedly, "sister to the Duke of Arden."
"Damnation," Ludlow breathed.
"Arden's sister?" Carlisle barked, his grin fading. "Precisely what I said," Griffin shot back at the pair. "My betrothed, to be specific."
Betrothed? Both brothers repeated the word simultaneously.
"Yes." "You brought Arden's sister here to us?"
Ludlow asked. He sighed, for he was beginning to realize not one part of his plan would prove as simple as he had hoped and imagined it would be.
"Yes."
Carlisle frowned.
"Is not Lady Violet betrothed to the fellow who loves plants? I could have sworn Arden was bragging about the match when last I saw him. Who was it now? The Earl of Alderley? Elmsworth? Natalie?
Flowerpot," he said, before Violet could correct the Duke, and because the man's true title did not matter any more than he did at this point. He was long gone, part of Violet's past. That she had kissed the blighter, and recently, still made his body coil with the need to strike, in serpentine fashion. "Armsley," Violet offered quietly, and somehow her providing Flowerpot's name irked him and sent a fresh shaft of jealousy straight to the heart of him, or at least to where his heart ought to be. "I was formerly betrothed to the Earl of Armsley, but I have decided I wish to marry Strathmore instead."
"It would seem felicitations are in order," Ludlow said. "When is the wedding?" "As soon as possible," he said before Violet could answer for them. "That is rather the reason for our appearance here, I am afraid. We shall need it to occur with as much haste as can be." "Strathmore," cautioned Carlisle then, his expression going grim. "Tell me you did not—"
"Of course not," he hastened to deny, though it was only partially true. He had not taken her maidenhead.
But the liberties he had taken last night had been egregious with an unmarried lady, and he knew it. But we need to wed as quickly as we can. Arden will be looking for me. He was keeping me at Lark House, whilst he convinced the Home Office to charge me with treason.
Treason?
Ludlow frowned, stepping forward, his expression going black.
Why the bloody hell would Arden suspect you of treason? You have been a Loyal League member for 15 years or more.
If only the arsehole left in charge of the League had possessed similar vision, Griffin would not now currently be standing where he stood, wearing the same clothing he had worn since the day before, when he had fled Lark House by holding a dinner-plate-turned dagger to Lady Violet's throat. He could say as much, but it sounded ludicrous, even to his own ears, and he had just lived it.
Evidence incriminating me was planted in my home, he replied instead. Conveniently, before Arden conducted a search based on the connection between Marnie's source known as the Griffin and me. Damn it all to hell, Carlyle muttered. Had I known Arden would go to such lengths, I would never have recommended him as my replacement. Perhaps you can soon tell him what you think of his investigative technique, he said grimly. I absconded with his sister, and he will not take such an affront lightly. He will be out for blood. I do expect him to find me here, one way or another.
Violet's grip on his arm tightened at his words. He covered her hand with his, hoping to impart some reassurance. In truth, he felt anything but sure about what lay ahead of them. All he did know was that marrying her was his best, and perhaps only, chance of beating Arden at his own game.
It sounds like we need to do some reconnoitering, Clay said. Fortunately for you, we have someone in residence who may provide some additional insight. My wife's brother Cullen is in residence, newly arrived from Kilmainham Jail in Dublin, Carlyle added, after being held there for some months because of evidence John Marnie manufactured against him. He was familiar with Marnie, so there may well be something he knows that can be of service.
Yes, Griffin agreed bleakly.
By all means, then, let us do some reconnoitring. I fear our time is waning.
Chapter 13. The morning of Violet's wedding had dawned dreary and grey, and not at all as she had imagined in all the days she had spent foolishly envisioning it. There was no sunshine, no calm assurance of having made the right decision, no comfort, no endless love, nothing joyful at all. Indeed, the sky had opened before dawn to unleash a torrent of rain, as if in ominous portent of what was to come, and the rains had not relented. Not as she dressed with the aid of a lady's maid and Carlyle's and Ludlow's wives, Bridget and Ara, not as the nearby river Isis swelled, threatening to flood the roads leading to Halton Hall, and not as she and Griffin exchanged vows in the ancient Halton Hall chapel. As Violet sat at her impromptu wedding breakfast, surrounded by kind people who had welcomed her into their lives without question, and had hosted the celebration of her hasty nuptials with Griffin as if it were their duty, all she felt was miserable. Her emotions matched the day, dreary, grim, sad. A veritable feast had been prepared, and all on short notice. The domestics were bustling and cheerful, seeming to embrace the celebratory air of the occasion, and she was now the Duchess of Strathmore, her handsome husband seated at her side. All reasons to revel, surely. This was what she had wanted, she told herself. She had not wished to marry Charles. Charles did not kiss her with passion, did not make her feel wanton or weak with a mere look, a simple touch. Charles loved his plants far more than he could ever care for her. No, there was no part of her, not even one whit, that wished she had wed Charles instead of Griffin. But there were regrets swirling within her, rising like floodwaters, compounded by rains that refused to relent. She had worn a borrowed dress on her wedding day, because she had but the one gown on her back, taken with her from Lark House in their flight, and though she remained in firm disagreement with her brother when it came to her new husband's innocence, Lucian's absence on her wedding day disturbed her. The same for Aunt Hortense. Regardless of the circumstances or reasons, she had married before new acquaintances, with no family in attendance. Her sole wedding, and she had done something rash and foolish and reckless. Something her mother would have done. Good God! She was not like Mamma, was she? Overwhelmed by the notion, by the sudden change in her circumstances, she rose abruptly between courses. All eyes turned to her, some curious, others pitying. Even the servants stilled in the act of completing the change of courses. Griffin's blue gaze was probing and concerned, trying to see more of her than she wanted. She kept her gaze averted, feeling as if her corset had been laced far too tightly earlier that morning. "Excuse me, if you please," she mumbled, scrambling from the room, and from the sea of strange faces. Beyond the dining hall, she grabbed 2 fistfuls of her skirts, lifted them, and ran. As she began her flight, she heard the echo of Griffin's voice, concern colouring the deep timbre as it echoed off the old walls of Harlton Hall. But she did not stop. She ran and ran and ran. Down the hall, around a bend, down a flight of stairs, then up another. She ran from herself, from her new husband, from the past. Most of all, she ran from the thought she had become her mother, so caught up in what she wanted, in her own selfish needs of the moment, she no longer cared about anyone else around her or how badly she hurt them. She stopped when she reached a tower overlooking the sprawling lawns in an original part of the centuries-old home, in a wing which had yet to undergo the tedious restorations evident in the other parts of the home she had seen. The tower's windows were old and thick, with a crack splitting one of the panes. The walls were fashioned of stone and mortar, and the air smelled musty. Perverse creature that she was, this room comforted her. She liked it best. Perhaps because it reminded her of Albemarle, a place she had not returned to since Mamma's death. With a deep breath, she sank to the stone floor in the drab slat of sunlight filtering through the clouds. Her corset tightened painfully, biting into her sides as she folded herself in half, borrowed skirts pooling about her. The dress, belonging to Bridget, was smaller about the waist than she could comfortably fit, and as a result, she had been laced into her corset with more vengeance than ordinary. But she did not mind. The pain felt good. It felt real. It reminded her she was alive, brought her back to herself. She inhaled and exhaled, tried to calm her frantically racing heart. And then the unmistakable sound of footsteps reached her. She braced herself for censure, for condemnation. Charles would have been horrified by such a reaction, this she knew. But not the man she had married. The Duke of Strathmore approached her slowly, almost hesitantly, said nothing more than her name in that low, delicious rasp. "Violet." She glanced up, all the way up his lean form to his face, and he was so handsome standing there, looking as uncertain as she felt. She physically ached, in her heart, in her breasts, between her thighs. Feeling even more foolish than before, she flashed him a tremulous attempt at a smile. "Griffin." "May I join you?" he asked, as if she were inhabiting a throne instead of hunkering down on a dirty old floor in a musty tower. As if it mattered. As if she mattered. She swallowed and nodded, a new sort of misery descending. "If you do not mind dirtying yourself. I am afraid I did not realize the state of the floor." She paused, thinking better of what she had just said. "That is a lie. I did realize it. But in that moment I did not care. "A little dirt on the arse never hurt anyone," he said with a careful grin before hunkering down beside her. He settled himself against her, so every part of them touched, from shoulder to hip, and stretched his long legs out alongside her voluminous silver skirts. She leaned into him instinctively, finding solace in the heat and strength of his potently male form.
"I do hope I have not ruined Her Grace's skirts."
"If you have, we will buy her a replacement in Apologia. I am sure she will not mind."
"We." That lone word had her turning her head toward him, facing him. They were husband and wife now, inextricable. In such proximity, he was even more beautiful than from afar, and he took her breath and made her heart leap. Violet bit her lip. "You did not have to follow me."
"Of course I did."
He was solemn, staring at her as if she was something marvelous, a work of art on canvas he was seeing for the first time.
"You are my wife."
Wife. Yet another W word that seemed so foreign and yet filled her with a strange new thrill. "I did not intend to flee the wedding breakfast, or to bring you shame."
"No,"
he said softly, shaking his head as he studied her in that careful, considering way of his.
"You could never bring me shame, Spitfire. Not by being yourself, and feeling everything with that big heart of yours. You were thinking of your brother, were you not?"
It seemed a matter of course he could read her so well, that he knew her when no one else did. "Yes, and my mother." So much of her past rolled up her throat, unburied at last, and yet she could not bring herself to speak any of it aloud. Not yet. He surprised her by taking her left hand in his right and threading their fingers together.
"You can tell me if you like, or we can sit here until you are ready to go."
Tears stung her eyes at his consideration. He was giving her permission to be herself, to grieve in her own way, even if it was half a lifetime after her mother had drowned herself. She sat alongside him in silence for an indeterminate span of time, studying their hands, so different, intertwined, connected in a way that symbolized their union, admiring his fingers in a manner she had not before. His fingers were thick and long, power radiating from them, and yet they held her with such reverence. This was a man she could fall in love with, and she knew it. This was a man who did not understand her yet, but who was willing to make the time and effort to learn her, inside out, to discover her eccentricities and oddness, to embrace her successes and her failings, to admire all the parts of her making her who she was, imperfections and all.
"Or until your arse falls asleep," he offered.
She laughed, or rather half laughed, half cried. It was so silly and sweet, and so unlike anything she had come to expect from a gentleman. Charles had never made her laugh, and nor had he truly listened to her. Perhaps if she had been an orchid, he would have taken greater interest. She gave Griffin's fingers a squeeze. "Thank you."
"You need not thank me, Violet."
He brought their hands to his lips as one, kissing the top of hers.
"If any of us should be expressing gratitude to the other, it is me. You selflessly ran away with me, at great risk to your reputation and relationship with your brother, and all because you believed in my innocence. I cannot thank you enough for that, and for the priceless gift of you as my wife."
His words made her heart give a great pang, because she knew instinctively he meant them. The Duke of Strathmore was a great many things, including a mystery to her most of the time, but in this she sensed his complete and utter honesty. "But I do want to thank you," she said, compelled to offer her own honesty by his example. "Thank you for being patient with me and kind, for not being angry when I fled the wedding breakfast, for wanting me as your wife. Thank you for opening yourself to me. It is not something you do easily. That much I can tell."
"What a pair we are," he said with a half grin, leaning his shoulder into hers.
"I am glad to be your wife,"
she told him then, startling herself with her candour, with the veracity of the confession. It emerged directly from her heart. She meant it. "You would not have preferred to be Lady Flowerpot after all?" he asked, a deeper question in his tone, along with a hint of self-doubt.
"The Duchess of Duplicity is a far better title,"
she teased, nudging him back, bumping their shoulders together lightly as their fingers remained tightly tangled. He stared down at her, his expression growing intent, his blue eyes darkening. "Do you mean it?" She knew what he was asking, but she wanted to hear him acknowledge it just the same, to own his vulnerability.
"Do I mean what?"
He did not hesitate. "That you are glad to be my wife." She drank him in, a man who was beautiful on the surface, it was true, but who was also beautiful beneath. He possessed depths and scars, and he was so much more than a duke, so much more than she could have ever expected or even comprehended. He was imperfect and real, and hers, just hers, all hers, forever. She cupped his face with her right hand, enjoying the bristle of his neatly trimmed whiskers in her palm.
"Of course I do. I am proud to call you my husband."
And she meant those words. How she meant them. "No more proud than I am to call you my wife." He turned his head, pressing a reverent kiss to her palm. One first, then another, and then her bare wrist. "What made you run?" Violet swallowed, wondering where to begin, how to respond. For there was not one simple answer. The truth, as it always tended to be, was complex.
"On my 6th birthday, my mother held a ball in my honour. There were immense cakes and towers of gifts, and so many people dancing, laughing, swirling. Such gaiety. Mamma was so very delighted. She insisted I stay up in defiance of my governess, and then she demanded I eat an entire cake on my own."
She stopped, the memory of that long-ago day flooding her, and with it a combination of bitter-sweet sadness. Griffin's fingers tightened on hers, as he seemed to sense her upset. "Violet, you do not have to—"
"Yes,"
she interrupted, determined to relieve herself of this burden, to tell him the truth.
"I do. When Mamma was happy, you see, it was good to keep her that way. We all lived around her moods, and so I did as she asked. I ate cake until I was sick and vomited all over my gown. And then, suddenly, she wasn't happy any longer. She was crying, hysterically, and she would not stop, and my father was forced to take her from the ballroom."
She still recalled the horrified expressions of their guests, the dazzling lords and ladies who had watched with growing discomfort as Violet tried to please her mother. Mamma's sobs that day had been soul deep, and remembering them now, she could not help but wonder if they had been partially meant for her as much as for her mother. "I am so sorry, love." He released her hand and put his arm around her shoulders instead, drawing her into his side as if he could shield her from the painful past. "Was she that way often?"
"More and more as time went by."
She took a deep breath, the revelations freeing her.
"She was not well. My father did his best to shield us from the worst, but as we grew older, he lost control, and eventually interest. She was too much for him. Too much for all of us. Too much, even, for herself eventually."
"It haunts you, does it not?" he asked quietly. "You fear you shall be like her one day."
"Today,"
she forced herself to say, staring down at the silk flowers trimming her skirts. A dozen of them, fashioned to be roses, and she had never felt lovelier than when she had donned it, only to wallow about on the floor. What must her new husband think of her? Furthermore, what did she think of herself? "Violet," he said again, his voice like velvet, sinful and rich. If she could choose one voice, and one voice alone, to speak her name for the rest of her life, it would, without doubt, be his. But she ploughed forward, needing to finish what she had begun, needing him to understand who she was, where she had come from, needing him to see a part of herself she had never even accepted. "I fear I am like her now, already, Griffin. What I have done, running away with you, was reckless and selfish. It is something my mother would have done, leaping without a thought for consequences. Once she jumped from a moving carriage because she wanted to feel the wind." There, she had said it. Today she was freeing all the spectres of the past. A shudder passed through her, but she did not shed a tear. The time for crying was long gone as Mamma. "Your mother was ill," Griffin said then, tilting up her chin with the faintest of touches, so she had nowhere to look but at him, and she was glad for it. She fell into his brilliant gaze as if it could save her, and maybe it couldn't, but mayhap he could, and mayhap she could. Together they both could. Yes, she was. His thumb stroked her skin, softly, reverently. "I understand your fears and your pain. My father suffered from a similar condition, only he did not exhibit wild extremes of mood. His malady was different. It began with forgetting simple things, like wearing a waistcoat over his shirt, or the names of old acquaintances. And then it got worse. One day he went for a ride in the country, and could not recall how to find his way back on land that had been in our family for centuries. Eventually it was everything. He forgot me, looked at me as if I were a stranger. He did not even know he had a son." "Oh, Griffin!" She ached for him, for the pain he must have endured, not unlike hers. And just like that, she was embracing him, throwing both her arms around his lean waist and holding tightly, as if she could absorb some of his pain and heartbreak. "I am so sorry. Did he—" "In the end it was his heart." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "I tell you, not to earn your pity, but so you know you are not alone. I have had similar fears and concerns in the wake of my father's madness. The fear I will become him. The fear I am already in the process of becoming him. I think it is only natural for us to have these concerns. We are all fallible, are we not? And each of us is vulnerable, horridly so, though we would prefer to think otherwise." He was right, of course, and she took strength from him, a calm settling over her. Perhaps it was the soothing reassurance of his deep voice and the words he uttered, or the effortless physical strength he emanated. Mayhap it was his decadent scent, pine and musk, and best of all, husband, or the way his arm drew her protectively to his broad body in a way that suggested he would fight for her. Perhaps it was merely him, merely Griffin. She did not know. All she did know was she felt, for the first time in a long time, the strange, soothing, perfect sensation of being precisely where she was meant to be. She could not shake it, did not wish to. Being the Duchess of Strathmore, sitting at this man's side, leaning into his embrace, belonging to him, it felt right. Oh, so very right. Swallowing down a fresh knot in her throat, she lifted her head from his chest, looking up at him. His handsome face was near, those beautiful, sullen lips within kissing distance. Close enough, his warm breath fanned over her mouth in the parody of a kiss. "I am sorry for running," she whispered. "Don't be." He lowered his head, pressing his lips to hers in a kiss that was not carnal, a mere closed-mouthed press, but was somehow one of the most intimate and personal kisses she had ever experienced. It was a kiss of understanding and compassion, a benediction of sorts, a kiss that said he understood her. He lifted his head, ending the kiss as abruptly as it had begun, his gaze burning into hers. "Wherever you run, from this day forward, I will follow. You are mine now, and I am yours. If you hurt, I hurt. If someone hurts you, I will hurt him. If you are hungry, I will feed you. If you are lonely, I will be by your side. That is the way of it." She stared at him, at this beautiful, glorious man, the Duke who had fallen precipitously into her lap, felled by her own crocheting, and understanding dawned. It dawned like the sun rising on a glorious summer day, bright and rife with promise, and so bold she could scarcely drink it in. She loved him. She was in love with the Duke of Strathmore, and her brother, whom she also loved, was hell-bent upon casting him into prison. She gathered it within her, the horrible and the hopeful all at once, and she kissed Griffin. She kissed him with everything seething inside her, all the passion, all the longing, every fear. She kissed him until they were both breathless, breaking apart and staring as if they were seeing each other, truly seeing each other for the first time. But reality intruded, reminding her they had a wedding breakfast awaiting them, along with their hosts, who were undoubtedly wondering where they had disappeared to and why. "Thank you," she told him simply, instead of confessing all to him. "I do not want your gratitude, Spitfire," he said. "All I want is you." If she had not already lost her heart to him, she would have, then and there. "And all I want is you." "You have me," he swore, before dropping a kiss upon the bridge of her nose. "Christ, but I love your freckles." She could have cursed the sun and their lengthy jaunt to Harlton Hall in the rickety cart, but in truth she would do it all over again, just to have the Duke of Strathmore gazing upon her as he was now, as if she were necessary to him, as if she were the loveliest thing he had ever seen. "You can have my freckles if you wish," she said then, severing the moment because she had to, lest they hide themselves away in this dilapidated tower forever. "I shall not mind giving them over one bit, but perhaps we ought to return to the wedding breakfast, should we not?" His gaze warmed, and the slow smile he gave her made her heart lurch. "Are you certain, my dear?" "Of course." She tried for bravado and failed, settling for a sheepish grin and an attempt at humour instead. "My ass has fallen asleep." Chapter 14. That evening, Griffin stood in the hall, staring at the door separating him from Lady Violet. Violet, he corrected himself inwardly, not Lady Violet, for if she were to be referred to by any title after this morning, it would be the Duchess of Strathmore, his wife. Though hours had passed since he had solemnly offered his vows to her in the small chapel before their tiny crowd of guests and the vicar, it seemed a dreamlike lifetime away. They had eschewed tradition, since there was no honeymoon for a bride and groom marrying in sudden secrecy, particularly when the dark clouds of suspicion and uncertainty haunted the groom like a predator. And they had then spent the bulk of the day apart, he working alongside Carlyle, Ludlow, and O'Malley to determine a course of action for both clearing his name and uncovering the true villain hiding within the League ranks. It seemed, in fact, with the sundown and the house blanketed in nighttime quiet, surreal they had married at all, as if it had never happened. Part of him expected to wake in bed at Lark House, still imprisoned, longing desperately for one gorgeous, rose-scented woman to join him, longing for his dark-haired Spitfire, with a mouth that would not cease calling to him. with a past to rival his, with a kind heart and laughing eyes and delectable curves. She was so damned beautiful she made him ache, even when he was not in her presence. Too good for him, it was certain. He did not deserve her. Their connection earlier, when she had fled from the wedding breakfast, had taken him by surprise. But now, and with the aid of some whisky he had enjoyed with Ludlow, Carlyle and Cullen, following their reconnoitring, it made perfect sense. With just enough spirits to dull his self-doubts, he felt as if he could conquer the world, or as if he could face his wedding night with the best, loveliest, and most selfless woman he had ever known. Her belief in him and determination to aid him in proving his innocence continued to defy both logic and common sense, but he would take it. He would take it happily, and he would take her. Damnation. He went rigid, right there in the hall, staring at the surface of a bloody door. Alone. In the dark. His cock was harder than it had ever been, raging against his trousers, his ballocks tight. How ridiculous he was, as if he possessed not a modicum of control over his own body, as if she ruled him already, only hours into their union. My God, was he as helpless a case as Ludlow and Carlyle? He hoped not, for both men had lost their heads for their wives. He took a deep, calming breath, knowing he could not stand about in the corridor forever, fist raised in anticipation of announcing his presence. He would have to set knuckles to wood, would have to make himself known, would have to cross the threshold and face the breathtaking spitfire he had made his wife. Quiet had already descended upon the sprawling home for the evening, and he knew he had tarried for too long with his friends, fretting over what was to come after he rendered this union. He had promised her everything that morning, first within their vows, and later in the sheltered cove of the old tower she had retreated to, and he had no guarantee he would be able to live up to those promises. He knocked. Once. No answer. A second time, and still no answer. He knocked a third time, much louder, and for several beats. 5 succinct knocks in a row. Still not one response met him from the other side of the door. Perhaps she was already asleep. It was possible. Their whirlwind dash from Lark House across the countryside, coupled with their hasty marriage vows and a wedding, all whilst surrounded by people who, while warm and loving, and wonderful, were all unfamiliar to her, would be more than enough excuse. It was just as well, he told himself. He could return to his chamber, use his hand to... The door clicked open, and there she was, enough to take his breath. Her hair was unbound, running down her back in a trail of rich curls. She wore a dressing gown belted at the waist, her trim ankles and elegant feet peeping from beneath the hem. For a moment he stared at her, just drinking her in, incapable of speech. Christ, but she was lovely. So lovely she made him ache. That she was his seemed a reverie, an impossibility. Her countenance was solemn. Wife, he greeted her softly, testing the word on his tongue. He had said it before, but it was yet new and strange, and, somehow, also sacred. It was the right choice, for her expression instantly softened, a matching smile curving her beautiful lips. Husband. She stepped back, opening the door wider. I was hoping you would join me. Her admission set off an answering spark inside him as he crossed the threshold and closed the door at his back. He stood opposite her, overwhelmed by his emotions, and her beauty, and the deep-seated need roiling inside him to touch her, to take her at last. You were? Her prim smile deepened. Of course. He swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. This moment felt larger than the both of them, the beginning and the end and the middle all at once.
while the raging beast within him hungered for her as he never had wanted another. He knew he had to proceed with caution, to treat her with the respect and care she deserved. "We are married now, Violet, but I want it to be clear between us. You need not feel obligated to share my bed this evening. Our union is new and sudden, and Lord knows I am not worthy of you, or the sacrifice you made for me. I shall not fault you if you tell me to go to the devil. Please, please do not tell me to go to the devil," he added silently, for he did not think he could bear going to bed without her for one more night. But neither would he rush her. She was worth the wait, worth any wait, however long. "I do not want you to go." Her cheeks flushed as she made the admission. "No." Unable to repress his relief, he smiled, closing the distance between them. The scent of roses hit him right in the heart. She shook her head slowly. "No." Thank fuck. He was not sure which one of them moved first. Mayhap it was Violet. Mayhap it was him. All he did know was in the next breath she was in his arms, precisely where she belonged. He held her to him tightly, dipping his head to take her lush lips for his own. This kiss knew no restraint. It was wild and wanton and wicked, a marriage of tongues. It was wet, open-mouthed, hungry and unabashed. This kiss said she was his, and he was hers. This kiss changed him, rattled him, cut straight through to his very marrow. He kissed down her throat, worshipping the creamy, smooth skin, inhaling deeply as he went. Roses, Violet, his, all his, and so lovely. She made a soft sound of surrender, her breath catching as he kissed his way to the place where her neck and shoulder met. And suddenly it wasn't enough. He gently bit her there, just a soft nip of her flesh, the scrape of his teeth and beard on her. He found the V in her dressing gown and pulled, dragging it down to her waist, so his hands could travel unencumbered over more skin. Nothing but skin, softer than silk, warm and supple. Christ, she didn't have a nightdress on beneath the robe. Not one single stitch of fabric. What a revelation. He kissed the delicate curve of her shoulder, and then paused in his mouth's tour of her beautiful body, so he could see what he had revealed. Her breasts were full and round, easily enough to fill his hands and then some. Her nipples the same rosy pink as her well-kissed lips, standing erect, calling for him. With shaking hands he cupped her. A groan tore from him. He had scarcely even touched her, and already he was ready, blood singing in his veins, buttocks aching, cockstand almost painful. "My God, Violet, you are beautiful." "Ara offered me a nightdress in addition to the dressing gown, but I did not want to borrow one." Her voice was hesitant, halting. I hope I have not shocked you." How could she believe, for one moment, he would be anything but delighted by the sight of her, glorious and nude before him? Clearly, he needed to devote himself to worshipping her this night, to showing her just how gorgeous and perfect she was, just how much he wanted her. "Never," he reassured her. You are a gift. The best gift I have ever received." He dipped his head and kissed down the creamy arc of one breast, gratified when she sighed and arched her back, presenting herself to him like an offering. He flicked his tongue over the tautened bud of her nipple, playing over it until it was puckered and wet, and then he sucked, drawing it into his mouth deep. "Oh, Griffin, oh my!" Her fingers sifted through his hair. He caught her between his teeth and gave a tender tug. She moaned, her grip on him tightening. It felt good, so good. He scraped his whiskers along her inner breast, rubbing his face up and down between the twin swells. And even here she smelled sweet and floral and delicate, like something he could devour.
So devour he did, seeking out her other nipple, running his tongue in a teasing circle around it again and again. Slow and steady whirls, pinching her other nipple between his thumb and forefinger at the same time. Her breaths became small, ragged pants. She moaned again, low and husky, and the sound settled in his buttocks. He needed to be inside her, so deep. He needed her body beneath his, welcoming him, bathing him in heat and wetness. "Please, Griffin," she begged as he continued to torture them both. He loved how responsive she was for him, how in tune with her own need for pleasure, how greedy she became, desperate for release. She was enough to set him aflame, even half-clothed and standing upright in the midst of a room. "Please what, Spitfire?" He could not resist asking, glancing up at her to find her watching him from beneath lowered lashes, her kiss-swollen lips parted. "Tell me." "Take me in your mouth," she whispered. Those words, coming from Violet, were nearly his undoing. The breath fled him, and it required every bit of his self-discipline not to take her up in his arms right then and throw her upon the bed to have his wicked way with her. How had he gotten so damn fortunate? Violet was a wild woman in his arms, beneath his touch. Her innocent desire spurred him on, her embracing of pleasure and passion, of him. He sucked her nipple into his mouth at last, drawing on it greedily, flicking it with his tongue until she cried out his name again, her nails raking his scalp. His cock surged, and he knew he would not last much longer. He found the knot on her belt and made short work of untying it. The silken robe fell at her feet. He scooped her into his arms, and she was naked and soft and heaven, just pure heaven. He kissed her as he carried her to the bed. She kissed him back with just as much ferocity, her tongue sliding into his mouth. All he could think was, yes, Christ, yes, she was so perfect for him. Everything he needed, everything he had never known he wanted. Here, in this moment, passion threatening to burn him down, he did not even care she was Arden's sister, or that wedding her had bought him the time he needed to clear his name. All he cared about was her. How, of all the women in the world, was the one who could save him also the one who could bring him to his knees? He stopped when his legs connected with the pliant give of a mattress, and slowly, breaking the kiss only because he had to, he lowered her to the bed. She lay back on it, green eyes drunk with desire. Her dark hair spilled on the pillow, fanning out in silken contrast against the pale ivory of the bed linens. He shrugged out of his jacket and waistcoat and towed off his shoes and stockings before he joined her on the bed, still wearing his shirt and trousers. Even as consumed as he was by need for her, he remained aware of his scars, of how ruined his flesh was. He did not wish to shock or repulse her. He would not even show himself to her this evening, but wait until she had some time to acclimate herself to him in her life and in her bed. What she had seen before had been only a small slice. His entire body at once was grotesque. He spared not another second of thought for himself when her long, luscious legs slowly drifted apart on the bed, and she revealed herself to him once more. The sight of all that glistening pink skin, the dark thatch of curls, the plump bud of her pearl, it was too much. He had to have her again. Reverently, he skimmed his hands over her calves and thighs, parting them more to grant him greater access. The scent of her desire, musky and sweet, made his mouth water. He bowed his head, burying his face between her legs. He sucked and licked, tracing her seam, teasing the bundle of flesh hidden in her folds until she cried out, stiffening beneath him as she spent. And even then he did not stop, not until she shuddered once more and her cream was on his tongue. He kissed his way back up her body, lingering over the dip at her hip bone, then her stomach before returning to her lush breasts once more. As he suckled, he slid his fingers through her slick folds, tracing her seam until he reached the treasure he sought. Her pearl was swollen and smoother than silk. She bucked and writhed against him, making the breathy sounds he loved, the sounds suggesting she was desperate for him, on fire, just how he wanted her. Because the way he felt mirrored her desperation. He needed this woman, had to be inside her, had to claim her, to make her his at last. For it had taken a lifetime to bring him here, to this bed, to Violet naked in his arms. And now that he was positioned between her legs, the only barrier between them a layer of fabric, he could barely wait a heartbeat more. He kissed his way up her throat, finding the secret place behind her ear that drove her mad. And then he found her mouth. He kissed her hard and deep, kissed her with all his emotions, the raw need, the reckless want, kissed with her on his lips and tongue, and knowing she could taste herself only heightened the yearning swirling through him. He was so consumed in her, in the kiss, in wanting her. He did not feel her fingers working on the buttons of his shirt until she had it half opened. Griffin tore his mouth from hers and jerked away from her touch. He would not deny her much, but this, the sight and sensation of him, he was not ready for. No one had seen his scars before, and he was not prepared to show her. Neither could he bear the notion of her disgust and rejection. No. The hand that had been pleasuring her swiftly grasped her wrist, staying her. The shirt stays. I want to feel you, she said. Your skin. I want to touch you, Griffin. Please. Her plea made his gut clench. His ardour began to cool. You have no notion what you're asking of me. I know you have scars. She cupped his face then, and her touch was so gentle, so tender. She would not allow him to look away, to see anything but her. And he saw her then, saw her in yet another way he never had before. He saw her compassion. He saw her tenacity. He saw her unwavering and stubborn grit, and he admired that. He admired her. But still, he knew what his body looked like beneath his gentleman's facade. He was like a home that was impressive from the streets, but had been destroyed by a fire within. In a word, hideous. His face may be handsome enough, but his looks were not sufficient to blunt the other ugliness he had been marked with forever. Griffin was just as certain of it now as he had been more than a decade ago, when his wounds were still fresh, and his compatriots had carried him to his freedom because he had been too badly beaten and starved to walk. He ground his jaw. Knowing I have scars, and seeing them are not the same thing, Violet. I understand that, and I have already seen some, if you will recall. Her vibrant gaze searched his, but he knew not what she sought. If it was bravery, she would not find it. This particular brand of courage had fled him a long time ago, and it was too late to call it back now. He did not want her to see his hideously marked hide, not on their wedding night, not when she was a virgin and he would be rending her maidenhead, not for her first time making love. Later, perhaps, if he could stomach it. But tonight, no. He could not bear it, would not be made to face the ugliness of what had happened to him, most of which he had buried deep inside himself, most of which he never wanted to acknowledge or even think about ever again. Not this time, he denied, unable to give her what she wanted in this. To do so would wreck him. Not tonight. Tonight I want nothing of the past between us, no reminders of what once happened. Tonight, I want nothing but you and me and everything that makes you feel good. Touching you makes me feel good, she persisted, her thumb swiping over his lower lip once, twice. Turn down the lamps if you must. I just want to touch you without any barriers. Damn it! She was weakening his resolve. Perhaps it was her husky voice. Perhaps it was the way she stroked his lower lip and held his face. Perhaps it was merely that she was herself. Violet, his Violet, and she reached a part of him he had not realized even existed any longer. My skin is rough and puckered. Your skin is a part of you, she said, and like the scent of roses she exuded, her words hit him in the heart. Or at least in the place where his heart once was. And I want you. All of you. He stared down at her, and even more than before, he felt everything inside him shifting, changing. He was becoming someone else, a man he had not been, and could not be without her. This man wanted to give her as much of himself as he could bear. For now, that meant tearing himself away from her breathtaking body long enough to extinguish the oil lamps. Swallowing, he walked back to the bed in the darkness, plucking the remainder of his buttons from their moorings. When he reached the last, he shrugged it to the floor in a whisper of sound. "Did you take it off?" she asked quietly. "Your shirt, I mean." "Yes," he grumbled, wondering how this woman, so new to his life, this wife of only one day, could rule him so neatly. And then he realized, just as quickly, the answer was simple. He wanted to please her. There was nothing he wanted more in this world than to make Violet Strathmore, happy. She eclipsed everything, even his fear of being cast back into prison. "Thank you, Griffin," she murmured. Desire returned to him in swift, steady waves, reminding him of what was about to happen this night, reminding him the present was of far greater import than the past. He removed his trousers and smalls, and then, finding his way in the dark, he joined her on the bed once more. Instantly, the heady scent of roses and musky woman hit him. Home, something inside him said, and he knew it was true. Here they were, in a borrowed bedchamber, the guests of his former League comrades, on the brink of utter disaster and ruin, and yet he had never felt so reassured and comforted. Nor had he ever felt so complete. Violet! Her name was a sigh wrenched from him as his body moved against hers, without the obstruction of fabric for the first time. They were both nude, bare skin on hot, bare skin. His cock was once more rigid, glancing against her slick, swollen folds with erotic precision. He rubbed himself over her, and they were both moving, finding a rhythm, bodies learning each other. He forgot to be concerned with the burns and scars covering him, forgot his uncertainty, forgot the painful pieces of his past, so often like shards of glass embedded in his flesh. And instead, he simply allowed himself to feel. Her hands were on him, running over his back and chest, with slow, powerful caresses that made him even hungrier for her. The lack of light freed him. Their mouths met, sealing in a kiss that was deep and complete and transforming. A kiss of tongues and teeth, of desperation and culmination and everything in between. She turned her head, breaking the fusion of their lips, and he dropped his kiss to her neck instead. "You feel beautiful to me," she said, her voice a rumble against his mouth. "I am the furthest one can get from that," he returned, recovering his own voice at last. "You are beautiful, Spitfire, glorious, more than I could have imagined." "You feel perfect," she persisted, continuing her exploration. Her hands were on his abdomen now, skimming over the healed scores of a blade that had cut him hundreds of times, brushing the ripples of flesh. Her nimble, elegant fingers meandered over his shoulders, his back, crossing the ridges left behind by a cat-o'-nine-tails, and with each reverent glance of her touch over his battered body, he felt healed, in a way, renewed. whole for the first time in as long as he could recall. She did that for him, with her tenderness and her caring. She alone. "I am far from perfect," he warned her, before taking a nipple into his mouth. He sucked hard. So hard he won a keening sound from her lips, and she raked her nails over his back. The abrasion was delicious. "We are a match, then," she said, "for I am not perfect either." He was finding that increasingly impossible to believe, but for now he would not argue the point. For now he would simply bask in her touch. He would simply revel in her body, warm and willing beneath his, her reverent touch on him, her full, beautiful mouth within kissing distance, her wet, tight cunny within fucking distance. Damn. He had to be inside her. The waiting, the anticipation, it was driving him to the edge. He needed and wanted and wanted and needed, and everything was violet, all violet. He continued thrusting against her, his cock sliding through her wetness, through the hot, humid heart of her. So good. She felt so incredibly bloody good. He could spend forever inside her, never leaving. But of course that was not the way life worked, was it? They would have to leave this bed eventually. Perhaps they would even have to leave each other. For he had not been honest with her. Even now, their bodies naked and pressed together, hands and mouths studying the curves and dips and planes and hardness and softness of each other, he was not able to be himself with the lamps lit. Nor was he able to admit to her he intended to ruin her brother. But he could not think about that now. His fingers were working upon her pearl, stroking her, working her into a frenzy. "Are you certain you are ready for me?" he asked, rocking his hips so his hardness pressed against her. She arched, seeking more contact, more connection. He gave it to her on a sigh of pure bliss, running his cock deeper within her slippery folds. Bloody hell. All the saliva in his mouth and the breath in his lungs chose to abandon him simultaneously in that moment. "Take me, Griffin." Her urging was all the spurring he needed. Gripping his cock, he positioned himself at her entrance. "It will hurt," he warned, "the first time. I will go slowly. Allow you to become accustomed to me." And then he kissed her. In the next breath, he canted his hips, pressing against her dripping core. She was wet and so hot, hotter than the flames of an inferno. One more breath, and he was inside her. Just the tip of his cock, nothing more than a slow and steady invasion. With great effort, he held himself still, kissing her, waiting until her body relaxed to thrust again. He kissed the corner of her lips. "Tell me if I should stop. Just say the word and I shall." Another kiss, another undulation of his hips. This time he was deep enough to recognize the barrier against him. "More, Griffin." "Are you certain?" He breathed against her mouth, his eyes open, studying her. He did not want there to be any doubt. Not this night, or any that came after, regardless of what came to pass between them. "More certain than I have ever been in my life," she said. "Make me yours." He required no further urging. At her words he thrust, and as he thrust forward, the barrier within her giving way, he took her mouth. They kissed and kissed and kissed, his tongue in her mouth, her hands on his shoulders, dragging him closer, digging in, until he broke away. "Have I hurt you?" he demanded through clenched teeth. Her cunny was painfully tight around him, and he wanted nothing more than to continue, but he maintained his stillness with the greatest effort. First, he needed to be certain she was ready. "No," she said. "You feel wonderful." So did she. In fact, wonderful did not begin to describe it. He rolled his hips again, taking his time. His cock sank deeper and deeper within her depths, until finally, at long last, he slid home, as deep as he could go. He reached between their bodies, finding her pearl as slick and responsive as ever, and worked her until she was pumping against him, breathless and frantic. He wanted to fuck her so badly, but he would not give in to those base urges. For today, he would settle for this slow and steady initiation, for the welcoming of her body beneath his, for the hungry grip of her on his cock, for her juices running down his shaft to his buttocks, for her whimpering and hungry beneath him. They discovered a rhythm together, slow, easy. His mouth found its way back to her breasts, and he sucked her nipples as he rode her, sliding in, then out, then in again. Slow and easy, slow and easy, slow and... Damn it, he wasn't going to last. He flicked his tongue over her nipple, then bit, then sucked. Yes, she crooned, touching him more, her fingers everywhere, healing him with her caresses. More! It was all the encouragement he needed. Griffin slammed into her. He lost himself, lost the need to be a gentleman. He lost everything but her and this moment and claiming her, making her his forever. She was ablaze, sodden and tight, her cunny gripping his cock like a fist. He was not going to last. He kept going, thrusting, kissing, sucking, making love to her so fully and completely she would never be the same again. He was deep inside her, surging, the wicked sounds of their bodies slapping together, and the slickness of Violet's desire and the scent of their love-making in the air. He increased the pressure and rhythm on her clitoris, knowing instinctively what she needed, what she wanted. He could not stay himself. He knew he could ill afford to sire a child now, with all the uncertainty and indecision of Arden's false charges lodged against him, and that he ought to withdraw and spend into the bed linens. Yet even knowing all that, he could not stop, not when he was thrusting desperately inside her, rocking into the soft anchor of her sweet body. Not when he flicked his forefinger over her pearl and she shook beneath him again, tightening on his cock in a series of spasms. Pleasure built in his buttocks, and he felt it in his spine, tingling, licking through him like a fire. He lost control in the next breath when she clamped down upon him once more, and he could not keep the rise at bay any longer. He surged inside her, coming so violently, his entire body locked up with the force of his release. He pounded into her again and again, and she clung to him, accepting it, accepting him, taking every last drop of him, and claiming him, indelibly, forever, as hers. Chapter 15. Violet woke, uncertain of where she was. She blinked herself awake, gaze taking in her surroundings. The wall coverings were cheerful and blue, and hung with pastoral oil pictures. The room was narrow and long, low-ceilinged. Harleton Hall, she recalled. It was the third roof above her head in nearly as many days, but this day, unlike all the rest in recent memory, she awoke as someone else, a wife, a lover. This morning, she was the Duchess of Strathmore, and there was a large, solid, masculine presence in the bed alongside her, a long leg tangled with hers, a heavy arm draped over her waist, hot breath fanning over her nape, and wicked Violet was quiet and sated at last, right alongside her heart. Slowly, taking great care not to wake him, she turned to face her husband. In slumber, he was just as infallibly gorgeous as he was awake, but there was something more intimate about watching him sleep, something that called to her on a deeper level than the mere surface. Yes, he was so beautiful he took her breath, but here, in the morning light, he possessed a vulnerable softness, ordinarily absent. It was as if she had been granted a peek at another Griffin entirely, the Griffin he had been before he had been traumatized by his imprisonment. Whatever had happened to him had been worse than the scars and pain those terrors left behind, she was certain. How she wished he had been willing to bare himself before her completely, to show her that part of himself he still kept at bay. But he had met her halfway, and she knew what his concession must have cost him, and she was grateful for it. Indeed, she was grateful for him. How impossible it was to think mere weeks ago he had not even been a part of her life. Now he was hers, and her heart was full just looking at him, so very full. He was hers to love, hers to heal. She was prepared to go to battle for him, to fight to win his heart. She would slay his demons, show him his scars were a part of him, and that she loved all of him. One day he would trust her with himself, she vowed. One day he would be completely hers. He woke then, slowly and adorably, blinking at her with his beautiful cobalt eyes, his face still relaxed in sleep. And then he bestowed a smile upon her she felt all the way to her tingling toes. "Am I dreaming you, Spitfire?" he asked, his voice extra deep and rough from his rest. "No more than I am dreaming you," she returned, with a hesitant smile of her own. All the fears crowding her mind at the wedding breakfast had dispersed. First, in the wake of their time together in the tower, when she had realized she loved him, and later in his arms. She was not her mother, and neither was Griffin his father. They were themselves, and together they would forge their own path, united. "I can scarcely believe you are mine," he said softly, interrupting her whirling thoughts. His words sent a wave of warmth washing over her, for she felt the same way about him. He was unfairly handsome, it was true, and yet so sweet. No man had ever made her feel the way Griffin did. She smiled at him, unable to keep herself from reaching out to him. She framed his face in her hands, careful to keep from touching him anywhere he had scars. She would not push him or force him into revealing more of himself than he was willing. After all, she had the rest of her life to earn it. "Thank you for being patient with me yesterday, for listening to me, for not thinking me mad, and thank you for sharing a part of yourself with me in turn." He kissed her, just a slow, fleeting brush of his mouth over hers. "Thank you for marrying me. I am currently no matrimonial prize, and I know it. Your willingness to trust in me and go against your brother, all in the name of aiding me, means more than I can possibly convey." But she was not entirely selfless. She would not have married just any man who had been wrongfully accused and staying at Lark House. Her heart beat for this one alone, and he was staring at her now as if she were the most glorious creature he had ever seen, as if she were a goddess descended before him. In truth, she knew her hair must be hopelessly mussed from sleeping through the night, and she was no great beauty to begin with. But none of that mattered when Griffin was looking at her that way. All that mattered was him and the way he made her feel, as if she were the queen herself. "Thank you for marrying me," she told him seriously. "I am currently no matrimonial prize either, possessing an abysmal talent for crocheting, and a former betrothed who thought more of his orchids than he did of me." "Flowerpot can take his plants and go rot for all I care," he said. "If he would prefer to tinker with seed and soil rather than devote himself to pleasing the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, then he deserves his seeds and his plants and his green bulb fungus and nothing less." She leaned into him then, leaned into him and settled her lips over his, because he was hers, and no one had ever seen her the way he did, and because she felt as if she knew him too, knew him in a way that was profound, and poignant and real, elemental and deep. She knew about his mother, about his past, and she had begun to know the small fragments of him, as varied and original as the shells she had collected from the shores at Albemarle when she was a girl. He groaned into her mouth, his tongue finding hers. She could not stifle the sound of need emerging from deep within her. It was not just this meeting of lips she wanted, but something more, something deeper and far more fulfilling. She wanted him inside her, just as he had been last night, hard and rigid and hot, claiming and taking and possessing. That was what she wanted. Him, inside her. Feeling bold, she slid a hand down his throat, over the protrusion of his Adam's apple, down his chest, marked with scars and stippled with hair. Violet loved each unevenness, every smooth line, each puckered ridge. She loved all of it, all of him. Taking her time, she allowed her fingers to dance over his bare skin, and he let her, not shying away from her touch. She was careful to keep the bedclothes in place, to give him the shield he felt he required. Down the taut muscles of his chest she went, over the well-delineated ridges of his abdomen, the skin so unlike hers. It was smooth, yet coarse, perfect, yet scarred, masculine to her feminine, and it felt like heaven to her fingertips. And then she found him, the part of him that was large and thick and so very male, the part of him that went inside her. She knew not what to call it, his member, his maleness, whatever the proper name. She loved the way he felt in her hand. He was smooth, so smooth and soft, and yet warm and firm. She gripped him, and an answering ache bloomed in her core, where she wanted him again. Now that she knew without a doubt what transpired between a man and a woman, she felt advanced beyond her years. Bold, too. She felt as if all the power were in her hands, and she had but to snap her fingers or bring his hardness to her softness, and all would be hers. She wanted that heady sensation of him moving within her, wanted him. And she ought to be properly shocked by her reaction, she was sure. Between her legs, she was wet and aching, and she needed Griffin, more Griffin, deep inside her, taking and claiming and pleasuring, undoing her all over again, taking her apart and then putting her back together with his touch and his tongue and his kiss. The breath rushed from him when she tightened her grip, and she stilled, watching his expression, wondering if she had done something wrong. "Do you not like my touch?" "I don't like it, Violet." He kissed her, a quick peck on her mouth that was over before it had begun, and then his fingers clasped over hers. "I bloody well love your hand on my cock." Cock. There was the word she had been searching for. All succinct consonants, dominant and muscular and masculine. His cock went even harder in her hand, growing as he guided her, showing her how to touch him. Together they stroked him until a moan tore from his throat, until moisture seeped from him, and somehow her hand was slick, and he was a hot, silken brand on her palm. "Damn it, love," he gritted. "I want you again, and it is too soon." He was even more beautiful like this, pleasure flushing his skin, his body responding to hers. His full lips were slack, his eyes half closed, burning into hers. How she wished he would allow her to see him, to see all of him, to kiss and worship her way down his body, to give him the same rapturous release he had given her with his mouth. "You must not push him," she reminded herself. "He will reveal himself to you when he is ready." "I want you too," she said instead, her gaze locked upon his as she drew her face even nearer to his. They were so close they shared a pillow. So close, the humid heat of their breaths mingled and became one. So close, she tipped up her chin and ran her nose alongside his. He closed the slight distance with his lips, and this kiss was nothing like the gentle, loving brush of mouths they had shared thus far this morning. He kissed her as if he would consume her, hungry and hard. His other hand tangled in her hair, grabbing a fistful of her wayward curls, so tight she felt a prick in her scalp. Not pain, but tension, the delicious awareness she was helplessly in his grip. He held her there for the onslaught of his mouth, not allowing her to move away, nor would she have if she had been able. But there was something about the contrast of his touches, reverence and dominance at once, that made her breasts feel heavy and full, made her nipples tighten, and produced a fresh pool of wetness between her thighs. She was wet and throbbing and aching for him, just from his kisses and his hold on her and his cock in her hand. His tongue was in her mouth, his teeth nipping her lower lip, and she nipped him back and sucked his tongue, kissing him with every bit of the ferocity roaring to life inside her. He released her hand, freeing her to continue working him on her own, and then his fingers were nudging her thighs open, and he traced her slick seam. He parted her folds, glancing over the hungry flesh within. When he worked his way to the bud of her sex, she jerked, crying out into his mouth. Griffin broke the kiss at last, but he did not withdraw his touch. Instead, he circled it with his forefinger, one slow, lazy circumnavigation, and then another, and another. Deliberately, he avoided the sensitive underside, refraining from giving her the pressure she desired. "Griffin." His name left her on a sigh. She arched into his long, lean body, rubbing her nipples over the bedclothes separating them, because it felt good, because she was desperate for any contact, desperate for release. She felt like the female cats she had seen at Albemarle, rubbing their bodies sinuously against any object, making strange sounds and low, trilling meows as they called for their mates. She had not comprehended then the consuming need those animals had felt to be with another, but she understood it now, because it was how she felt, how this man made her feel, as if she could not ever have enough of him, as if she could never be close enough or kiss him enough, or lose herself to the spiraling waves of pleasure in his arms enough. He dragged the rasp of his beard down her throat, burying his face in the crook between her shoulder and neck. "You smell so damn sweet, here and everywhere. And you're soaked for me, aren't you, darling?" Giving himself the answer he sought, he slid his fingers through her folds slowly, temptingly. The evidence of her desire was bathing him, making him glide easily through her engorged flesh, the wet sounds of him toying with her loud in the stillness of the chamber, louder than the harsh panting of her breaths, as he once more teased her, by avoiding the bundle of nerves that so longed to be stroked. "Yes," she said on a sibilant moan. "You make me go wild, Griffin. I cannot think when you touch me like this." "Are you sore, love?" he asked, flicking his tongue against her skin. She knew what he meant because she was. Between her legs and deep inside, she felt as if she had been bruised. But it was a different sort of bruise. It was a soreness, and yet a delicious ache. It was the knowledge she had been stretched and breached, that her body had given way for his, but that it craved that same sweet invasion once more. She wanted to be filled, wanted the ache and the burn and the sting and the decadent rush of release. "No," she lied, as his mouth closed over a nipple and sucked, because she knew he would deny her what she so desperately craved if she said yes, and because wicked Violet was at the reins once more, and she was driving this runaway carriage of want as fast as she could into the horizon. He rolled her to her back, and she instinctively opened her legs wide, cradling him between them. Their hands were still upon each other. He was careful to keep his body from her view, the bedclothes sheltering them like a cocoon. He sucked her other nipple, delivered a playful bite to it that had her writhing and sucking in a breath. It was good. So very good, that line between pain and pleasure, and he straddled it so well, instinctively. He knew how far to push her, how to make her go weak for him. Her hips thrust against him, seeking, desperate. Her heart thundered in her breast. She was nothing but a conflagration of sensation, burning for him, set aflame beneath him. "Are you certain, Vi?" He glanced up her body, licking her nipples slowly while his eyes met hers, and he stroked her bud. Vi. No one had ever called her that before, and she liked the sound of it in his deep velvet voice. Before she could answer, he increased the pressure and the friction between her thighs. Pleasure trilled up her spine and centered between her legs, where she was about to explode like a nighttime display of Roman candles. He sucked her nipple again, still watching her, and it was so decadent, so much more intimate and wicked, his eyes upon hers while he brought her to release. She realized she had released his cock, and her fingers were in his luxurious hair now, threading through it. "Vi," he prodded, his fingers going faster now, faster. Oh, she was on the edge. She arched her back, urging her nipple back into his mouth. "Yes!" she cried out as the first ripple of pleasure shot through her. Her entire body was alight. She shook beneath him as she spent, and colours and stars seemed to burst around her. "Yes! Oh, dear God, yes! I want you inside me, now!" Wicked Violet was who she blamed this brazen boldness upon. But it felt right, and so did he when he nudged her entrance. So right she rolled her hips. So right when he rocked against her, sliding inside. There was a faint trace of pain, a slight tingle as her body adjusted to the thick size of him. "Yes," she said again. "Fuck, yes," he growled, and then with one stroke he was fully seated within her. He was deep and hard, and she was full, so full of him, awash in sensation. They moved together, finding their rhythm, and it was fast and furious and frenzied, as if they both feared being torn apart before it was over. They made love as if it were the first and last time, and as he spent inside her, and she came around him, bliss rolling over her with more force than anything she had ever known, she kissed him hard, kissing him open-mouthed and wet and messy. Inside her heart, she said the words she did not yet dare reveal, the same way he hid his scars. "I love you. God, how I love you." In the warming glow of late morning, Violet stood alongside her new husband, facing a straw bale that had been laid against an embankment a decent ride away from Halton Hall. Before it was a round iron target. As he had promised her back at Lark House, Griffin was giving her shooting lessons. She stared at the target, a good distance away, and then looked back to the man at her side. "The target seems awfully small." He was unfairly handsome this morning, utterly devastating in borrowed trousers, shirt sleeves and waistcoat. Though Ludlow and the Duke of Carlisle were both immense men, Griffin was tall and broad and strong, and he filled out the attire in comparable fashion. He wore a borrowed hat as well, his brilliant eyes glinting at her with warm heat that made her think of all the intimacies that had passed between them. "The target is meant to be small to help improve your aim, Vi," he said, grinning at her. "Have I told you how glad I am the Duchess of Carlisle was in possession of a purple dress?" She glanced down at the gown she had borrowed herself, which was somewhat snug in both the waist and the bosom, regardless of how tightly the lady's maid assisting her that morning had laced her corset. "I fear I do not do it justice, for her Grace is rather more diminutive in stature than I am." It had been her only option, however, since the other ladies in residence were both even smaller. Violet felt like a great hulking weed in their elegant presences. Grateful not to be wearing the same dress for the third day in a row, but nevertheless conspicuous. But she was glad, she had to admit, to have found a gown in her colour. It had rather become her signature. Alas, not all the gowns she had borrowed from the Duchess were purple, but she would make do, as she must, until she was able to either procure herself a wardrobe or rescue hers from Lark House. The thought of Lark House brought with it Lucian and Aunt Hortense, and she knew a fresh pang in her heart, a sense of missing them. But she knew she had made the right decision. Griffin was the right decision. Marrying him had been equal parts rebellion and freedom, and she revelled in both. In him. Trust me, darling, when I say you do it more justice than any other female on this great earth could, Griffin said, his tone dark and smouldering with sin. His eyes lingered on her bosom like a caress, and like that, beneath the glaring sun which had chased the rains, in the midst of a field, about to partake in shooting lessons, he made her feel as if they were alone in a bedchamber all over again. Her knees went weak, her heart galloped, and heat slid between her thighs. Her nipples pebbled beneath her corset, and she remembered in exquisite detail what it felt like to have that glorious mouth of his upon her there, sucking and biting and licking. Where was a fan when one truly required it for cooling one's wicked self? She fidgeted with her skirts for distraction. This simply would not do. The man had addled her wits with his love-making, and she could not even concentrate. "Thank you," she forced herself to say, all too aware of the flush on her cheeks once more. It seemed to be her perpetual state in his presence. "I am sure you have no need to flatter me, however. We are already wed." He closed the distance between them, catching her waist in his large hands and pulling her against him so their bodies were flush from breast to knee. His scent invaded her senses, seductive and delicious. She had nowhere to look but into his countenance. He was serious, frowning. "You are beautiful, Vi." He was wrong. She was not beautiful. Violet shook her head. "I am too tall." "I can reach your lips without having to bend down too far," he countered. "My hair is dark." "It is the glorious ink of a summer's midnight sky." The silver-tongued devil. What could she say to that? She thought for a moment. "My nose is turned up and covered in freckles." "We have already established I love your freckles." He was cupping her face in his big, warm hands now, and she was melting like butter beneath his touch. He kissed the tip of her nose, as if to demonstrate his affection. "Your nose is perfect. I'll not hear a word against it." She bit her lip to quell the sudden delighted giggle that rose within her. "My mouth is too large." "Your mouth—" He stopped and kissed her lingeringly before pulling back once more. "Is just the right size for mine." "I am no bloody good at crocheting." "I prefer knitting." He winked. She huffed a sigh. "My forehead is too high." "Directly proportionate," he argued. "Any shorter, and your beauty would not be balanced." Violet stared at him, her self-deprecation turning into a dearth. "My bosom," she began, only to be interrupted by his mouth yet again. He kissed her hard, ferociously. "Do not, for the love of all that is holy, speak about your bosom, Duchess, or I shall have you in the grass with your skirts around your waist and my fingers parting the slit in your drawers, and I will tear open every one of the buttons on this borrowed bodice with my teeth." His intensity and his words both stole her breath. "I would not object to either of those scenarios," she was bold enough to say, "but I do suspect the Duchess of Carlisle may disagree with the damage you intend to do to her beautiful gown." His blue gaze burned into hers. "I would buy her a dozen replacements if necessary." She was tempted. Oh, so very tempted. But in the end,
The prospect of having to explain to the Duchess what had occurred to her dress, or to somehow invent a fiction that would be believed, proved too much for her.
"Perhaps we ought to steer ourselves to a safer subject, lest you ravage the poor Duchess of Carlisle's beautiful gown," she suggested at last.
He exhaled on a heavy sigh, his hot breath blowing over her lips. "Very well. I hope I have proven my point." His point? She had gotten so caught up in the moment, she had almost forgotten what it had been. Ah, yes, that she was beautiful. She felt beautiful. She saw herself for the first time as he did, and it imbued her with a deep, potent sense of power. Not a plain, shrinking violet after all, but a brilliant blossom all her own. A new violet altogether. "You have," she said softly, unable to resist giving him another quick, hard kiss. "Thank you." "You have nothing to thank me for, Vi." He kissed the corner of her mouth before releasing her and taking a step back. "You have always been beautiful. You merely needed to see it for yourself." If she had not already fallen in love with this man, Violet would have fallen in love with him then and there, with the sun bathing him in a golden glow, with his handsome face and his angular jaw covered in rich, dark whiskers, and his full lips, and Lord in heaven, those eyes. In fact, as she stood there before him, sun drenching her in warmth, Griffin looking at her as if she were a goddess come to walk the earth among men, the pulsing, freeing sensation of freedom bursting open inside her, she did fall in love with him. Again, deeper. Her heart ached. She swallowed down a lump that had become lodged in her throat and blinked away the sting of tears she refused to shed. Somehow, in the least likely of manners, she had found the man for her. He had not been a horticulturalist who lived by his mother's rule. Instead, he had been a man who was scarred and broken, yet caring and determined. A man who her brother was intent upon sending to prison. She could not forget that. Must not forget it. Nor could she forget the reason she had requested a shooting lesson from the first. Defense against the Fenian menace who knew who she was and knew who Lucian was. Men who would do her harm just to gain their political freedom. Her future with Griffin loomed, rife with uncertainty. "But I do need to thank you," she told her husband gently. "For everything." His expression softened, losing some of its harsh, serious lines, becoming almost sheepish. "Trust me when I say you do not. If anyone is to offer their thanks, it is me. Thank you for giving me the means with which to save myself, and for believing in me enough to put yourself and your future at such great risk, all for my sake. I am not worthy of you, darling, not in the slightest." Fear for him lanced her at the reference to the suspicions and blame that had been laid upon him. "I believe in you because you are innocent, Griffin, and together we will prove it. To Lucian and to everyone else." He gave a jerky nod, as if he too were affected by emotion, and then he cleared his throat and looked away, back toward the hay bale settled against the bank. "Time to practice with this intolerably small target, my dear. I am afraid you shall have to give it your best effort." "Show me," she said. He extracted a revolver he had secreted within his waistcoat. It was small and slim, the barrel black and the handle oiled wood. How odd it was to think of how much damage a simple object, forged of metal and wood, could do. "Stand back and to my side, Vi, but watch what I do, if you please. Always take care to be sure the gun is empty when you are not using it." He showed her how to examine the chamber to make certain no bullets were within. "Even when the gun is empty, keep the barrel pointed away from you, and anyone you do not wish to shoot, at all times." "I fervently hope there will not be anyone I wish to shoot," she said. But the truth was, in a world where men would kill and cause destruction because they could, where she and her elderly aunt were beset by gunfire in a carriage in the midst of London's best streets, the likelihood she may one day need to shoot to defend herself was not as ludicrous and small as she had once imagined it to be. "As do I, Vi," he said solemnly. "But if the need should arise, I want you to be capable of defending yourself if you must. No more peering out windows whilst you are unarmed and being shot at by cowardly Fenians. Do you promise me?" She nodded. His concern warmed her heart, and she could not help but be pleased he was encouraging her ability to look after herself where her brother had been adamant upon being her sole protector. She could not be under the protection of others for her entire life, and for those times when she was alone and needed to defend herself, she wanted to know how to accomplish it. "I promise," she said. "Excellent." His tone was grim. "Now just see to it you uphold that vow. This is how you load your ammunition." She watched him load the barrel of the revolver with bullets, one at a time, slipping bullets meticulously into place and clicking through the chamber until each round was filled. "Do not forget to always point the barrel away from yourself," he instructed again calmly, before lifting the pistol with both hands, pointing it toward the target. "There is a bead on the barrel of the pistol that helps you to gauge your target. Train it upon whatever you wish to shoot. If it is a man you are shooting, set that bead upon either his head or his chest. If you are shooting a man, your aim is to inflict the most damage possible." He raised the pistol, gripping it with two hands, and trained the barrel upon the target. "It is important to hold the revolver with both hands, as there will be recoil when you shoot the gun." He paused and used his thumb to pull back the hammer. "Cock the gun thus, and then pull the trigger when you are ready. You may want to cover your ears, Vi." She did as he suggested. "Ready?" Hands clamped over her ears, she nodded. "Ready." He pulled the trigger, and almost instantly the metallic clang of him hitting the target rang through the air. The circular target spun. He remained rooted to the spot, eyes trained on the target. He cocked the revolver again. Shot again. 4 more times, each occasion generating a clang and a spin of the target, making for a total of 6 in all, until the barrel was empty. Naturally, his aim had been flawless. "Your turn now," he announced, handing her the pistol with ginger care. She accepted it, careful to follow his instructions. With Griffin's aid, she loaded 6 rounds into the chamber, and then she raised the gun with both hands, aiming it at the target. Holding her breath, she fired the first shot. The way the revolver kicked in her hands took her by surprise. It was a strange feeling, but she absorbed it and took her second shot. The clang of metal reached her ears this time. The target spun. Taking great care to maintain her aim, she shot 4 times, and on each occasion she hit the target. Feeling pleased with herself, she turned back to Griffin, who watched her with an expression of unabashed pride. "What do you think of my aim, husband? Will it suffice?" "It will more than suffice," he said, his tone rueful. "Are you certain you never shot a weapon before?" Her grin widened. "Certain." "Bloody hell. I knew you were the woman for me." She liked the sound of that. She also liked the knowledge she could defend herself if she had to. She was not helpless, not dependent upon anyone. This was where Lucian had gone wrong. He had believed he needed to be the man to defend her, that he alone could keep her safe. Griffin had just shown her the only person she needed to defend her was herself, and that realization made her feel strong, stronger than she had ever felt before. "May I shoot again?" she asked. He grinned at her. "Hell, yes." Chapter 16. She made him weak. God, how she made him weak. He was seated in Ludlow's study in Halton Hall, joined by the 2 most brilliant and dangerous former members of the Special League, and Cullen O'Malley, and he was supposed to be formulating a battle plan that would save him from prison and imminent ruin. But all he could think about was Violet. All he could smell was roses. All he could hear was her husky cries of surrender, the way she moaned his name when she came, her cunny milking his cock of every drop. All he could see was the sight of her standing in brilliant defiance, learning how to shoot a revolver and excelling at it. She had been glorious and breathtaking, like some warrior goddess before him. He had known, somehow, she would be his undoing. From the moment he had fallen into her lap, felled by her crocheting, and their gazes had locked, he had been drawn to her. It had been why he kissed her that first day. She had been babbling about the damnable seed pouch, and he had been consumed by the most beguiling woman he had ever seen. And now she was his. He had been inside her. He knew how she tasted on his tongue. He knew her nipples were the precise shade of the underbelly of a pink rose. He knew how she went wild when he sucked them, wilder still when he used his teeth.
"Strathmore?"
Carlyle's questioning voice interrupted his musings. Damnation. He blinked and shifted in his chair, willing the erection that had begun to swell against his trousers to abate. Never before had he been a slave to his cock, and now was certainly not the time to allow one head to rule the other. He inhaled sharply, forcing himself to scrub all thoughts of her from his mind. He had become too attached to her. He had bedded other women in his past. Surely he could bed this one without turning into a lovesick fool. Could he not? He could. He needed to be stern, unflinching. He would think about her and speak about her as if she did not have the capacity to tear his world apart.
"Strathmore,"
Carlyle prodded again.
"are you with us?"
Beginning now, from this moment forward, he could purge her from his soul. He could, and he would, because he must, or risk losing himself. Griffin blinked.
"Of course I am. Forgive me. I have a great deal weighing on my mind at present." "I understand completely, Your Grace,"
Cullen O'Malley said then, his brogue tinging his words.
"I have been in your position, staring at the grim prospect of my future imprisonment for a crime I did not commit. Some nights I still wake, convinced I'm back at Kilmainham, even though I have had my freedom for the last few weeks. I'll be praying for you to keep your freedom, and if there is any way I can be of service in aiding you, I will."
The mere thought of imprisonment made him sweat, effectively killing any ardour still surging through him for his wife. He had been held against his will before, and he had vowed it would never happen again. He found his voice through the bile rising in his throat.
"Thank you, O'Malley. Anything you know about John Marney and his connections within the League can potentially aid me. Any crumb of information you can recall, however infinitesimal, could prove the key to bringing the Duke of Arsehole to his knees and establishing my innocence at last."
"Speaking of the Duke," Ludlow said, studying him with an intense regard,
"are you prepared for Arden's arrival? My sources tell me his arrival today is imminent."
He winced, thinking of the confrontation that would ensue when Arden came to Halton Hall. He had not yet broached the subject with Violet, and he knew it would not be easy, using her against her brother in such fashion, and nor would she be pleased when she discovered his intention to discredit Arden. Spiriting her away had been one thing, but facing an angry Arden and expecting her not only to defend him over her brother, but cleave to his side when all his cards were laid upon the table was another. Their days together had been easy, too easy, and he had been reluctant to relinquish the strange but wonderful camaraderie that had fallen between them. He could not shake the feeling she knew him better than anyone ever had, perhaps better than he even knew himself. But he had not been entirely honest with her, allowing her to believe she had chosen to marry him and he had simply accepted her suggestion, when in fact it had been what he had wanted, what he had manoeuvred them toward from the minute he had realized it was the only means of procuring himself more time.
He was a selfish bastard, and he knew it, because he had wanted his freedom, and he had wanted Violet too, and he had been determined to do whatever he must to secure both. And it went without saying he had not been honest with her about what he intended to do to remove the suspicion from himself once and for all, which was ruining Arden and laying him low. Nor had he told her about the plan he, Carlyle, O'Malley, and Ludlow had hatched together from the day of their arrival at Harlton Hall, when plans had been made and a course of action had been settled upon. Griffin had sent a taunting message to Arden, letting him know his exact location, letting Arden know he intended to marry Violet. The message had been well timed, so Arden would not receive it until the deed had already been done. When Arden arrived at Harlton Hall, thinking he was saving his sister from marrying Griffin, he would discover he was too late. Ludlow and Carlyle were prepared to make a united front with him, and their support, coupled with the fact Griffin had married Violet and his seed could be growing in her womb, would be enough to keep Arden at bay until they could work together to find the man truly responsible for the leaks of privileged League information to the Fenians and bring Arden down. In the end, all should work out accordingly. He would have Violet, the guilty man would be sent to prison in his stead, and Arden would be forced to step down as League leader in the wake of his erroneous assumptions and Griffin's false imprisonment. But no one knew better than he did that what seemed a sure bet was all too often sent straight to hell. He could only hope and believe this time would somehow be different, for the stakes were higher, the highest they had ever been. "I'm as ready as I shall ever be," he said at last, hating his tenuous situation, hating he would have to use the woman he had come to care for, the woman he had made his wife. Hell, the woman he had just spent the better part of the morning deep inside. He could only hope she would forgive him when he explained. "Does Lady Violet know her brother is on his way?" Carlyle asked, in that canny way he had of reading a man's thoughts from the expression on his face. "No," he admitted. "I will tell her. There simply hasn't been time." Ludlow grinned at him. "I dare say there was time for other conversations." "Go to hell," he growled, the skin over his cheekbones going hot. He was grateful for his well-trimmed whiskers, which shielded a great deal of his face. "One fact is irrefutable," Carlyle interrupted then, his tone stern, his expression carved in marble and ice. "There is a traitor within the League. Marnie knew of the manner in which League members secret sensitive communications. He also knew when raids were being held, and he was able to incriminate innocent men because of that knowledge. These are all facts he could not have obtained from anyone but a member of the League who was privy to these secrets." "Precisely," Griffin agreed. "And that very traitor is responsible for planting the evidence in my study. Arden used the supposed communications between myself and various Fenian aliases, along with the similarity between Marnie's contact, the Griffin, and my name, as the means to incarcerate me at Lark House. Marnie was a braggart," O'Malley said. "God rest his black soul. He made no secret of his connection to the League, but he refused to divulge who it was. He claimed the man had connections to the top tier of the League, a man practically in the waistcoat pocket of the Home Office," he said. Having a Fenian in his midst, and looking to the man for aid, was deuced strange for Griffin. He knew Carlyle had worked to get O'Malley released because he was family to him now, but Griffin was not entirely certain he dared trust the fellow. "Did you ever see him?" he asked. O'Malley shook his head. "I was not privy to much. When I joined Marnie, I had no inkling of the depths of his depravity. After I caught wind of some of the campaigns he was funding and organizing, murder plots and bomb factories, I tried to steer us in a new direction, a peaceful one. That was when he started plotting against me, laying the foundation for my arrest." "A man practically in the waistcoat pocket of the Home Office," Griffin repeated. the words seeming to have a deeper meaning. "Has it not occurred to you," Ludlow said then, his tone one of deep musing, "that Arden himself is the traitor?" The notion gave him pause, for indeed it had not. He had never once imagined the Duke of Arden, the man who had supplanted the Duke of Carlisle as the leader of the Special League, could possibly be the villain attempting to orchestrate its, and Griffin's, downfall. "There is no love lost between Arden and myself, but I do not think him a traitor, Clay," Carlisle said, before Griffin could respond. "My distaste for him aside, I cannot fathom a man as intelligent as the Duke of Arden doing something as bloody stupid as selling his soul to the Fenians. What could he possibly hope to accomplish?" Ludlow raised a brow at his brother, and the similarities between the two men in that instant was uncanny. Both were massive in stature, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and deadly. Far more intelligent men than the Duke of Arden have committed far more witless sins over the course of history, Leo. He would not be the first, and nor would he be the last. While it was tempting indeed to lay the blame entirely upon the Duke of Arsehole's shoulders, Griffin remained unconvinced when he turned the fact about in his mind, considering them from all their jagged angles. "Arden has been desperate to be League leader for years. Why would he risk all he has attained now by doing something so foolish? Perhaps what he has to gain is more significant than what he has to lose," Carlisle pointed out. "Is he in need of funds? From the details we have been able to stitch together, Marney was in control of a massive portion of American-raised Fenian funds. He would have been capable of paying handsomely for the secrets, and now that he is dead, someone else within their ranks will have taken his place at the purse strings." Griffin considered what he had seen at Lark House. "I cannot say he is. Lark House is in fine fettle, and staffed abundantly. The chef hails from France, and his Epicurean delights are unparalleled." Lord knew he had consumed his meals sparingly for fear of losing his muscle and the boxer's reflexes he had honed over the years with a great deal of effort. He needed to be capable of striking first and matching any opponent with his fists and his brute strength. "Some men commit such sins for other reasons," Ludlow pointed out. "For the forbidden. It grants them a sense of control over those around them. It becomes a dark, twisted secret inside them that inflates them with a false sense of superiority." Carlisle considered Ludlow, his countenance unreadable. "Ought I to be concerned, brother?" Clay threw back his head and laughed, the sound so loud it echoed off the walls of the old study, in part because of its sparse furnishings and bare walls. "Concerned about what, old man?" "Need I remind you which of us is the eldest?" Carlisle returned. For a moment, Griffin forgot about the troubles facing him, like the gaping maw of Hades, and instead he marvelled at the change in the two men he had come to know over the years as his comrades. They were half-brothers with an incredible bond. Ludlow having been born on the wrong side of the blanket to the woman Carlisle considered his mother. Where once they had been rigid and unforgiving, both men seemed somehow happier now, more relaxed. There was an ease about them, a calm pleasure, as if all was well in their worlds. He wanted to believe it was born of their departure from the League, for his service to the Crown had been a simultaneous burden and joy. But another part of him, the part that had been roused for the first time by Violet, suspected it was the love they had found with their respective wives that had truly transformed them. "You look and act older than I," Ludlow countered. "But I am younger nonetheless," Carlisle pointed out smoothly. Truly, Griffin did not comprehend this sibling banter, having no living siblings of his own. His mother had suffered 6 miscarriages, and his only living brother had died as a babe. To someone who had spent a lifetime without anyone sharing that blood bond, it seemed deuced odd, this penchant for squabbling. He cleared his throat. As much as I enjoy watching the two of you argue as if you are both yet in the nursery, I feel compelled to remind you the rather large matter of my impending incarceration looms." The brothers exchanged a look, and only Christ knew what it meant, for Griffin certainly did not. "All roads lead back to Arden," Carlyle said then, taking up the reins once more. "Whether he is guilty of hiding the incriminating documents in your study in an effort to cast guilt upon you, or not, he is the man holding the sword and leading the charge, is he not?" Yes. Arden was also Violet's brother, and the more Griffin ruminated upon that fact, the greater his discomfort grew. "He is determined to see me in prison. That much is undeniable. Violet told me as much herself. It was what spurred our flight and our impromptu wedding vows. That was the only reason, I am certain of it," Ludlow said solemnly, the bite of sarcasm underscoring his words. Ludlow's inference nettled. "Saving my neck seemed of rather great import at the time, I must admit," he defended. "And it had nothing at all to do with the lovely Lady Violet," Carlyle added, his tone teasing. Since when did the Duke of bloody Carlyle tease? Griffin would have sworn upon his mother's grave the man did not possess a light-hearted bone in his body. He had to admit it was almost as if he was seeing a different man entirely, and the same could be said of Ludlow. Griffin did not know what the devil to do with such unabashed, blinding contentment. It almost made him ill. Ill with jealousy, but that was something he did not wish to pursue for the moment. Right now, all he could manage to do was attempt to find the man responsible for planting the false evidence in his study, freeing himself, proving his innocence. "Being Violet's husband," said a voice inside himself. But it was a foreign voice for a foreign feeling. Griffin was not accustomed to caring for anyone other than himself for the last few years. Being responsible for someone else was sudden and alarming. Alarming because it felt far, far too comfortable. She felt far too comfortable, as if she fit him perfectly, and in more ways than merely the tight grip of her cunning and the match of her luscious curves to his unforgiving planes. "Oh, Christ, look at you," said Carlyle then. "Look at him, Clay. He is following in our illustrious footsteps." "You were falling in love with your wife," Ludlow said plainly. Griffin swallowed, staring back at the two men who currently held his freedom in their hands. The thought of falling in love with Violet took his breath. It made his gut clench. It made his palms sweat and his mouth go dry and his jaw tense. The idea of falling in love on its own was anathema, something he had never envisioned for himself, an impossibility. But the notion he was falling in love with Violet was more than he could bear, because it was so painfully close to the truth, because he feared it was true, and that was why he denied it swiftly. "I am doing nothing of the sort. I have no fear of falling in love with her. She is the sister of my greatest enemy." And falling in love with her would mean his complete vulnerability. It would mean granting another person the power to hurt him. He had been hurt enough in his past. The scars all over his battered body attested to that, and he had no wish to experience such helplessness or anything like it ever again. Chapter 17. After sharing breakfast with the ladies of the house, all of whom were lovely and welcoming, from the Duchess of Carlisle to Mr. Ludlow's wife, the Dowager Duchess of Burghley, to Mrs. Ludlow, the warm and sweet matriarch of the entire group, Violet could not contain the restlessness within her. She was grateful to make new friends, having possessed no female friends thus far in her life, but it was perhaps also that shortcoming that rendered her interactions with them stilted and awkward. But perhaps it was also that Violet was not accustomed to strangers, and she found herself feeling suddenly, painfully shy. Her entire life had been transformed in the span of a few days, and she was still catching her breath. With the whirlwind of new faces to add to the mix, she was at a loss. She had always been the sort who preferred time spent alone to time with others. Only Griffin had changed that, for each meeting with him had been new and thrilling and unlike the last. He had opened her to change, but not so thoroughly she did not feel like a fish plucked from the water without him at her side. And so she excused herself and made her way to the study, knowing it was where Griffin had closeted himself, along with the Duke of Carlisle, Mr. O'Malley, and Mr. Ludlow. All the men were forbidding and large and dark, possessed of a dangerous air. But Griffin was different. He was sharp edges and stark plains, but he was also hers. He felt like home. With the aid of a servant, she located the study door, and she was about to knock to make her presence known when the deep, familiar rumble of her husband's voice reached her. Her hand stayed, mid-air, mid-knock, her knuckles never grazing the surface. "I have no fear of falling in love with her." Griffin's voice was strong, carrying to her easily through the door. "She is the sister of my greatest enemy." Dear God! He was talking about her, she realized, and his tone was different. It was not gruff and warm and personal, but rather cool, almost cold, as if he spoke of someone else, as if he had never kissed her or made her his wife, as if he had never made love to her so passionately in such achingly exquisite fashion, as if he had not kissed her nose and declared his love of her freckles. "But sometimes even enemies can find peace," the Duke of Carlisle said then. "The two of you certainly seemed the happy couple yesterday." "She is happy." It was Griffin's voice once more. "She thinks this entire affair, her running away with me and wedding me, was her idea alone. She has no inkling I had reached the determination on my own that the only way I would be able to stave off Arden and escape from Lark House was with her as my pawn." Violet sucked in a breath. The pain was so visceral and deep and unexpected, it took her by surprise, and she nearly cried out. With great effort, she maintained her silence, knowing she needed to hear more, even if she didn't want to. The ugliness of Griffin's words twisted inside her, repeating themselves like a waterfall blasting through her, endless in its surge. With her as my pawn. She has no inkling. She thinks this entire affair was her idea alone. Good God, that meant he had been manipulating her all along. This entire time, their every interaction was suddenly suspect. Had he meant any of the things he had told her? Shame washed over her then, for it made perfect sense. She had wondered how and why a man as gloriously handsome as the Duke of Strathmore would want her. But he had told her she was beautiful, and how easily her head had been turned. He had made her feel beautiful, and she had believed it, had believed him, had betrayed her brother for his sake. Why? Because he had kissed her, because he had made her feel desired when no one else ever had. How easy she had made it for him to dupe her. The worst realization was he had never even deceived her, not truly. He had admitted to her in the cottage his reasons for wedding her. He had never claimed to love her, had never spoken of tender feelings. She was the one who had stupidly opened her heart. Now she felt nothing but shame. Shame and disgust and hurt. Horrible, awful hurt. She had fallen in love with the stranger on the other side of the door. The stranger who was speaking about her in the same detached manner he might discuss a chair or a broken piece of crockery. She swallowed against a sudden lump in her throat, biting her lower lip to stave off tears that burned her eyes and threatened to fall. "Have you misled her?" Mr. Ludlow asked. "Do you have cause to suspect she will not stand by your side, that she will not choose you over her brother?" "I have misled her, yes," Griffin said, with regret. "I could not allow her to think I had orchestrated the plan. It was important for her to think it her own. Otherwise, she may have lost her courage." When she understands the implications of what I have done, I have no doubt it will not go well for me. But by then it will be too late." His words echoed in her shocked mind, a litany she did not want to hear. Too late, too late, too late. "Many have embarked on marriages of convenience, only to fall in love with their wives," commented the Duke of Carlisle then. "Lord knows I did." "Yes," Griffin agreed. "You are disturbingly in love with your wife, and it is plain for all to see. Fortunately, I do not suffer from such an affliction, and nor will I ever. My father was in love with my mother, and it tore him apart. I have no wish to lose myself for a woman." "Too late?" Ludlow asked, echoing the words Violet's troubled mind had fixated upon. "For what, Strathmore?" "To annul the marriage. She may already be carrying my child. All the more reason for Arden to keep from arresting me," Griffin answered. It was all she needed to hear. She could not bear to hear more. Any more and she would break. She would crack open, and the fragments of her would be everywhere, darkening Mr. Ludlow's immaculately pristine rugs. Not truly, but it was how she felt. It was the sentiment which sent her away from that door, away from that hall, away from the Duke of Strathmore, a man who had been intimate with her, a man who had married her, a man who had seen and tasted every inch of her flesh, and had been closer to her than any other person ever had, a man who had used her. Just away. Leaving felt like her only option, her sole recourse. For as friendly and wonderful as the ladies of Halton Hall were, they were not her true friends. She did not know them well enough, and nor did they know her well enough in return for her to seek their counsel. They were the wives and mother of strangers, and the only man she had thought she had known, the man she had married and given her body and her innocence to, that man was the greatest stranger of all. Her hands shook, and her heart was a huge and painful burden in her chest. Somehow her feet were moving. She did not know where she was going or how she would get there. All she did know was she could not remain here, not in Halton Hall, not with the Duke of Strathmore. His words echoed in her mind with each step she took. I have no fear of falling in love with her, cutting her to the marrow, humiliating her and mocking her, stripping her bare and raw, and then laughing at her helplessness. Her mind registered the presence of servants. Some of them scrambled, wanting to aid her, to ready a carriage. Did she wish for a walk? Did she need to travel somewhere? Where did her Grace wish to go? What would please her Grace? The answers were all simple. She did not know where she wanted to go, and nothing would please her. Nothing except leaving. Lips compressed in a tight line, body stiffened with resolve, she left. Out the door she went, leaving a gaping butler and footman in her wake, leaving everyone and everything behind. Down the front steps, into the gravel drive. The day was yet sunny and warm, unseasonably warm. The leaves on all the trees were deep, verdant green and abundant. Signs of life, of spring and resilience, and the beauty of the countryside abounded. But Violet scarcely noticed any of it. All she could think about was the man who had taken her innocence and betrayed her. The man who had kissed her so sweetly, and then spoken with such cold, unfeeling ice. The man she loved. The man who had used her. The man who had manipulated her, and yet consummated their marriage. How she hated him! It struck her, fierce and strong, and ugly and painful as a knife biting into her flesh. She needed to escape the pain, to escape him, not just him, but the life that had been prescribed and preordained for her. When had she ever been free, truly and completely free? Never, came the answer. Bittersweet and true. Never. She did the only thing she could do then. She ran. She grasped handfuls of her borrowed skirts and lifted them high, one foot in front of the other, faster and faster. She ran until her lungs burned. She ran with her boots pinching her feet and rubbing her heels. She ran with her breath coming in strange and heavy pants, her heart pounding against her chest as if it wanted to break free. She ran until she could not run any more, and then she walked. She walked, and she did not look over her shoulder, not once. It was only when she reached the outskirts of Halton Hall land, only when she saw the carriage fast approaching her, that she felt any sense of relief, however small. Perhaps its occupants could assist her, provide her with the means of escape. Traversing much farther on foot would not get her far enough away before Griffin noticed she had gone and came searching for her. He needed her after all. She was his pawn in the game he played with Lucian. She had been the means to an end for him, the way he could save himself. And meanwhile, she had been losing her heart. She had been foolish enough to think all their time alone together, all the countless conversations and the sharing of their pasts, and the kisses and the embraces and, God help her, the way he had made love to her, meant something. She had been stupid to think she was more than the sum of her parts. She had fallen helplessly in love with him, and he had remained impervious. I have no fear of falling in love with her. She was pathetic and weak, and she had been so very wrong. She had betrayed her brother's trust, had left her family behind, and all because she had believed in a man who had not even bothered to tell her the truth. What had she thought? Had she truly believed a man like the Duke of Strathmore, beautiful and jaded and wicked, could ever love someone like her, boring, plain Lady Violet West? But she was not Lady Violet West any longer, was she? As the carriage neared her, she moved to the side and waved her arms frantically, hoping the driver would stop, hoping the occupants would prove willing to aid her. And nor was she the Duchess of Strathmore, for she refused to answer to that bitter appellation. Her marriage had been mired in dishonesty and manipulation. No, indeed, she was neither of those names, neither of those women. Lady Violet West had broken free from her mould, running wild. The Duchess of Strathmore had been a brief, brilliant burst. A different Violet would raise herself from the ashes. A new Violet, and this Violet would be stronger and more resilient than all the rest. The carriage reached her now and slowed. She was hot and flushed and angry, perspiration dripping from her forehead into her eyes and blinding her for a moment with its angry burn. "Violet?" It was a familiar voice, one filled with question, but also dripping relief. She blinked furiously. And there was her brother, leaping from the carriage before it had come to a complete stop. How had she failed to notice the familiar markings upon the exterior? "Lucian!" she cried out. He swept her up in his arms, and she clung to him. Only then did she allow the tears to fall. She returned his embrace with everything in her. It was just the two of them once more, brother and sister against the world. They had always had no one but each other, and she had betrayed him. "Please forgive me," she sobbed. He jerked back, looking down at her, studying her face. "Did Strathmore hurt you, Violet?" "Yes, but not in the way Lucian meant. He had broken her heart." She shook her head, answered on another racking sob. "No." "I'm going to tear him limb from bloody limb," Lucian gritted, his jaw clenching. "What the devil are you doing out here, wandering in the road?" "Escaping," she answered, and then burst into a fresh wave of tears. "Hush, Violet." He embraced her again, hugging her to him, as if he could impart some of his strength to her. "I have you now. All will be well." But all was not well. All could never be well again, and neither could she. She was broken inside, numb.
"There is something I must tell you, Lucian."
He stiffened, looking down at her, searching her gaze. "What must you tell me?"
"I married him,"
she confessed in a whisper, closing her eyes so she would not have to see the expression on his face as realization took hold.
"I am his wife now."
Her brother did not answer her revelation with a single word. Instead, he roared. Violet was gone. In the horrible silence of her chamber, the place where Griffin had made love to her all night long, and then once more that morning, understanding washed over him. He was ill with it. His stomach clenched, and he had to swallow down the bile. She was gone. She had left. She was not there. She was not anywhere. He had looked. After he had left Ludlow's study, he had thought to seek her out in the drawing-room, where the other ladies had gathered, only to discover Violet had excused herself in favour of seeking him out. The news had instantly beset him with discontent. First, because he knew what he had been discussing in the study with Ludlow, Carlyle, and O'Malley, and second, because Violet had never interrupted their discourse, not even with a knock, which meant one thing. She had heard him. She had heard what he had said. He had been all over Halton Hall, searching for her, and though he had already scoured this chamber once before, he had returned anyway, in the foolish hope she would be there waiting for him the second time, that she would give him her saucy smile and open her arms to him, and the awful driving sense of doom erupting within him at her absence would dissipate. But she was still gone. "Fuck!" he growled aloud. And then, because he was alone, utterly alone, and because it was his fault Violet had left him, and because he did not deserve her, and likely had no chance of winning her back, he said it again and again. Then again. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" He found a hapless piece of furniture and upended it. He pounded his fists into the mussed bed to avoid damaging the walls in the neatly restored chamber. But the bed smelled of roses, and Violet's sweet, musky cunny juices, and it only made him angrier and desperate, and filled with a gut-wrenching sense of despair. In the face of her absence, his earlier concerns over growing to care for her too much were paltry. It was as if part of him was missing, the very best part of him, the only part of him that mattered. How had he been too bloody blind to see it until it was too late? He had to explain, to beg if he must. Where the hell could she have gone? He straightened, took a deep breath, and then he stalked from the chamber, determined to find her and bring her back to him. She could not have gotten far. He took the staircase 2 stairs at a time, leapt from the last 6, and landed neatly. He sought out the domestics, some of whom confirmed Violet had fled from the edifice, leaving out the front door, and that furthermore she had seemed greatly agitated when she left. His heart in his throat, he raced through the double front doors, but all he saw on the other side was sunshine, lush grass, a blue sky, and the leaves of the trees gently swaying on the breeze. He saw not a sign of Violet. She was not even a speck in the distance. As far as he could see, the drive to Halton Hall was empty. The cloying scent of spring hit him in the lungs as he hastened to the stables, hoping to God someone within knew where she had gone. He sought out the head groom first. The man was wiry and blond, possessed of a perpetual grin that served to accentuate the space between his front teeth and the darkness of the others. "Was Lady—" he caught and corrected himself, stopping before he began again. "Did you see Her Grace, the Duchess of Strathmore, here today?" "Not here, Your Grace," said the head groom. "From what I understand, one of the ladies in residence went for a walk down the drive." His blood went cold, even though it was a confirmation of what he had already expected.
It meant Violet had indeed overheard his cavalier remarks, words that had never been intended for her, and instead of seeking him out, she had simply fled. She had left him without saying a word, without giving him the chance to explain what he had said. But how would he have explained it? The words rolled through him now, sending shame and self-loathing to spiral in his gut, to twist him in knots. Too late to annul the marriage. She may already be carrying my child. All the more reason for Arden to keep from arresting me. Christ, he had spoken of her as if she meant less than nothing to him, when the truth was, she meant everything. The truth was, his heart beat for her. She had changed him. She had claimed him, and he had been so determined to avoid falling in love with her, he had failed to realize one important fact. He was already in love with her. There, he admitted it. He loved Violet, his Vi, his wife. He loved her, and she had left him. How long ago did she leave? He demanded. An hour, perhaps 2, responded the head groom. Forgive me if I ought to have informed you, Your Grace. Damn it all to hell. Too much time had passed. But if she was on foot, he could still find her and bring her back before it was too late. Saddle your fastest horse for me, sir. I will return post-haste. He was going to find her if it was the last thing he did. But first, he had to seek out Carlyle, Ludlow, and O'Malley, and reveal what a fool he was to them. Chapter 18. I will see him cast into Newgate immediately, Lucian growled. To hell with the Home Office and what they want. The Duke of Strathmore is a traitor, and he is a cowardly, conniving bastard. Violet winced at the virulence in her brother's tone. But as shattered as she felt, one thing had not altered. She still believed Griffin was an innocent man wrongly accused. Though it pained her to defend him after overhearing his cruel words earlier, she knew she must. I do not think he is guilty, Lucian. Of course he is guilty, Lucian all but spat. He has been colluding with the Fenians, selling secrets, putting the lives of not only the League members, but England's citizens in grave danger. And when he was on the brink of imprisonment, he stole my own sister from my home and forced her to marry him in some ludicrous attempt to keep himself from jail. I should kill him instead of arresting him. I damn well ought to squeeze the life from him with my bare hands. He did not force me to wed him, she admitted. I went with him willingly, and I married him willingly. And welcomed him into her bed and heart both willingly as well. Fool that she was. The carriage rocked on, taking them back to London, or at least as near to London as they could reasonably reach in one day. How she wished Lucian would say something. His silence was worse than his vitriol. You went with him willingly, he repeated at last. Yes, she said quietly, shame nearly robbing her voice. She had deceived and betrayed her brother, and all for a love that was one-sided, a love that had been built upon manipulations. How stupid she had been. How easily she had allowed Strathmore to lead her by the heartstrings. All it had required was some kisses and caresses, some well-placed words, the illusion he trusted her, that he cared for her, that she meant something to him. A muscle ticked in Lucian's clenched jaw. You mean to tell me the elaborate scene in which he took you hostage and held a makeshift blade to your throat was all a ruse? She nodded miserably. Damn it to hell, Violet! He exploded suddenly, slamming his fist into his knee with violent force. What were you thinking? Have you any idea how worried I was for you? To say nothing of poor Aunt Hortense. She was in tears the evening I returned to find you gone. I was terrified Strathmore would harm you, that he would ravish you, or worse. Selfishly, she had not given much thought to the chaos she would leave behind. She had been far too concerned with saving Griffin from prison and finding him the time he would need to clear his name. She winced, closing her eyes against the sight of her brother's anguish and anger. "I am sorry." "Sorry does not ameliorate the damage you have done, or the pain you have caused. Open your eyes and look at me, Violet." Violet shook her head. She did not think she could bear it, or the shame and misery swirling around her would close over her head and drown her, swallowing her whole. "No." "Yes, damn your hide," he insisted, his tone commanding. "You will look at me and explain to me why you did what you did." She forced her eyes open, knowing he would persist, that his stubborn streak would always win out over hers. What she saw in the depths of his green eyes so like her own, made her heart ache. "I believed in his innocence, Lucian," she defended herself. I still do, even after all that has come to pass. He is far from perfect, and he has wounded my heart and my pride both, but he is not guilty. Strathmore is not responsible for selling League secrets to the Fenians. Someone else is, and you must find the real criminal to protect yourself." "He is guilty as sin," Lucian argued grimly. "A treasure trove of correspondence was extracted from his personal documents. I have proof 1,000 times over of his guilt." "Someone broke into his home," she countered, "before it was searched. The correspondence was planted in his study at that time." "He knew he was under suspicion, and he was desperate. He staged everything at his townhome to shift the blame from himself, but we were wise to his actions. You know nothing of what happened, or the evidence that was unveiled, Violet." Her brother's tone was curt and dismissive. "I knew it was a mistake allowing him into Lark House, goddammit. Home Office was insistent he needed to be watched rather than arrested. From the moment I learned he was sniffing about your skirts, I had a terrible feeling of dread. When you came to me about not wanting to wed Almsley, you were already planning on running off with Strathmore, weren't you? What did he do? Sneak into your chamber and woo you with some kisses and pretty words? Is that all it took for you to betray me, Violet?" She flinched at the ease with which he had unravelled her, with how close he had gotten to the truth, but she could not bear to acknowledge it. So, instead, she fixated upon the catalyst for her running away with Strathmore and ruining her life. "I believe in his innocence, Lucian. I am sorry I worried you and upset Aunt Hortense. I deeply regret causing you any pain. But you would not listen to reason, and time was running low." "And I suppose you imagined if you married the blighter, I would not be as inclined to see him tossed into Newgate, where he so richly belongs, to await his trial. Is that it? You thought you could save him?" "Yes." She said nothing, trying frantically to assemble her thoughts. She had thought the idea had been hers, but she thought back to Griffin's words earlier. She has no inkling I had reached the determination on my own that the only way I would be able to stave off Arden and escape from Lark House was with her as my pawn. She had been his fool, hadn't she? Had she been wrong about his innocence as well? For the first time, she found herself doubting him, questioning their every interaction, each word, touch, and deed. "When did you marry him?" Lucian asked, into the silence that had descended between them. "Yesterday," she whispered, biting her lip against a sudden rush of tears. She would not cry. She would not cry. She would not cry. Yesterday felt as if it had been a lifetime ago. She could not have fathomed the changes awaiting her. The disappointment, the heartache, the despair. "If it has not been consummated, we will have it annulled. You can still marry Almsley if he will have you. We can tell him you were married against your will if we must," Lucian said, planning aloud. "When Strathmore goes to trial, his despicable actions, abducting you and running away with you under duress, will not work in his favour, and no one will blame you." No one except Lucian, but she did not say it. Her brother did not forgive. and she could see in the harshness of his expression, the tense determination, the rigidity of his posture, that he did not forgive her now. "It is too late," she forced herself to say through numb lips. "Too late to annul the marriage. She may already be carrying my child. All the more reason for Arden to keep from arresting me." A sob rose up within her, strong and overwhelming. It was a wave on the ocean, white-capped and frothy, crashing over her head, and she could do nothing but wait there and allow it to batter her. The sob broke free. She pressed her fingers to her lips. "Did he hurt you?" Lucian growled, his tone once more deadly. "Tell me the truth, Violet. I will not let him live if he hurt you. Do you understand me?" Of course she understood. Her brother was fiercely protective. Griffin had hurt her, but not in the way Lucian meant. "Only my heart." The words were torn from her, from the deepest, darkest, most painful, broken part of her. Only the most vulnerable part of her, the part that had dared to fall in love with a beautiful man and his devil-may-care heir. A man who had cooked for her and kissed her as if she was something he meant to consume, who had told her about his mother, who had fretted over the bandage on her hand when she had returned from her visit to Charles. A man who had snuck to her chamber to make certain she had not been injured. A man who had made her body sing and her heart sigh. Surely not all of it had been a lie. Surely some of it had been real. He may not love her, but had he truly been that adroit at deception? "You fancy yourself in love with him, Violet?" Lucian asked, drawing her attention back to him once more, back from where it had been, dwelling in the past, lingering over Griffin. "I do not fancy myself in love with him," she said. "I am in love with him. I know it with all my heart. He may not deserve that love, and her love may well be misplaced, but love did not work that way. It could not be rescinded in a heart's beat. It did not disappear because it had been given to the wrong person. Was Griffin the wrong person? Bloody fucking hell, Lucian cursed. It was the first time she had ever heard him curse with such vulgar force in her presence, and she knew the slip spoke to how upset he was. She did not think she had ever seen him this disturbed since the day he had returned to Albemarle, carrying their mother's body in his arms. Was this a death to him as well? "I am sorry, Lucian," she apologized again. "If you love him, why did I find you walking down the drive all alone, hell-bent upon escaping him?" he demanded. The answer to that question was simple, and yet it was so very complex. "Because he doesn't love me." And then her tears came again, burning her eyes, sliding down her cheeks. She surrendered. Let them fall. Let the sobs claim her along with the pain. Cursing again, Lucian shifted to her side of the carriage. Putting an arm about her shoulders, he gathered her to his chest. She sobbed into his shirt front and waistcoat. Huge, ugly tears. "Everything will be well again, Letty," he said soothingly, using the old name he'd had for her in their childhood. "Sometimes you just need to cry." She wanted to ask him if he ever had, since the day he had carried their mother's body home, and how he could be so sure everything would be well. But it had been a long time since her brother had embraced her, and she had an ocean of tears to cry, and so she held him back with all her might instead, and sobbed as she hadn't in years. Griffin had combed Oxfordshire for Violet, and he had yet to find her anywhere. Not at the train station, not in the drive to Halton Hall, not on the roads in between. But he searched on, dread a knot ever growing in his gut. No woman could have disappeared so cleanly and efficiently as she had from Halton Hall, which meant one of several things. Either she had somehow wandered from the main roads,
and she was now hopelessly lost, or she had been picked up by a conveyance. And since Ludlow's sources had suggested Arden's arrival at Harlton Hall had been imminent, he was betting on the latter rather than the former. By the time he reached an inn 3/4 of the way to London, his mount was tired. He was tired. His back ached, his heart hurt, and his belly was grumbling for sustenance. The Sheep's Head seemed an inauspicious place to settle for the evening and raise the flag of surrender until another day, but it would have to do. Until he noticed the carriage bearing Arden's coat of arms. She was here, Violet, somewhere. The weight that had been pressing down upon his chest, threatening to cave it in, lifted. He could breathe again. He could hope again. As he handed off his mount to the stable hand and strode toward the entrance to the inn, her name was a litany inside his mind, ringing with each step. Violet, Violet, Violet. Thank Christ. And somehow he did not give a proper damn he was about to commit himself to prison, the very thing he had been attempting to avoid this last mad fortnight. All he cared about was that she was within the stone walls of the Sheep's Head, and he was going to find her. He would tear apart every wall and door in the place with his bare hands, if he needed to. Suddenly, he was not even hungry. He turned over the necessary coin to procure himself a room, and then he was moving, prowling, searching for her. There was no finesse in his execution. He simply began knocking on doors. Banging, really. He interrupted an angry, hoary-haired fellow, a young husband and wife. He moved to the third door, rapping upon it. The portal opened, and there she was, face averted as she gazed at something behind her in the small, dimly lit chamber. She was barreling forward, not a pause in her locomotion, and he made no effort to stop her. "Lucian, I am almost ready for—" She collided with his chest. He caught her around the waist. God, she felt so good, so right. Her waist was cinched small but well curved, and he knew how it felt bare beneath his hands, knew what she felt like in his arms, how hot and hungry, how precious. It hit him then, the realization he had not seen her since that morning over their shooting lessons. He had not held her or touched her in hours. Too damned many hours. "Why are you here?" she demanded, curt and cold and angry. He took a breath. "Because I told you wherever you run I will follow, and I meant it." Had it been only yesterday, during their wedding breakfast? It felt as if it had been a lifetime ago. She shook her head. "Perhaps I do not wish for you to follow." "Vi." Her name was on his lips, emerging from deep within, from a place inside himself that belonged to her alone, a place that had always been hers and had merely been waiting for her to claim it. She flinched as if he had struck her, her palms on his chest, pushing, creating distance. He allowed it, taking a step back, but his gaze would not cooperate. His gaze ate her alive. Had it only been hours? In her borrowed morning gown, skirts crushed from her travels, she was the loveliest creature he had ever beheld. "Do not call me that," she said coolly. "You do not have the right." No, he supposed he did not, but he was still her husband of one day, and she was his wife. He swallowed, stared at her. "What shall I call you, then?" he asked, his voice a rasp, strange and unfamiliar to his ears. She gazed back at him, unmoving, a slow flush blossoming in her cheeks. Her lips parted. She licked them, swallowed. "Violet will suffice." She felt this untamable energy between them two, the undeniable attraction, burning hotter and brighter and more dangerous than ever. He would bet his life she did. She may be angry with him, and she may have run from him, but she was not impervious. He could see it in her eyes, the way they widened, and how her pupils swelled. He could sense it in her hitched breath, in the manner in which she held herself, so stiff and yet unwilling to move away, seeking him, and yet needing to keep him at bay. It was how he had felt about her, and he knew it well, so very well. And that was how he also knew, no matter how much of a wall she erected between them, it would not matter. He would scale it, smash it apart, render it useless, the same way she had done to him. "Violet, then," he forced himself to say at last. "I prefer wife, or Duchess. Specifically the Duchess of Strathmore. That is who you are now, is it not? I was not dreaming the ceremony that took place yesterday, or everything that came after it." Her flush deepened, but her heightened colour gave him no pleasure this time. He did not want to be her forbidden memory. He did not want to be her shameful secret, or the man she regretted welcoming to her bed. He wanted to be the man she loved, her husband. He wanted to be worthy of her, to earn her. He had not done so before, and it was his fault for failing to notice what was plainly before his eyes. He saw it now. He saw her now, in a way he never had before. "You were not dreaming," she said at last, her tone still frigid. "Though it would seem I was, for believing you would ever wish to marry someone like me." Someone like her? He stared at her, trying to comprehend. What the devil does that mean? Her nostrils flared. Her colour went from pink to pale white. "Plain. Someone who cannot attract a proper suitor on her own. My brother procured Charles for me. Why would I ever think someone like you would wish to shackle himself to a plain and frumpy spinster who cannot even crochet a proper scarf?" Her words were like blades, scoring his flesh, cutting into him, stinging and bringing him pain. "Why would any man not fall at your feet, Vi?" She was still. Only the skin around her mouth moved, a slow ripple, then a pinch. Her lips were turned down and pressed tight. That mouth had no right to be so small, so sad. "I told you not to call me that." "Why? Does it make you feel something?" he asked, canting his head, considering her, perusing her from head to toe and then back, allowing his stare to linger like a touch. Damn, but she was beautiful. She shook her head with so much force, a stray curl that had worked its way free of her coiffure fell across her cheek. He reached out to remove it without thought. It was as natural as breathing. His fingertips grazed her skin. She was warm and smooth as silk, and so unbearably lovely she made him ache. "It makes me feel nothing," she said, but he knew it was a lie from her tone. "You make me feel nothing. And you had better go, Strathmore. My brother is here, his room but one door to the right of mine, and he is intent upon either your murder or your incarceration. If I were you, I would not linger to investigate which is his preference at the moment." "I am not afraid of Arden." As he said the words, he recognized the truth in them. He had been fearful in the past, it was true, but fearful of being cast into prison, fearful of his life being stolen from him. He had never, not once, been afraid of the Duke of Arden. I could beat him to within an inch of his life with my fists. Arden was a large fellow, but Griffin possessed bravado, and a healthy respect for the damage his large frame could do when in a position of defending himself. "I do not want the two of you to fight," she said. "What do you want, Vi?" he dared to ask. "Why did you leave me?" "Why did you follow me?" she countered, her tone bitter. "Because you are mine," he gritted, staring at her, consuming her once more with his eyes. The dark hair, the green eyes, that mouth, her lush form. Damnation, she was glorious, glorious and his.
He would win her back. He would earn her however he had to. He would not stop. You are mine, and I would follow you anywhere. And no one, no man in possession of his faculties, would ever refer to you as plain darling. She pressed her lips together. You need not feed me your false flattery now, Strathmore. You already got what you wanted from me, did you not? Your stay from imprisonment. I am your pawn and nothing more. Foolish enough to believe every word you said to me the first time. Not foolish enough to believe it the second. She had heard everything then. He had no one to blame but himself, and he knew it. I love you, he blurted. She blanched. You must think me the simplest woman in the world. No. He took one step. Just one, bringing them closer together again. He stood on the threshold of her chamber now, and if she attempted to slam the door upon him, his booted feet would interrupt the motion. I think you the bravest, the kindest, the most intelligent, the loveliest. I think you the best woman in the world, Vi, and the only woman I want. What I said earlier when I spoke to Carlyle, O'Malley and Ludlow, it was my fears ruling me, convincing me I did not need love, that I did not need you. But I was wrong. My fears were wrong. I was wrong for ever believing in you. She shook her head, and he did not miss the sheen of tears in her eyes. I cannot even blame you. I can only blame myself. You never claimed to marry me for any reason other than your own gain, but you did not need to manipulate me the way you did, telling me things, wooing me, coming to my bed. You did not need to make it all seem so real. He reached for her hands, but she kept them from him, clenching them in her skirts when he would have taken them in his. He stood there, unwanted, palms facing the low ceilings of the old inn, beseeching. The halls smelled of pipe smoke and 1,000 dinners that had been cooked in the kitchens below. At any moment they would be interrupted by a fellow traveller, or, worse, by Arden himself. Griffin didn't care. All he did care about was her, the woman he had married in haste, the raven-haired, jade-eyed creature who always wore purple and crocheted scarves and had lost her mother when she was a girl, the woman who could bring him to his knees with a kiss, with a touch, the woman who could consume him like a flame held to dry kindling. It was real, damn it! The admission was not an easy one for him to make, but he could. He had to. Every moment, every kiss, every touch, every word that passed between us was real, Vi. Her lips tightened. Do not pretend. Not any longer. You have no need. My brother will not spare you because of our nuptials. In fact, he is more determined than ever to see you imprisoned. If you value your freedom, you would best be served to leave this inn before he sees you. He had married Lady Violet West to save himself by affording himself some additional time and leverage to clear his name, it was true. But now, in this moment, he did not give a damn about his freedom. Not if remaining free meant he would also lose her. She mattered more than anything, and he knew it with a devastating, breathtaking certainty. Too late, perhaps. He had been too mutton-headed to see what was before him, what he had. Too stubborn and foolish to see loving Violet would be worth any risk. For the very first time, he understood, completely and without reservation, why his father had risked his reputation and public scrutiny, why he had allowed himself to become a laughingstock amongst his peers by wedding his servant, because his mother had been worth the gamble. Love was worth a gamble, and Violet was worth it, worth every risk. I am not going anywhere. Your brother can bloody well drag me off to prison as he likes. He sank to his knees. Here I am, humbling myself before you. Please, Vi, I do not even require your forgiveness, though I promise to do my utmost to work to earn it. All I want is you back where you belong. And where is that? She asked, her expressive countenance for once going frigid and still. unreadable. He gazed up into her beautiful, beloved face, daring her to look away, daring her to slam the door in his face. At my side. You are my wife, my Duchess. She inhaled sharply, as if he had caused her pain.
I am your pawn. I heard you say the words myself. Pray do not expect me to believe so much has changed between the moment you referred to me with such cold unfeeling and now.
He clenched his jaw so hard his molars ached, needing somehow to punish himself. He had been wrong and stupid, and he had hurt this fierce woman who had never done anything other than champion him and selflessly offer to aid him. I wanted to believe you were my pawn. I wanted it to be all you were to me.
You could have spared me the misery of making that discovery on my own, she said, her voice cutting. You could have been completely honest with me. You did not have to attempt to get me with child to enhance your chance of remaining free.
I did not make love to you for that purpose.
Indeed.
Her cheeks flushed red. Anger this time, not embarrassment, and she was still glorious in her dudgeon, but he rather wished he was not the source of her fury.
That is certainly what it sounded like to me, when I overheard what you said in Mr. Ludlow's study.
She may already be carrying my child. His own stupid words returned to him. But he had not meant them in the way she had understood them, and the distinction was an important one. If he accomplished nothing else this night, as he laid himself low before her on his knees, he wanted her to know he had never made love to her for any reason other than he wanted her more than he wanted his next breath. He had made love to her because she was the most alluring, beautiful woman he had ever known, and because there was a fire burning endlessly inside him for her, a fire which could not be doused, because she was his, and he was hers, and together they were incendiary. He took a deep breath and made his confession. I made love to you because I desire you, because you are the first thing I think of in the morning when I wake, and you are the last thing I think of before I sleep, because you are beautiful and good, and kind and strong, because I have never wanted any other woman the way I want you, and because I have never loved another. But I love you. There. He had said everything he meant to say, everything he should have said that morning, and all of it was true, torn from the deepest, darkest part of him, a part he had not even realized existed. And he was horrified to realize, somehow in the act of imparting his soliloquy, tears had welled in his eyes. Fat, horrible, humiliating tears. Griffin Linton, the 10th Duke of Strathmore, did not cry, had not cried over his mother's grave. Except he was. The tears were falling, rolling down his cheeks, overflowing. He swiped at them, hating himself for this weakness she brought out in him, hating that he had not simply been honest with himself and with her before it had been too late, and he had sent her running back to her brother. Violet began to speak, but her words trailed off. And then her hands, previously buried in her skirts, were on his face, touching him with a gentleness he had not expected. She caught his tears with the soft pads of her fingers, wiping them away. You are weeping, Strathmore. He swallowed against a tide of emotion, ran his tongue over his lower lip, salty with the taste of his own repentance. Yes. Why? She whispered. Because I hurt you, and that pains me more than anything. He met her gaze, willing her to look deep enough to read the intensity and the honesty he was giving her now. Because if anyone should hurt, it should be me, Vi. I told you not to call me that, she said, but her hands were still trailing over his face, flitting over his cheekbones and his jaw, as if she were attempting to commit his face to memory through touch alone. And so she had told him, but he had ignored her, because he wanted her to remember who they were to each other. He needed her to remember that. You are mine,
he told her firmly, and I am yours. Tell me otherwise. Tell me you want me gone, and I will go. She closed her eyes for a moment, and then her hands left his face. Stand. Her fingers found his, interlocking, and she tugged. I do not want you on your knees for me any longer. No, he countered. I won't stand unless you give me an answer. Her expression turned stricken, sad. To what question? I did not hear you ask. Will you still be my wife? He asked, and then held his breath. His gut clenched. His stomach knotted. Dread and fear commingled, and he could not have been more worried or terrified if he had been locked inside a lion's cage. That was how easily she could tear him apart. One word. No. A no from her lips, and he would be lost. She opened her mouth, ran her tongue over her lower lip, and began to speak. What a charming scene! A snide, masculine voice interrupted, stopping her from answering, from issuing her final sentence, from letting him know where he stood, whether or not he had a fighting chance with her. Violet's eyes went wide, and there was no mistaking the owner of that voice, or the reckoning he was about to face. He looked over his shoulder and saw the Duke of Arden towering like an angry wraith, his face as dark and menacing as thunderclouds. He looked like a man determined to wage war, like a man about to sink his blade between the ribs of his worst enemy. Strathmore, you cowardly, lowly, despicable swine! Arden bit out. I suppose I ought to thank you for making my job easier. He rose slowly and turned, his hands in the air as if in surrender. Hit me if it makes you feel better. He was dimly aware of Violet's voice behind him, frantic. No, Lucian, do not hurt him, I beg you. I wish I could spare him for your sake, Letty, but I cannot. He hurt you, and now he must pay. The Duke of Arsole flashed him a grim, tight-lipped smile as he raised his fist. This is for manipulating my innocent sister. Griffin braced himself for the blow, not bothering to offer defence. Yes, he deserved it. He deserved to be punched and more, and Lord knew he would punch himself for the way he had made Violet hurt, if he could. But he could not, and so there it was, the strangest circle. No matter how far he ran, it seemed he was forever meant to be at the mercy of the Duke of Arden. Arden's fist slammed into his jaw with so much force he saw white stars as he reeled backward. But he had suffered far worse pain. He had endured greater tortures than a mere punch. And so he gathered himself, shook off the shock, and waited for the next. The Duke of Arsehole's expression turned savage. And this is for making her cry! When the next fist connected with his jaw, Griffin saw a fresh, brief burst of stars, and then all he saw was blackness. He succumbed to the abyss, his body weightless, falling backward. He knew the sound of Violet's upset voice crying out, and then he knew nothing more. Chapter 19. Violet dropped to her knees alongside Griffin, cradling his head in her hands. The unconscious weight of him was surreal and troubling, all at once. Not a part of his body seemed aware of his surroundings. His beautiful mouth was slack, his eyes closed. The force of Lucian's blow had rendered him unconscious. So unconscious, she feared for him. That last punch had been brutal to watch. The manner in which Griffin's head had snapped back, the way he had fallen, as if a garden wall toppled to earth. It had been troubling, and infuriating. Violet was furious. No, furious was not sufficient enough to describe the emotions roiling through her as she stared at her husband, lying lifeless on the dirty inn floor, and her brother, standing over him, shaking his fist as if it smarted. And no doubt it did smart, for the blows he had delivered to Griffin had been ferocious. He had not spared him. No, indeed. He had come at him like a prize fighter attempting to earn his victory, and Griffin had stood there, not bothering to defend himself, stoic, waiting for the blows. He had not moved, had not fought back. Instead, he had instructed Lucian to hit him.
"Hit me if it makes you feel better,"
as if he had been deserving of the blows, as if he wanted to be hit. It made no sense, none of it. Not Griffin following her, not his sudden confession outside her door at this God-forsaken inn between Oxford and London, and certainly not his unflinching acceptance of Lucian's aggression. Griffin should have fought back. He should not have even followed her at all. Instead, he could have remained at Halton Hall, planning his defences alongside the Duke of Carlisle, Mr. O'Malley and Mr. Ludlow. But he had not done that, had he? His presence here at the inn suggested he had chased after her the moment he had realised she had left. And drat him, but that knowledge made her heart weaken toward him, ever so slightly. He had humbled himself before her, going to his knees. His protestations of love had held the unmistakable ring of truth. His calm acceptance of her brother's overly protective aggression suggested he meant what he said. All of it compounded, until she was hopelessly confused, looking from her husband to her brother, one unconscious on the inn floor, and the other shaking his head, burning with anger, then back again, down at the man she had married, the man who had humbled himself for her, who had sank to his knees. She worked her thumbs over Griffin's sharp cheekbones, willing him to return to lucidity. Her heart was in her throat, fear and worry churning within her.
"Leave him,"
Lucian ordered from above her.
"He is not worthy of your concern, Letty."
"He is my husband," she found herself arguing on his behalf. He had hurt her, yes, but he had also raced back to her side. This big, brave, powerful man had shed tears. He had told her he loved her, and part of her rejoiced in his confession. Part of her wanted to believe in it, in him, with a desperation that shook her. Because she loved him too. They had shared so much of themselves with each other in the last few days, and surely not all of that had been a lie. Surely some of it had been true.
"I know you think you love him, Letty,"
Lucian interrupted her thoughts, his voice grim.
"But he is not a good man, and neither is he trustworthy. He is dangerous, faithless, and capable of anything."
She wanted to argue, but then there was the other part of her, the cautious Violet, who had not entirely fled in the face of her rebellion. He had manipulated her to gain what he wanted, his advantage over her brother, and the chance to prove his innocence. His chasing after her and confessing his love could well be a ploy designed to weaken her resistance. Helplessly torn, she gazed down at him, wondering what she should do next. She loved her husband. She loved her brother. And yet the two men were at daggers drawn. For some mad reason, an image returned to her then, of Strathmore cooking her dinner, of the way he had looked at her, not just that evening on the stairs, but on their wedding night, of how he had made her feel just this morning, when he had shown her how to shoot a revolver. He had been so proud, and she had felt proud of herself. She had felt as if she could do anything with him by her side, with him as her man. Maybe she should not have run. Maybe she should have stayed and confronted him, demanded an explanation for his words. Maybe their marriage was salvageable yet. "He is not who you think he is," she said to Lucian. "I know you do not believe me, but though he may have broken my heart, this man is not guilty of treason. He is not the villain you seek." She remained just as certain of the truth of his innocence as ever.
"It would appear as if I have found you at just the right time, Your Grace."
A new voice, emerging from behind her, gave her a start, as Griffin moaned and began regaining consciousness. Violet turned to find the officious Mr. Swift approaching. Dread unfurled in her stomach. She looked askance at her brother.
"Lucian, what is Mr. Swift doing here?"
she demanded. Surely he could not intend to arrest Griffin here and now. "Rescuing you, my lady." Mr. Swift stopped alongside her and levelled a vicious kick into Griffin's stomach before she even realised what he was about. Griffin grunted, rolling to his side. Half awake now, the wind knocked from him by the force of the blow. In his confused state, he struggled to rise, cursing. Shock stole her breath, robbed the saliva from her mouth. Horror made her jaw numb. "Is this how you defended yourself against the French, Strathmore?" Mr. Swift demanded. "Little wonder you came back covered in their beauty marks. Stand and face me, you coward!"
"No!"
Violet cried out, throwing herself over Griffin as a shield when the vile man appeared ready to kick Griffin once more. "Enough, Swift!" barked Lucian. "All that and worse will be awaiting him where he is going." Prison. She wrapped her arms around Griffin's shoulders.
"Lucian, I beg of you. You cannot mean to do this."
"Hush, Vi." Griffin gritted in her ear, his voice hoarse. "I will do what they wish of me."
"You will surrender?"
She sank back on her haunches, studying him, aghast. After all they had been through together, after all the sacrifices they had made, fleeing from London, marrying in haste, he would simply give in and allow himself to be taken to prison. "He has no choice," came Lucian's hard voice from above. He offered her his hand. "Rise immediately, Letty. Leave him to his fate. Strathmore's own actions are responsible for the plight in which he now finds himself." She ignored her brother's offer, her entire attention consumed by one man and one man alone. She sought his brilliant blue gaze.
"You cannot simply surrender."
He moved beneath her, grimacing and pressing a hand to his ribs. "Christ, do not worry over me, Vi. I do not deserve it. I shall be fine."
"No, Griffin!"
Desperation seized her, panic gripping her lungs. He was injured, and he was at a disadvantage, and he was innocent.
"I will not allow you to do this."
"Vi," he said softly, cupping her cheek with one hand and struggling into a sitting position, wincing as he did so. "Don't." Already an ugly, mottled bruise marred the perfect flesh beneath his whiskers. His skin had split open under the force of Lucian's blows, and he was bleeding as well. Scarlet rivulets ran down his throat, caressing his prominent Adam's apple.
"Don't what?"
she asked harshly. She was a hodgepodge of conflicting emotions, love and anger and confusion, resentment and fear and rebellion all at once.
"Don't fight for you. One of us must if you will not fight for yourself."
"You fought enough for me, love." He flashed her one of his rare, tender smiles, the sort that never failed to melt her. "And I have done you enough harm."
"Griffin."
"Lady Violet, you must move away," Mr. Swift said, reaching for her elbow, as if to assist her in rising. Forcibly. She wrenched herself from his odious grasp, glaring up at him.
"Do not dare to touch me, Mr. Swift. Not ever."
His ordinary, obsequious mask dropped for a beat, and she saw him. The real him. Anger and wrath, dark eyes swimming with sinister intent. And then, before she could blink, he was smiling benignly, as if he had not just kicked a felled man so violently he may have broken his ribs, as if they were sipping tea and trading banalities on a social call. "Forgive me, Lady Violet," he said smoothly, withdrawing his hand. "But I am afraid I have orders from your brother. The Duke of Strathmore is to be taken into my custody this night and transported to London, where he will face the repercussions for the villainy he has perpetrated upon the crown."
"You will not take him,"
she vowed, for suddenly her upset paled in comparison to the notion of the man she loved being taken to prison, laid with charges of treason, perhaps facing the hangman's noose.
She could not allow it to happen. How could Lucian not see he was wrong, that there was another person responsible for the treasonous breaches of information to the Fenians? Time had been running out on them, and their investigation had faded into the background in favour of their retreat from London and madcap nuptials. They had not taken the time to continue their investigations with proper time and attention, and the fault for that was hers, was it not? Lucian had come calling at Harlton Hall, and she had gone running straight to him. Guilt and confusion roiled within her, at odds.
"Letty, you must step away from him now,"
Lucian interrupted, his tone gentle but unyielding.
"We will have the marriage annulled. Have no fear. His reputation will not taint you. Many young ladies before you have lost their hearts to scoundrels. You are not the first, and neither will you be the last."
"Why," Griffin said in her ear, "do as your brother asks. It is best for you."
She could not shake the feeling that if she allowed Griffin from her sight, nothing would ever be the same, that he would be lost to her forever. She wanted to rail against him, to shout and cry and beg for him to fight, to stand up and refuse to allow himself to be taken away. But Lucian had laid him low, and then Mr. Swift had kicked him so viciously. She shuddered to think of the injuries he could have sustained. He could be grievously injured. Already he was bleeding, and he could have suffered a cracked rib. She held on to him, this man she had wed, this man she had known for mere weeks, but who had changed so much for her in that time. "Was it true?" she asked him, tears stinging her eyes. His gaze did not falter or stray from hers.
"Everything," he said. "Even the part where I made an ass of myself, because I was too stupid to realize I had already fallen in love with the boldest, most beautiful, loyal, brave woman there is."
"Do I know her?" she whispered. He pressed his forehead to hers.
"You."
Her heart lurched, ached. She loved the Duke of Strathmore, and she knew without question it was a lifetime love, deep and true and resilient. It was the sort of love that could weather anything: misunderstandings, hurt, pain, betrayal. Love did not ameliorate all trespasses, but it made forgiveness possible. Violet saw and understood that now with blinding clarity. It was how she had been able to forgive Mamma for leaving her and Lucian when they had been so young, how she had forgiven Father for not trying harder to understand and support Mamma, how she could love both Griffin and Lucian even when they were wrong. Love. That was all. That was everything.
"Your Grace, if I am to travel back to London this evening, I am afraid I cannot tarry here much longer,"
Mr. Swift said above her, addressing Lucian.
"I have a fresh set of horses awaiting me, and there is no reason why I cannot have the prisoner in custody within the next few hours."
At Mr. Swift's words she froze, her gaze locked on Griffin's. What she read in his eyes was reassurance, but also concern. He did not trust this situation any more than she did, and the knowledge heightened her conviction. She glanced up at her brother, who was hovering over her with an expression of mingled concern, fury, and disapproval. "Lucian, you cannot send him away in the midst of the night with no new evidence against him. The evidence you have is not sufficient, else he would already be imprisoned."
"The investigation is none of your concern," her brother countered. "Now rise, if you please, and step away from Strathmore."
"Do it, Vi."
Griffin's voice was stronger, so too his expression, as lucidity returned to him. His quiet resilience was once more in full force.
"For me."
His last sentence was her undoing. She rose and stepped aside. Mr. Swift wasted no time in jerking Griffin to his feet and ordering him to hold his hands behind his back. Griffin complied, his face impassive, expressionless.
This was not the first time he had been taken captive, and it showed. But it also killed her inside, crushing her and extinguishing all the air in her lungs as she watched his arrest unfold. Lucian retrieved shackles, and they were placed on Griffin's wrists and ankles. The process took minutes, but it felt more like hours as she stood, a silent observer, her stomach knotted and clenched, bile a sick stew rising up her throat. Griffin said nothing, did nothing, did not even attempt to defend himself. Everything within her cried out at the injustice. It was wrong. Griffin was not guilty. He had bruised her heart, but he was not a traitor. He was strong and kind and true. He had been a faithful servant to the crown, and her brother was too caught up in his own self-importance to concede he could be wrong. The last lock on the shackles clicked, and the time had come. Violet closed her eyes, inhaling fully and deeply in an effort to dispel the turmoil churning within her. She knew she needed to remain calm for both herself and Griffin, but she was wound tighter than a pocket watch spring. "Lucian, please." She turned to her brother once more, determined to make him see how wrong he was. "Do not do this." His lips flattened into a grim line. "I would not do it if it weren't necessary." Why? There was Griffin again, calm and reassuring, even when he was the one who had been beaten and shackled, when he was the one about to be sent to prison. "This is goodbye." She stared at him, taking in his beautiful countenance, now marred by her brother's fists, and she knew the deepest, most soul-searing sadness she had ever experienced. "It will never be goodbye for us," she promised him. His jaw clenched, and his gaze burned into hers, travelling over her face as if he were committing her to memory, as if he would never see her again. "I love you." She swallowed down her heartache, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. "And I love you." Mr. Swift jerked him forward, leading him away from her, and it required every last bit of restraint she possessed to keep from following, to stop her from running after him, hugging him tight to her, from clouting Mr. Swift over the head as he so richly deserved. In the end, there were only two facts that mattered. She loved Griffin. He loved her. Time, distance, bruised feelings, opposition, accusations, none of that mattered. Nothing but Violet and Griffin. And somehow, they would find their way to each other again. She promised herself as she watched him being hauled away, bleeding and bruised and broken. Chapter 20. "Eat." Violet stared at Lucian from across the table in the small private dining hall he had commandeered for their use. The plate in front of her was heaped with warm inn fare, boiled potatoes, ham, a fresh slice of bread. There was nothing wrong with it, but she had never been less inclined to eat in her life. She pushed the plate away from her. "I do not want your food." His jaw ticked, eyes narrowing. "Eat, Lady Violet, or you shall go hungry this evening." She was once more Lady Violet, which meant she had earned his displeasure. But she did not care. All she did care about was Griffin. He was her husband, and he had come here to the inn because of her. It was her fault he was, at this moment, en route to Newgate. "How could you imagine I can eat when you have sent the man I love away to be imprisoned?" she demanded, fury making her quiver as she faced him. After Mr. Swift left with Griffin, she had been in shock initially, and she had allowed herself to be led here to this chamber, for she had not known what to do, where to go. Her mind had been a jumbled mass of confusion and fear for Griffin, but she would not sit calmly and break bread with her brother as if he had not just ordered her husband's arrest. "A guilty man is suffering the consequences for his actions," Lucian argued,
his expression impassive. "I will not apologize for bringing justice where it is deserved. You need to acquaint yourself to the fact that Strathmore is guilty. He is a liar and a manipulator and a traitor. Any tender feelings you developed for him are wholly misplaced."
"It is an injustice,"
she argued, slamming her palms on the scarred table. For a moment, she returned in her mind to a different scarred table, to the evening she had shared dinner with Griffin when he had cooked for her. Her heart ached.
"Griffin is innocent."
"The evidence proves otherwise." Lucian's gaze, unrelenting, challenged her. Why did he insist upon being so stubborn? How could he not see what she saw? Frustration and anger rose up within her, spewing forth, making her shake. She had never felt as helpless as she did now, as futile and powerless. She thought of how she had felt just that morning when Griffin had taught her to shoot a gun, how she had realized she did not need anyone else to defend her because she could defend herself. If she could defend herself, then why could she not also defend the man she loved? The answer came to her, simple and easy. She could, and she would.
"The evidence against him was staged."
She stood, sending her chair tipping back. "That is a claim made by a man doing everything within his power to hide his guilt. Only think of this, Violet. He was willing to use you and manipulate you to get what he wanted. He coerced you into marrying him. He stole your innocence."
"You cannot steal what is freely given," she said. "I will not sit here with you for another moment more while Griffin is being taken away by Mr. Swift. I have been through enough these last few weeks, with my carriage being shot at, and I will not allow—"
Her words trailed off, as a damning realization hit her, square in the gut.
"The man who shot at my carriage," she said slowly, "he looked like Mr. Swift."
Lucian rose from the table, his jaw rigid, his countenance grim. "It was not Swift who shot at your carriage, Violet. He was by my side the entire time."
"I did not say he was Mr. Swift," she said slowly. "I said he resembled him. Mr. Swift has relations in Ireland, does he not? Cousins, if I recall correctly."
"He has an aunt and uncle who hail from Dublin, but that does not mean a bloody thing."
"Not on its own, it does not."
Her mind was whirling, churning, spinning faster as it made sense of what had been unfolding over the last few weeks.
"But think of the coincidences, Lucian. Mr. Swift searched Griffin's study and found the incriminating evidence. The man who shot at your carriage that day looked very similar to Mr. Swift, and Mr. Swift hates Griffin. I could see it in his eyes when he kicked him earlier."
She had also seen, for that moment before he had hidden it, an ugliness deep inside him. Violet was certain she had hit upon something, that Mr. Swift was responsible for everything that had happened, or at least connected to it in some way. Before Lucian could respond, the door opened, and the Duke of Carlisle, Mr. Ludlow, and Mr. O'Malley swept over the threshold. The three of them resembled nothing so much as an army about to storm the enemy's battlements. "Where is Strathmore?" Carlisle demanded. "He is under arrest, and on his way to London," Lucian said coldly. "What the hell are you doing here, Carlisle? The League is no longer within your purview, if you will recall." "I remembered something about Marnie's source," Mr. O'Malley said then, his brogue thick. "He was someone close to you, Your Grace."
"Mr. Swift,"
Violet said, filled with a sudden combination of relief and dread. Relief because she knew she was right, and horrible, soul-weakening dread because Swift had taken Griffin. "It cannot be," Lucian said, but his tone lacked the confidence it had possessed mere moments before.
"Mr. Swift has taken Strathmore,"
she told Carlisle, desperation surging through her.
"We have to find them before it is too late."
Because if it was too late, And if her instincts were correct— No, she could not even think it, would not. She had to get to Griffin.
If this Swift character is indeed the Griffin, he is dangerous,
Carlyle cautioned.
You ought to remain here and await our return.
There is no way I am staying behind, she said. My husband needs me.
Griffin's chin was split open, and though the blood had ceased to pour from his wound as vigorously as it had initially, he was still bleeding. It was slowly, silently coursing down his throat, settling into his neckcloth. The carriage jostled, and he emitted an involuntary grunt of pain, bringing a satisfied smile to Swift, who sat opposite him, looking smug. Griffin was fairly certain the son of a bitch had cracked a rib when he kicked him, and the sadistic bastard had been about to hoof him again before Violet's intervention. There was no mistaking it. Swift took pleasure in Griffin's pain.
"You've been a difficult bird to catch, Strathmore,"
Swift said into the silence as their conveyance swayed over the country roads.
"But now you're about to be caged at last."
Caged. The word produced a visceral reaction in him. It took him back to Paris, to the dank hole where he had been kept, existing on slop water and roasted rats, the only meat to be had in the city, as the siege had worn endlessly on. It took him to the cruel, cold rage on his captors' faces, to the merciless slice of blades upon his flesh, hundreds of tiny scores that had been just enough to cause him suffering and make him bleed, to the glowing tips of pokers that had been laid in a fire before burning into his flesh. He could still recall the scent of his own skin melting. He began to sweat, nausea churning in his stomach, his face throbbing where he had taken Arden's blows, his ribs aching, each breath he took laborious. For the last fortnight his impending imprisonment had loomed, but he had convinced himself he could find the evidence that would exonerate him. He had been so certain he could prove his own innocence, that all he had needed was time. He had been wrong, and the situation in which he now found himself, shackled and bound for London, presided over by bloody Swift, proved that amply.
"Go to hell, Swift,"
he forced himself to say now. He would be damned if he would allow the smarmy bootlicker to see him laid low.
"I dare say you'll go there first."
Triumph underscored Swift's taunt.
"How does it feel, Duke? Betrayed by yet another cunning? The first time was Paris, was it not? And all these years later, here you are again, once more about to go to prison because you wanted to bed a whore."
Griffin didn't even think. He forgot about his ribs, forgot about pain, forgot even that he wore manacles until he shot from the bench and launched himself at Swift. The impediment of his chains quickly became a boon when he planted his fists on either side of the man's head, pressing the chain tight against his throat. He would accept his fate. He would go to prison if he must. He would fight to prove his innocence one way or another. But he would not, by God, allow any man to disparage Violet. No one called his woman a whore and got away with it.
"You will apologize for calling my wife a whore, you bastard!"
he growled. Swift's grin faded as he struggled for breath.
"Get off me, Strathmore! Apologize!"
he gritted, refusing to relent. The temptation was there, to press the chain tighter, to cut off Swift's heir entirely. But then he would be guilty of murder, in addition to facing the charges of treason he was wrongly about to face. The barrel of a pistol was suddenly jammed into his sore ribs.
"Stand down, or I will shoot you,"
Swift ordered. Damn it! What the hell had he been thinking? Of course Swift was armed. When he did not move with enough haste, Swift forced the pistol harder into his ribs. He choked out a breath, and as the blinding white surge of pain rocked through him, realization came with it, sudden and hard, in the waistcoat pocket of the Home Office. Why the hell had he never realized sooner? Why had he never even considered it? He had been looking everywhere but in the most obvious direction. The weasel within the League ranks was looking him in the eye and cocking his pistol. "It was you," he growled. "You are the one who planted the papers in my study. You are the bastard who sold the League secrets to John Marney, are you not?" "You are deranged, Strathmore." Swift clenched his teeth, delivering another vicious prod to Griffin's ribs with the barrel of his gun. "Now get the fuck off me and plant your ass on the bench, or I will blow a hole straight through you." Even though he had issued a denial, Griffin had not missed the slight flare of the other man's nostrils when he had levelled his accusations. Nor had he missed the way his pupils had dilated, growing huge and black and endless as the night. Bloody hell! He was right about this. He knew it instinctively, just as he knew he must do something. Take action. "I should kill you," he said, pressing the chains harder into Swift's throat. Already a red mark had formed, dull and angry, a horizontal line over his Adam's apple. "I will kill you first. Tell me the truth," he persisted. "Admit you are the Griffin." "Very well," he snarled. "I am the Griffin, but it is too late for you to do a goddamn thing about it." Swift shoved at him then. In the same moment the carriage rounded a bend, and Griffin lost his balance. The force of the motion dislodged his chains from Swift's throat. Swift took advantage, bringing his knee into Griffin's midsection. Griffin doubled over at the blow, tears stinging his eyes and blurring his vision. He swung his manacled wrists toward Swift's arm, hitting him in the wrist and knocking the pistol from his grasp as his finger pressed the trigger. A gunshot tore through the carriage roof, the pistol skittering beneath the opposite bench. He and Swift moved in unison, scrambling for the weapon. They were in a battle of life and death now. There was one reason Swift had given him his confession, and one reason only. He intended to assure himself of Griffin's silence by killing him. The carriage slammed to a halt, sending them both flying. He was vaguely aware of the sound of hooves, of hollering beyond the carriage. He wrestled with Swift, weaker because of his injuries, and at a disadvantage thanks to his restraints. The pistol was within his reach. A feminine scream rent the air. He would know that voice anywhere. It was Violet's. All Swift required was Griffin's second of distraction to pounce. He landed a blow to Griffin's already bleeding chin, sending more blood spurting forth. And then he had the pistol back in hand, its barrel trained upon Griffin's head. Swift cocked it. "Don't make a goddamn move!" The carriage door burst open before he could speak another word. Up ahead, the carriage carrying Griffin and Mr. Swift was stopped, the echo of the report of a pistol ringing in her ears. One shot. That was all. Ominous and loud and terrifying. Griffin had not been armed. His wrists and ankles had been shackled. The likelihood he had been able to defend himself, the likelihood he had just been shot and wounded, or worse, hit her like a leaden weight. A scream tore from her, part denial, part fear, part terrible despair. Somehow she was out of the carriage, her feet moving, racing, moving toward him. Griffin was not dead. He could not be. No, he was not dead. It was all she could think, again and again, her heart beating fast enough to take flight like the wings of a bird. Her mouth was dry. Horror churned through her. "Violet!" Her brother's voice, desperate and sharp, reached her. He caught her around the waist, hauling her back. "You cannot go. It could be dangerous. If Strathmore is... You will not want to see." She trembled with such violence, her teeth clacked together, and still she clawed at Lucian's hands, trying to escape his hold. This was a nightmare from which she would wake, warm and content in Griffin's arms, and he would kiss her and tell her all was well. That was what she wished, at least. Oh, how she wished it. "I am going to him, and you cannot stop me," she said. Already Carlyle, Ludlow, and O'Malley were racing toward the carriage. The driver had left his seat and stood off to the side, cowering in fear, concerned only for his own safety. "Listen to me!" Lucian wrenched her to face him, his grip tight, his expression even more so, fraught with concern. "Promise me you will await me here. No good can come of you putting yourself in danger."
"No."
She shook her head, more determined than ever.
"I will not wait here. I need to be there for him."
But Lucian was cut from the same cloth as she, and he would not relent. "Damn it, Letty! I am losing precious time by tarrying with you. Promise me you will wait here." She knew she needed to get to Griffin, to be by his side. But she also knew her brother would not release her until she gave him her promise. She swallowed.
"Go. I will wait here."
He gave her a jerky nod, and then he released her and spun away, sprinting to the stopped carriage. Violet waited for a beat to pass before gathering up her skirts and continuing. From her vantage point on the side of the carriage opposite its door, she could see nothing. Lucian raced around the carriage, and she would have too, but instinct told her to slow down and to stop. She did when she was nearly abreast of the carriage, her heart thudding in her chest, in her ears, her breathing harsh from the combination of her fear and the distance she had run from the parked carriage. Hesitantly, she worked her way around the back of the carriage. And that was when she heard the Duke of Carlisle's booming directive. "Put the gun down, Swift! Step away!" ordered Mr. Swift from within the carriage, a clear note of desperation in his voice. "If you do not lower your weapons and stand down, I will shoot Strathmore in the head here and now. The Duke of Arden has tasked me with sending this traitor to prison, and I will not stop until I do my duty." Her breath caught, and she swallowed back a strangled cry. Griffin was not dead, thank the Lord, but he was perhaps wounded, and Mr. Swift was armed, threatening to shoot him. "He is the Griffin!" Griffin's voice rang out next. "He is the man responsible for selling League secrets to Marney and the Fenians. Cease your lies!" There was the dead thud of something connecting with flesh, and Griffin's quiet grunt of pain. Violet bit her lip to keep from crying out. Dear God, everything she had feared was true, and now the villain was holding Griffin captive. "I have seen you before!" Another voice, this one tinged with an unmistakable Irish brogue, entered the conversation. "In Dublin. I saw you meeting with Marney. You are the cousin of Thomas Rourke." Thank heavens for Mr. O'Malley. Lucian had to believe in Griffin's innocence now. "I have never seen you before in my life," Mr. Swift denied. But there was a new edge in his tone, fear mingling with the desperation. "Swift, please lay down your weapon and step out of the carriage," Lucian said now, calm and soothing, cajoling almost. "There is no need for anyone to be harmed here this evening. Lower the gun and release Strathmore." "I am innocent, Arden," Mr. Swift insisted. "You must believe me." "Drop your weapon," Lucian prodded, instead of answering. "No," Swift denied. "Drop all of yours. Each one of you." "Swift," Lucian began. "I said drop them!" he yelled. "Now!" From the side of the carriage, Violet watched as 4 male hands placed their weapons upon the ground. "Kick them away from you," Swift ordered next. They did. One of the pistols, she recognized it as Lucian's, slid across the gravel of the road to within her reach. Holding her breath, Griffin's shooting lesson of that morning still vivid in her mind, she slowly, soundlessly, knelt and took up the gun. She did as Griffin had shown her, making certain it was loaded and ready to shoot. "Why did you do it, Swift?" Lucian asked, perhaps trying to distract the man. She listened carefully, inching toward the corner of the carriage. "I have debts," Mr. Swift said then, sounding angry. I could not escape them on the pittance I earn in the employ of the Home Office. Selling the secrets did not begin as my idea. My cousin Thomas came to me first with the suggestion. I had been initially opposed to it, but in the end, something had to be done. Debts.
Ludlow's voice emerged now at last.
Good God, man. Debts are no reason to turn traitor against your own country. The secrets I sold were all small, but they fetched a high price. Marney was willing to pay well. His successor has not been nearly as generous, and I have been forced to seek other methods. Methods like apprising the Fenians of my whereabouts and providing them with the descriptions of my carriages, Lucian said. It was you who organised the shooting of my carriage, was it not? An excellent touch, that.
Swift sounded pleased with himself.
It is a pity Thomas was a poor shot, else he may have at least put the old crone out of her misery.
He spoke of Aunt Hortense's death with such casual indifference it sent a shudder through her. This man was mad. He was mad, and he was going to kill not just Griffin, but all the men gathered if she did not act.
Who is the new leader of the Fenians? Carlyle demanded. I suppose I can tell you, since none of you will live to see tomorrow. You there, driver, come stand with these other fine gentlemen. I would hate to have to shoot you while you are running. You have but a six-shooter, and 1 round is already gone, Lucian said. My aim is excellent. 5 bullets, 1 for each of you. All I need—
Chains rustled. Another dull thud of something connecting with human flesh made her shudder. Fresh horror roiling through her, she peered around the corner of the carriage to find Griffin and Mr. Swift engaged in a battle over possession of the gun. Turning and wrestling, they moved until at last Violet felt certain she could take aim and shoot. Griffin and Mr. Swift were far enough apart, Griffin using the chain on his shackled wrists as a means of immobilizing Swift. Now was her chance. She held her breath, raised the gun with 2 hands, and trained the bead upon Mr. Swift's head, just as Griffin had taught her. Holding her breath, she squeezed the trigger, bracing for the recoil. The sharp report of the pistol shocked even her. She hit her intended target, and Mr. Swift fell instantly to the road, a pool of blood spreading from his head. She had done it. Dear, sweet God, she had done it. She swayed on her feet, her ears ringing. For a moment she feared she would faint. Ludlow acted first, springing into motion, rushing forward to kick away the pistol from Mr. Swift's body. "Letty! Your Grace!" A shocked chorus of masculine voices pierced the haze surrounding her. She had eyes for only one man, and he was bloody and bruised, wrists and ankles shackled. But she had never seen a more beautiful sight. "He is dead," Ludlow pronounced of Mr. Swift. Which meant she had just killed a man. But it also meant she had saved the lives of 5 others. Lucian was at her side, plucking the gun from her numb fingers. "I told you not to follow me, but I am damned glad you did not heed me." "Vi!" Griffin cried out then. "Go to him," Lucian told her. She did not hesitate. She ran to her husband, to the man she loved, and she threw her arms around him, burying her face in his neck and inhaling deeply of his beloved scent. His throat was wet with blood and with her tears, and she was holding him so tightly she feared her arms would snap. "You are alive," she breathed between sobs. "Thank God you are alive." "You saved me, my love," he said, nuzzling her hair. "Once again, you saved me." "No," she denied softly, tipping back her head to take in the sight of him. "You saved me. I am sorry I ran from you instead of seeking you out. I love you, Griffin." "I am sorry for being too bloody stupid to realize how much I love you until it was too late." His bright gaze scoured hers. The sun had begun to set on the horizon, bathing them in a warm glow. "Will you grant me another chance, Vi? Will you let me prove how much I love you?"
She cupped his face in her hands, careful to avoid his split chin. "For the rest of our lives." "Thank you," he breathed, and then his mouth was on hers, claiming and hard and everything she wanted it to be. He broke the kiss to gaze down at her, all his love so plain for her to see, emanating from him. "We belong together." "Yes," she agreed, "we do." And then she set her lips to his once more. Chapter 21. 2 days later. Griffin was finally home. Home, where his butler gave him his customary face of stern disapproval. Home, where his coffee and his billiards room awaited. It scarcely seemed real. He was once more back within the familiar confines of his own chamber now, freed of the frills and pastels and ladylike gewgaws the Duke of Arsole had forced him to endure in his guest chamber at Lark House. Very well. He supposed he ought not to think of his brother-in-law, who had offered him a most heartfelt apology for his immense failure to trust in Griffin's loyalty and innocence in such terms. But then he did not particularly like the fellow, and he did not suppose he ever would. Perhaps, given time. Half a century, at least. He paced the plush Axminster, barefoot, and dressed in nothing more than a dressing-gown belted at his waist. He had already forgiven Arden for the time he had been forced to stay at Lark House as an honoured guest, for it had brought him the most immeasurably valuable part of his life. After all, it had been during that tenure he had fallen into the lap of the woman he loved, felled by crocheting. Her beauty had distracted him. Her connection to Arden had made her useful to him, but somehow along the way she had made him love her. It had not just been her selfless belief in him, or her determination to stand by his side at all costs, to defend him however she must. It had not just been her willingness to share the deeply painful facets of her past. It had been all those things and more. It had been everything, all of her. Violet was wonderful, more wonderful than he deserved, and she was the other half of himself, the best half. She had saved his life. He would never forget the way she had looked, like the Furies come to earth to do battle for him, a mere mortal. She had been bold and beautiful and fearless. He had been prepared to fight Swift to the death that day, and he had been surrounded by some of the fiercest warriors the League had ever seen. But in the end, his Violet had rescued them all. Of course she had. The greatest mistake anyone had ever made was in doubting Lady Violet West, now the Duchess of Strathmore. She was intrepid and original, and thank Christ she was his. A knock sounded at the door, connecting his chamber to the Duchess's apartments. He had told her to come to him when she was ready, and he had been willing to pace the length of his chamber all bloody night long if he needed to, but he was glad she had not required that much time. His chin had been stitched, and his ribs were bruised, but nothing would stop him from making love to his Duchess tonight. His heart beat faster with the knowledge of what he was about to do, what he would share with her this night. It was the final piece of himself, a piece he was willing to entrust to a woman for the first time, because Violet was different. She was his wife, his Duchess, his love. "Enter," he called. The door opened, and there she was. She too wore a dressing-gown belted at the waist, this one a deep shade of plum. Of course it was. With a hesitant smile, she crossed the threshold, entering his territory for the first time since they had wed. It felt good, so damned good to have her here, to be standing here with her. He had that rare sensation, a warmth blossoming in his chest, a buoyant feeling of everything right in the world, wonderment that his life could be as good as it was now, in this moment. "Why," he greeted her, even as his feet were moving. eating up the distance between them. "Darling," she said, her cheeks flushing adorably. It would seem he was not the only one affected by this being the first night within their own home as husband and wife. They had spent a horrid evening at the inn, dealing with inquiries into Swift's death, staying up most of the night, only to spend the next day journeying to London and then transferring Violet's belongings from Lark House. He opened his arms to her, and then she was in them, sudden and swift, her warm, soft body connecting with his. She tipped her head back. Damn, but she was beautiful, and wonderful, and his, all his. He kissed her, slow and hungry, open-mouthed. She tasted sweet, like dessert. Her tongue tangled with his. His cock twitched. He was hard for her instantly, ready, wanting, needing. He did not think he could ever have her enough. She broke the kiss, dragging her mouth from his to kiss along his jaw, down his neck. Her fingers found the knot on the belt of his robe, plucking at it, loosening it. She kissed the exposed swathe of his chest, scars and all. His fingers sank into her hair, revelling in the texture. It was so soft and luxurious, silken and curled, exquisite. She tugged at the knot on his robe, and then stilled, glancing up at him. "Griffin?" He knew what she asked, the greater question, and as much as he hated this part of himself, he knew it would go a long way toward healing to reveal his scars to her. He swallowed, clenched his jaw, and nodded. "I have already warned you I am a beast." "Many things, but never a beast," she murmured. Her eyes never left his as she finished untying the knot on his belt. His dressing gown went slack, parting. Her hands slid beneath it, gliding over his chest in a hot, seductive caress. Her touch moved to his shoulders, the dressing gown following. With one swift motion, it dropped to the floor. He tensed as her verdant gaze swept over him, over all the raised lines and puckers, the burns and lash scores. An ugly constellation of the past marred his flesh, and he knew it. "Oh, my love," she said, her voice and her touch reverent as she kissed him, as she trailed a seeking touch over every inch of his scarred body. There was no pity, thank God, only veneration, as if she could somehow sense how much each of those marks had cost him, as if she would take the pain from him with the benediction of her skin upon his, her lips soothing and seeking. "It was a long time ago," he muttered. "Your body is beautiful," she told him fiercely, her small hands travelling down his abdomen, over his bruised ribs, over his muscles, over the places where 6 Frenchmen unleashed their anger and fear upon him. "It is hideous, and I know it," he said, ending on a groan when she sank to her knees before him. She kissed her way to his hip bone, to a particularly hideous scar he wore there. "Is this from Paris also?" Her mouth moved over him in velvet strokes, soothing away any memory of pain that lingered. "It is from a different mission," he said, recalling the anarchist's blade which had pierced his flesh there. "Such bravery," she said, glancing up at him with eyes that had gone dark with desire. "Bravery deserves to be rewarded." She could have no notion of what he wanted from her when she was upon her knees. His cock went completely rigid, hard and thick and full, rising for her attention. But she was an innocent. There was no way she would. His ability to think fled him as Violet kissed the tip of his cock. "Fuck, Vi!" the curse burst forth. His hands were still in her hair, fingers sifting through those glorious dark strands. She blinked up at him, an innocent seductress. "You do not like it? I am sorry. I merely wanted to make you feel the way you make me feel. I thought, is it different for a man?" "Christ, no. he reassured her. "But this is— I would never ask you to do this for me." She was his wife, not his mistress, not a seasoned widow who knew how to give a man pleasure. He was content to give her pleasure, to bring her to shuddering release. He did not require her to take him into her mouth, even if the mere notion of her doing so was enough to make his ballocks tighten. "Tell me what to do, my love," she told him, her voice throaty. Could he? He stared down at her. His body made the decision for him. "Take off your robe." Her eyes upon his, she shrugged her dressing gown from her shoulders. The purple silk pooled around her, and she was all creamy curves and perfect full breasts tipped with lush pink nipples that were already hard and ready for him to suck. He cupped her face. "You are so bloody beautiful." "So are you." She kissed his straining erection again, just the tip where he was leaking from his slit, and his seed was on her lips, glistening for a moment before she licked it off. Holy God! He had never seen a more decadent sight. She smiled up at him, and then she took his cock in her hand in a tentative grip, running her tongue over his head. Delicious. He forgot about his scars, forgot about his shame. In her eyes, with this glorious woman, this brave, kind-hearted, intelligent, wonderful creature before him on her knees, he felt omnipotent. She licked him again, and then she took the tip of him into her mouth, sucking. He almost lost his control, and spent on her tongue then and there. "Damn it, Vi!" She rocked back on her heels, looking up at him with a frown. "You do not like it?" "I bloody well love it," he admitted on a groan. "Good." She took him back into her mouth, deeper this time, and he gave in to the sensation, to the realization this woman wanted to worship him the same way he wanted to worship her. She sucked and licked, taking as much of him as she could. His fingers tightened in her hair, guiding her, setting the pace, urging her on. She moaned as if she were enjoying it every bit as much as he was, as if she loved his cock in her mouth, down her throat. His hips rolled forward and she took it, took him, her throat convulsing around him. Damn! It was good, so good, but he could not take any more of this torture. Tonight, their first together in truth as husband and wife, he wanted to spend inside her cunny and not her mouth. "Enough, darling," he told her, withdrawing and helping her to her feet. He led her to the bed, guiding her upon it with the greatest care. Griffin took a moment to admire her there, where she belonged. Her curves were bare for him, breasts high and full, her lips glistening and deep red from working them over his cock. She was beautiful, so incredibly beautiful, the most erotic sight he had ever seen. She held a hand out to him, and he took it, lifting it to his lips for a kiss. He settled between her thighs first, and she spread them with ease, opening the glistening pink folds of her cunny. He lowered his head and inhaled deeply of her scent, before parting her folds and licking her. She was slick and hot and so damned responsive. Perfection on his tongue. As he sucked her pearl, he plunged a finger into her sopping channel, and she gripped him and bucked beneath him, moaning. He worked her that way, inserting another finger and thrusting as his tongue and mouth played over her. It did not take long for her to reach her pinnacle. She came undone, shaking with a ferocious surrender. He rose above her then, his cock ready, unwilling to wait a moment longer. He traced through her folds where she was slick, so very slick, drenched for him. Notching his cock at her entrance, he stilled. "Are you ready, my darling?" he asked, breathless, hopelessly in love with her. "I am always ready for you," she told him, linking her arms around his neck and bringing him to her for a kiss. He kissed her hard as he thrust. They sighed in unison as his cock slid home. All the way home. She was tight, so tight, and so very wet and hot, and he could not stop moving or kissing her. Their mouths were ravenous, their bodies starving. Faster, harder, deeper, until she came again, clenching on his cock, and he spent as well, his seed pulsing into her molten depths. Griffin pressed his forehead to hers, while his cock still throbbed within her. "I love you so damned much, Violet Strathmore. Thank Christ you tripped me with your knitting that day."
"Crocheting,"
she corrected, before drawing him to her for another kiss. Epilogue. 6 months later. In the kitchen of their townhouse, Violet watched Griffin putting the finishing touches upon the tartlet he had made for her. This evening was one of the special nights when they dismissed the staff, so they could have the run of the household all to themselves. If their domestics thought it odd, they did not dare say a word. And in truth, they were probably relieved for the extra hours they could devote to something other than their ordinary duties. It had rather become a tradition between the two of them. After the entire household had retired, and no one else was afoot, Violet could pretend, for a few charmed hours at least, that she and Griffin were the only two people who existed. Griffin deposited a strawberry tartlet before her. It was oozing and red, and looked positively delicious atop a fine porcelain plate. He gave her a fork. "Your dessert, my lady." She took up the utensil and watched him as he seated himself opposite her with his own dessert-laden plate before him.
"Is this another recipe of your mamma's?"
she asked softly. As their marriage had unfolded, he had slowly revealed more to her about his mother, the former cook turned duchess. Violet wished she had been able to meet such a strong, vibrant and talented woman, a woman who had earned the heart of a duke against all odds. She could not shake the feeling she and Griffin's mother would have been great friends. "It is," he said, a note of pride in his voice. She forked up a bite and sampled. Splendor hit her. The confection was sweet and flaky and rich on her tongue.
"This is divine, Griffin."
"Of course it is." He took a bite of his own dessert and winked. "I made it, did I not?" Yes, he had. And there was still something so thrilling about this big, beautiful, strong man cooking for her that made her knees go weak and her heart beat fast. It also made her ache between her legs.
"Utterly divine,"
she said again, licking a bite of sweet strawberry from the tines of her fork. But her eyes were for him when she spoke, for the man she had married, the man who championed her above all others, the love of her life, the man who moved her in a way no other before him had, and in a way no man ever could. He was the half to her whole, the other part of her. "I am glad you deem it acceptable," he said humbly, turning himself to the consumption of his own dessert.
"More than acceptable."
She paused, a restless flurry of butterflies suddenly taking up residence within her.
"But there is something I must tell you, Griffin."
He stilled, frowning at her. "What can it be, love?" She drank in the sight of him for a beat. He was dark, rugged, devil-may-care beauty, all strength and muscle. Sometimes it was difficult indeed to imagine he was hers, even though he was, even though he had been for months now. "Why?" he prompted, worry creeping into his tone. She inhaled slowly and deeply, taking one long breath before exhaling and blurting out a lone question.
"How would you feel about a babe, Griffin?"
"A babe?" He frowned. "Whose babe?"
"Yours," she answered, holding his gaze.
She pressed her hand to the slight swell in her midriff, the only sign she was carrying their child.
"Ours."
"Truly?" His expression was filled with hope, filled with love.
Yes.
Relief, deep and true and sudden, swamped her then. They had only been married for a matter of months, and she had not been certain if he would welcome the news. "A babe," he repeated, his countenance softening, taking on a look of awe. She rose and went to him then. Violet reached for his hand, pressing it to her belly.
"Growing here, within me."
"Our babe," he said, his voice resonating with wonderment.
"Ours,"
she echoed.
"You were happy?"